Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Xiong. Chapter 226-250. Welch, whose eyes were bloodshot, finally threw away the tattered documents in his hand, ignoring the brass-colored revolver that had fallen to the ground. Welch stumbled through the marble tea table and leather sofa, walking somewhat tremblingly towards the living room wall, and then violently crashed into it. Naya, whose thin gauze gloves were stained with blood and whose beautiful face showed a hint of madness, kept muttering, "Everyone will die, including me." She knelt on the chair, burying her face in a washbasin full of water, her brown hair flowing down smoothly and swaying in the wind, but her entire body remained motionless. Welch lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his forehead completely shattered and covered in blood, while the wall bore numerous impact marks, bleeding profusely. Klein, who had collapsed onto the ground, watched this bizarre scene, trembling all over. The will to survive deep within his mind filled his weak limbs with strength again. He picked up the revolver from the ground and rushed out of the room as if fleeing. On the desk not far away, the Antigonus family notebook, stained with yellowish-brown and blood, turned its pages without a breeze. Many hidden symbols were depicted on the pages, collectively forming a vertical eye. Stumbling through the hollow iron gate, the dim gas streetlights cast their light on Klein, but they brought him no sense of security. It wasn't even late night, yet the streets were already empty, which was clearly abnormal for Iron Cross Street in the wealthy house district. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Klein's forehead. He always felt as if pairs of greedy eyes were staring at him from the darkness beyond the dim light, and the fear in his heart spurred him to quicken his pace, eventually breaking into a run. Tap tap, tap, the sound of footsteps went from fast to slow, finally stopping. After an unknown amount of time, Klein, who had been walking and running, finally stopped, panting. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat simple attic in front of him, he rubbed the cold metal cylinder in his pocket, pressing his fingers tightly against the gun grip, and a faint sense of security slowly emerged. Thinking of the bizarre deaths of Welch and Naya, his heart, still pounding from the intense exertion, suddenly felt a sharp pain. Klein took a deep breath and walked into the dark corridor. The hurried footsteps echoed in the silent night, sounding particularly harsh. If it were normal times, Mr. French, the landlord, would have certainly disregarded his gentlemanly demeanor, fiercely brandished his cane, and loudly shouted, "If you dare to disturb my rest again, take your dirty luggage and get out." Not hearing that familiar roar, Klein felt no joy in his heart. The sense of unease grew stronger. He fumbled somewhat frantically for the key from his brown, old coat, tried several times before it finally fit into the lock, and opened the door. Benson wasn't home, and Melissa was already asleep. Klein, somewhat dazed, walked to a light wood-colored desk and placed the revolver from his pocket onto it. Without turning on the wall lamp, under the illumination of the scarlet moon, Klein opened a notebook with rough, yellowed pages. It contained information about his research on that mystical notebook from the fourth epoch during this period. As he flipped through the pages of the notebook, an exaggerated smile appeared on Klein's face, yet tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He picked up a round-bodied steel pen and slowly wrote in Hermes language. "Everyone will die, including me." Looking at the ink, which grew darker and more dripping under the scarlet moon, Klein, whose smile became increasingly bizarre, trembled slightly as he picked up the revolver from the table and held it against his temple. Bang! A short gunshot echoed in the dead of night, yet it caused no ripple, as if it were merely a hallucination before death. The hand stained with blood fell limply. A faint blue light emerged from the corner of the compartment, and Aaron's figure slowly appeared. The strange aura enveloping the room instantly dimmed by several points. Aaron silently looked at the corpse on the chair. A hidden power spread from the night mark, preventing 008 from detecting his arrival. Looking at the gray-white brain matter slowly wriggling within the gruesome wound, Aaron's expression was somewhat strange. As if remembering something, he took out a portable camera from his traveler's satchel. This mystical item, obtained from Buddhists, was almost like a so-called spatial ring. Although carrying sealed artifacts could not block negative effects, if it only contained daily necessities and some spiritual materials, it was extremely convenient. The only drawback was that the power of space concealment had to be reinforced periodically, otherwise this mystical item would gradually lose its effectiveness. However, this was not difficult for Aaron, who had mastered Buddha's Beyonder characteristic, but to make the most perfect use of a demigod-level Beyonder characteristic, he would still need to find the Church of Steam. Although Harland Rooney could also forge it, the ability and negative effects of the finished product could not meet Aaron's requirements. He would have to find Bernadette again later. A sly smile appeared on his face as Aaron raised the camera in his hand and took several close-up shots of Klein's corpse. The rebirth of Mr. Fool is still worth commemorating. Only one photo was left in his hand, the rest of the items were returned to the traveler's satchel. Using his finger as a pen, golden light points then condensed into a passage of text on the back of the photo. The source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. He manipulated the photo to float next to the open notebook, ensuring that his dear Mr. Fool would see it the first time he woke up. The smile in his eyes flashed and then disappeared. Aaron suddenly looked out the window. In mid-air, above the black, velvet curtain, the scarlet full moon's light brightened by a few points, and deep darkness filled his eyes. Feeling a certain gaze, Aaron showed an awkward but polite smile, bowed slightly, and quickly drew a scarlet moon on his chest, chanting, "Praise be to you, Evernight Goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity." After a while, Aaron finally felt the gaze depart, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, by all accounts, he really shouldn't have been here. Before he could think further, as if sensing a certain aura, the dark golden mist in front of him boiled. Aaron looked up, his golden eyes gazing at the gray-white mist suspended in the spiritual sky, that ancient palace above the spirit world appearing indistinctly. This brought a slight tremor. A certain power, following the connection, shook that ancient palace, causing the independent kingdom to briefly merge with reality once more. In a house somewhere in Tingen City, a sigh of unknown meaning sounded. In a deep hall with no natural light source, the huge, blurry, wriggling mass suddenly froze, and the frenzied blatherer stopped, a brief silence descending. Dash 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 dash. The forsaken land of the gods was completely shrouded in darkness, with only occasional flashes of lightning bringing brief light. At the easternmost part of this abandoned continent, there was a gray-white mist that covered the sky and the earth. They acted like an invisible barrier, not only blocking sight but also preventing any living creature from passing through. That seemingly unchanging gray-white mist suddenly showed obvious wriggling, quickly, spitting out a black shadow. The black shadow was like a huge velvet curtain, frantically absorbing all the surrounding light. Fine, dark, illusory, spirit-body threads appeared out of thin air, extending to different sections of the black translucent curtain. The curtain became more and more transparent, more and more illusory, finally reaching a point where it was invisible to the naked eye. A demonic wolf, covered in dark short fur, with 8 legs and a height of 4 or 5 meters, suddenly emerged. This demonic wolf had a tuft of gray-white short fur on its forehead, and its pure black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. It was the gloom demonic wolf Kotar, who had not yet fully manifested its complete mythical creature form. The gloom demonic wolf raised its head and opened its mouth, seemingly letting out a roar, but it produced no sound. The next second, another figure appeared in front of it, another version of itself. This historical void image of the gloom demonic wolf lightly pushed off with its 8 legs, instantly reaching the edge of the deep pit, and after a few attempts, it was forced to dissipate. The gloom demonic wolf Kotar did not give up. At times, he transformed the surrounding monsters into puppets, and at other times, he summoned historical projections, sending them forward again and again. Although it suffered various failures, ultimately, its new batch of puppets still picked up and controlled the curtain, formed by the sequence one attendant of Mystery's Beyonder characteristic. The gloom demonic wolf Kotar, draped in the transparent curtain, rapidly moved away from the re-solidified mist and disappeared into the darkness. Blinding lightning once again streaked across the night, illuminating a young man standing on a mountain peak, wearing a monocle. He glanced at the dark sky, where lightning occasionally flashed, and then at the solidified gray-white mist to the east, a pleasant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The anomaly of Saphira Castle ended in an instant. Apart from the high-level beyonders of the three families, the nation of disorder, stimulated by the Saphira Castle's aura, also allowed Aaron to clearly perceive that momentary change, which also confirmed some of his ideas. A strange power surged into the corpse on the chair. The scrambled brain matter wriggled on its own, and blood once again flowed through the body. Watching Klein, or more accurately, Zhou Mingrui, who was prematurely enjoying the treatment of a miracle invoker, Aaron's figure slowly disappeared. A painful groan sounded a moment later. Klein, holding his forehead, reopened his eyes and sat blankly at the table. After being startled by the blood moon in the sky, memories gradually flooded his mind. Coming to his senses, Klein finally saw the open notebook and the photo on the table. Looking at the unfamiliar corpse in the photo, his mouth twitched. The successive shocks left him physically and mentally exhausted right after waking up. Just as he was about to put down the photo in his hand, he noticed the texture on the back of the photo. Curiously, he flipped it over and read the line of Golden Hermes text. Klein, still receiving the original owner's memories, subconsciously read it aloud. And the moment he finished reading, the photo in his hand spontaneously combusted without fire, turning into golden specks that scattered with the wind and completely vanished. Aaron, surrounded by dark golden mist and seated on a magnificent throne, watched the prayer light points that suddenly appeared on the stone chair below. The smile on his lips became more pronounced, but considering Mr. Fool's psychological endurance, he did not act now. Is this magic? His mouth widened, and Klein muttered in disbelief, looking at his empty hands. At this moment, he fumbled to turn on the wall lamp. In the dim light, he saw the revolver and hurriedly hid it. Looking at the blood on his hands, Klein surveyed the room he was in. The continuous throbbing in his head prevented him from thinking effectively, but it also prompted him to walk towards the cracked full-length mirror. After a few steps, a medium-height figure with black hair and brown eyes, possessing a distinct scholarly air, clearly appeared in his vision. This was Klein Moretti. His pupils instantly flashed with an expression of disbelief, because just now, he had seen a photo of this corpse. He instantly pulled out the revolver from his embrace, warily looking around. His somewhat trembling words echoed in the simple compartment. "I know you're here. Don't force me to shoot." After saying this with a hint of feigned bravado, Klein held up the revolver and, using the dim light, inspected the room. After confirming there was no one else, his initial terror gradually gave way to shame and anger. A national curse escaped his lips. Klein sat on the chair with an uncertain expression. It was then that he realized the handprint on the revolver perfectly matched his own. Did I commit suicide earlier? And who left that photo? One after another, questions surfaced in his mind. Having fully received the original owner's memories, he now had a simple understanding of the world he was in. Remembering the honored name on the back of the photo that he had subconsciously recited earlier, Klein wanted to slap himself. As a top student in the history department of Hoi University, and well-versed in Fourth Epoch history, he knew that strange powers existed in this world. Examples of people dying tragically after being gazed upon by certain evil gods due to reciting their honored name were abundant in historical records, and that photo that turned into golden specks just now certainly didn't look fake. His smile became increasingly bitter. Klein, or rather Zhou Mingrui, at this moment profoundly felt the manipulation of fate, a bizarre transmigration, a strange suicide, and the unwitting recitation of an honored name, which apparently was even real. Klein felt his brain was a tangled mess, his CPU about to burn out. He suddenly closed his eyes hopefully and silently chanted in his mind. This is just a dream. A moment later, he reopened his eyes. What met his gaze was still this simple compartment and the eerie red moon outside the window. His unrealistic fantasy shattered, his pupils unfocused, and a feeling of loneliness and fear permeated his heart. Dash 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 dash. While Klein was still in the cabin, trembling with fear, Aaron, the evil god, who was half the instigator, was looking at another matter through the prayer light points. Within the hazy prayer light points, a ship, broken beyond recognition, drifted in the mist. Its hull was like a withered branch drained of its essence, covered in scorched black marks. It was the original death knell. After the blatherer was stripped away, this ghost ship was not completely scrapped. It had a certain special quality itself, otherwise, it would not have been able to carry a blatherer. Although it was severely damaged, in certain specific environments, it could still have good effects. Cavendish Lancer Pinto now stood where the sails used to hang. In his hand, he held the stone figure that, Orange Light, Hilarion had given him, which could guide direction in the abyss. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, standing at the bow, frowned as he looked ahead. It was no longer a sea shrouded in mist, but a darkness, so thick it couldn't be dispersed. This brought a word to his mind, the abyss, which was also the goal of his current journey. Before he could examine his surroundings, a faint weeping sound suddenly emanated from the black ocean. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. Amidst the ear-splitting wails, Cavendish Lancer Pinto calmly spread his spirituality, suppressing the resistance of the damaged death knell, controlling it to proceed towards the abyss. The moment he made contact with the deep, thick darkness, the seer's spiritual intuition subtly stirred. He turned his head to the east, and that peculiar fluctuation vanished in an instant. Cavendish Lancer Pinto frowned but did not perform a divination. He would not make any unnecessary moves that could affect his current operation. Who knew what he might encounter if he divined in such a dreadful place? As they entered the black ocean, layers of illusory whispers entered his ears. These whispers were not violent, they were unrelated to the physical body, entirely a spiritual contamination. However, unlike the usual whispers that brought madness and pain, these used and manipulated the emotions and desires at the bottom of everyone's heart, either planting seeds or directly catalyzing them. This caused the target to gradually degenerate, or lose emotional control, unable to resist, or experience an explosion of desire beyond the body's capacity. This was practically a replica of the desire apostle. This level of depressive contamination was clearly nothing to him, a sequence 3 Beander, but this was only the edge of the abyss, or perhaps not even the edge. He glanced at the black ocean, which exuded an aura of degradation, and shook his head, silently mocking himself. Beyonders must constantly fight not only danger and madness, but also various evil thoughts originating from themselves, and the gravitational pull of degradation that can cause them to sink if they are not careful. Beyonders below demigods who have not obtained divinity, even if they only explore the outer regions, will have lingering seeds of contamination that will continuously influence their degradation and madness in the time after leaving this place. Ever since entering this extremely special area, the powerful spirituality bestowed by the seer caused terrifying scenes to continuously flash before Cavendish Lancer Pinto's eyes. Some even caused him to experience an uncontrollable, abnormally terrifying dizziness, as if he were walking on the edge of the abyss, about to fall at any moment. Out of helplessness, Cavendish Lancer Pinto voluntarily severed his connection with the spirit world. In this abyss, full of madness and bloodlust, maintaining a stable state was the most important thing. He extended his right hand, palm down, pointing forward. The black ocean suddenly surged, and howling winds came from nowhere. The death knell's hull trembled, and it instantly vanished. Along the pitch-black ocean, penetrating the liquid-like mist, the death knell arrived at the monster-like mountain. Behind it was an endless expanse of black mist, as if covering a continent. The mist rising from the black ocean also changed, becoming increasingly cool and slippery, as if it could permeate flesh and soul. That unknown fear was like an invisible hand, tightly gripping Cavendish Lancer Pinto's heart. These minor discomforts were quickly dispelled, but the fourth epic rumors about the abyss swiftly emerged in his mind. The abyss is the most contaminating place, even angels will fall and lose control there, and those who guard the abyss will eventually be assimilated by it. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and looking at the death knell, which already showed signs of corrosion, Cavendish Lancer Pinto raised his right hand. The pre-arranged array patterns lit up, and the death knell completely shattered. Strands of black patterns detached and adhered to the surface of the stone man, emitting an aura comparable to a high-ranking devil, though, of course, it was only an aura. Stepping onto this desolate land of degradation, he descended the mountain, attempting to go deeper, but his brow soon furrowed deeply. Behind the jagged black rocks, beneath the muddy paths that could hardly be called roads, and in various normal or unimaginable places, there were different devil corpses. They seemed to have met the same demise at the same moment. Was this influenced by the cosmic dark side? This thought flashed through Cavendish Lancer Pinto's mind. It was known that high-sequence beyonders, especially angels, could actively influence mid- and low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. This area could already be considered the outer region, yet he hadn't seen a single living devil. The abnormality of the abyss made him inexplicably irritable. Above the dark gold mist, using the true vision provided by the prayer light, Aaron manipulated his perspective to look towards the base of the mountain. There, black mist, whose bottom could not be seen, quietly surged, filled with degradation and evil. The alluring whispers carried an invisible contamination, blurring the prayer image for an instant, and some eerie scenes flashed by. His body, standing deep within the abyss, grew dark in complex patterns, his skin became hard, and a sticky liquid vaguely flowed on its surface, his eyes completely losing their sanity. The dark gold mist trembled slightly, shattering the image and the accompanying contamination. Aaron, worried about attracting the attention of certain existences, did not continue to probe. With only 19 years until doomsday, the abyss had already shown signs. Was it because the inherently abstract and chaotic environment was easier for that outer god to break through its limits? Aaron had a rough judgment in his mind, and a sense of anxiety and urgency followed. He watched Cavendish Lancer Pinto's figure continue to go deeper, his gaze flickering. Dash 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 dash. After a period of apprehension, Klein finally calmed down and remembered the most likely factor that caused his transmigration, that luck transferring ritual. After clarifying his thoughts, Klein, whose hope had rekindled, began to silently watch the original owner's memories, continuing to delve deeper into this world. Unbeknownst to him, outside the window, the scarlet moon slanted west, gradually sinking, until a faint light appeared in the east, and the horizon was tinged with gold. After dealing with his sister Melissa, Klein changed into his worn brown-yellow coat, planning to go out to buy groceries and prepare the materials for the luck-transferring ritual. After taking out all of Benson's current savings from the partition, including the living expenses for these 3 days, a very faint, special ink scent wafted past his nose. That was the smell of money. Even though he was in a bad mood, Klein still stopped to admire the exquisite patterns on those lovely little ones for dozens of seconds. Remembering Melissa's frail body, a surge of guilt suddenly rose in Klein's heart. He pulled out 2 one-sul banknotes, re-rolled the rest, and tucked them back into the interlining of the cushion. Because of the original owner's bizarre suicide and his discovery that he couldn't recall the memories before the original owner's death, Klein was cautious when opening the door. Walking out of the shared apartment, the clanging foot-operated vehicles passing by on the street made Klein feel a little dazed. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Klein, feeling somewhat complex, chose to walk to Sulin Bakery. Foot-operated vehicles had only become popular in Tingen City a year ago. At a price of £1, an ordinary working-class family could afford one if they gritted their teeth, but it was still too expensive for Klein, who was about to graduate and needed a decent suit for interviews. Not far away, at the municipal plaza where Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street converged, numerous tents had already been set up, and strangely dressed, funny clowns were distributing flyers everywhere. Aaron, wearing a clown mask, slowly appeared in the plaza. The bustling crowd seemed not to notice his appearance, or perhaps an extra clown in a circus was not a strange thing. Even so, the moment he appeared, he felt a gaze fall upon him. Following the sensation, he looked over to see a woman wearing a pointed hat and a black dress. Her face was painted with red and yellow oil paint, and her eyes were gray-blue and deep. But under the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder's subconsciousness, deep darkness, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged around the woman, with faint starlight flickering. The smile under the clown mask was a bit stiff. Facing the lady's calm and deep eyes, Aaron slowly walked over, drawing a scarlet moon on his chest as he walked. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, Aaron's peripheral vision caught sight of Klein, who was carrying a paper bag of bread and curiously glancing at the flyer. With a thought, he spoke first. "Sir, would you like a divination?" It's free." Klein, who was about to shake his head in refusal, paused, muttering in his heart. Free things are the most expensive." He glanced at Aaron, who was wearing a clown mask, and asked back with a hint of doubt in his tone. "You can divine." Feeling the gaze shift away, Aaron chuckled and pointed to the lady beside him, explaining. "Of course not, it's my, friend who will divine for you. Her tarot divination is very accurate." Tarot. Klein immediately froze. This familiar pronunciation reminded him of some common knowledge. He inwardly grumbled about Emperor Rosal, who invented tarot cards, but his body honestly followed the woman with red and yellow painted face, bending down to enter the low tent. A moment later, Klein looked at the card in his hand, which depicted a young man in splendid clothes, wearing a brilliant headdress, carrying a staff with a luggage bag hanging from its head, and a puppy pulling behind him. It was card number 0, and he recognized it as the full card. Just as he was about to wait for the diviner in front of him to interpret, the tent flap suddenly opened, and strong sunlight streamed in, dispelling the dim sense of mystery. "Why are you impersonating me again? Divining for people is my job." A female voice angrily growled, "Go back. You must remember, you are just a beast tamer." Klein, whose eyes were momentarily dazzled by the sunlight, came back to his senses to find that the man with the clown mask had left at some point, and the woman sitting in front of him also left the tent. Klein opened his mouth, looking at the full card in his hand. After confirming that the legitimate diviner would charge for the interpretation, he decisively chose to leave. He still needed to rush to prepare the main course for his luck-transferring ritual. In a hidden state, Aaron's mouth curved upwards as he watched Klein take 4 reverse steps and then be swallowed by crimson light. He took out the restless Lord of Mysteries, removed the spiritual wall attached to it, and began to wait quietly. He didn't wait long before crimson light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Aaron, already experienced, instantly suppressed the Nation of Disorder's stress response. Having mastered divinity, he could already achieve this step. To reduce Klein's burden, Aaron did not let the crimson light envelop his body. Instead, he differentiated dark gold, order mist, from his body, extending it towards the crimson light. This was not difficult for him, who had already skillfully mastered the incomplete mythical creature form. After all, if he, a complete demigod, were pulled to Saphira Castle by Klein, who was still an ordinary person, would probably have his spirituality drained before they could exchange a few words. In a luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Backland, the capital of the Loan Kingdom. Audrey sat in front of her dressing table, caressing an ancient, cracked bronze mirror on the table, persistently spreading her spirituality. More than a week ago, with Aaron's help, she had achieved Sequence 9 Spectator. After learning that Evelyn had already consumed the potion, she then let Susie also take the Spectator potion. After becoming a Beander, she had been studying the mirror Aaron gave her, but unfortunately, she had not made any progress before. If Aaron hadn't mysteriously told her that it was a Beander item containing treasure, she might have already given up. Just as she was sensing the ancient mirror with her spirituality, the bronze mirror suddenly glowed with crimson light, instantly enveloping her. Dash 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 dash. Klein, enveloped in gray-white mist, felt his head about to explode, and his thoughts were somewhat sluggish. He had just entered an endless gray mist, and while still bewildered, a crimson star beside him suddenly expanded. Caught off guard, he touched that star, and in his panic, he accidentally touched other stars, so much so that he now felt something in his body being consumed, his head empty, and his spirit scattered. Fortunately, this feeling of being hollowed out only lasted for an instant. Although the throbbing pain in his mind persisted, his vision had returned. Klein was also surprised to find that 3 more figures had appeared in the gray-white mist, which had originally contained only himself. Thanks to the gray-white mist that permeated his surroundings, obscuring his figure, otherwise Klein's abnormality would certainly have been discovered by Audrey, who was already a spectator. However, Audrey was also startled by the sudden change and did not observe him. Instead, she instinctively exclaimed, "Your Excellency, where is this? What do you want to do?" There was a brief silence above the gray mist, and a calm, deep voice responded. "This is an attempt." Looking at Klein, who quickly adjusted his mindset and tried to maintain his persona, the dark gold mist gradually distorted, and Aaron's figure appeared, though transparent. The pain in his head became more pronounced, and Klein felt a sense of urgency, feeling like he couldn't keep up the act. Aaron, clearly aware of Klein's current predicament, suppressed his smile and decided to help Mr. Fool smooth things over to avoid being exposed. Fortunately, Audrey, having already become a Beander, did not propose a transaction, making it easy to end this hasty meeting quickly. He raised his head slightly, and a majestic voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Great Existence, how should we address you?" "A great existence." Klein, whose head was throbbing abnormally, took a few seconds to realize that the person was referring to him. Without time to think or deliberate, he seized a fleeting thought in his mind and quickly made a decision. He would maintain his mysterious image in the eyes of these 3, actively guide the development of events, and gain valuable information from it. Although he didn't know anything either, one thing he could confirm was that the appearance of these 3 was entirely due to him. In this incident, they were the guests, and he was the host. This was his greatest confidence. He was planning to give himself a more high-end title in his mind to maintain his mysterious image, but then he felt that talking while standing like this seemed a bit undignified. It would be best if. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the gray fog suddenly churned. In an instant, towering stone pillars appeared around them, and the top was covered by a vast dome. The entire building was magnificent, grand, and majestic, like a giant's royal palace from legends. Directly beneath the dome, where the gray fog gathered, a bronze long table appeared, with 10 high-backed chairs on each side, and similar seats placed at the front and back. On the back of the chairs, brilliant, shimmering, deep red, hidden patterns outlined strange constellations that did not correspond to reality. Klein sat at the head of the table, quietly observing the 3 people arrayed below him, rubbing the edge of the bronze long table without a change in expression. Having just experienced a bizarre rebirth and a strange suicide, Klein was still able to remain calm, unlike the lady below who was curiously looking around. The content of his previous divination suddenly flashed through his mind. He leaned back, interlaced his fingers under his chin, and smiled at the 3, saying, "You can call me." At this point, he paused, then spoke in a gentle and calm tone. "The Fool." The brief answer quickly faded into the magnificent temple and the pervasive mist. Aaron, who had withdrawn his gaze from Audrey, curled the corner of his mouth and continued in a dignified yet respectful voice. "Mr. Fool, do you mind having a few more attempts like this? If possible, I hope to join this gathering. Perhaps I can help you complete trivial matters that are inconvenient for you to do yourself at some point in the future." Looking at the other 2 who had come to their senses and echoed his words, Klein's face, shrouded in gray-white mist, showed a strange expression, feeling a pleasant sensation like an itch being scratched. This fleeting pleasure of receiving a pillow when sleepy passed quickly, and the stinging pain from his mind became increasingly obvious, prompting him to make a quick decision. Although more gatherings would make it easier to expose his true situation, they would indeed allow him to gain more Beyonder mysteries and occult knowledge, which would be helpful for his future return. Anyway, the summoning and disbanding of the gatherings were under his control, so even if any problems were exposed, they would be within a controllable range. The benefits clearly outweighed the disadvantages. Leaning back in his chair, Klein chuckled. I am someone who values equivalent exchange. I won't let you help unconditionally. Every Monday, at 3 in the afternoon, try to be alone. Once I try a few more times and figure some things out, perhaps you can ask for leave in advance and won't have to worry about being in an unsuitable situation. Audrey, who had just turned 17, had learned a lot about the Beyonder world from Aaron. Her thirst for knowledge and girlish temperament were strong. Hearing Mr. Fool's reply, she couldn't help but clench her fists and swing them lightly in front of her chest. Then shouldn't we also choose titles for ourselves? After all, we can't use our real names to communicate. Before Aaron could speak again, her eyes sparkled, and she eagerly interjected, while using her spectator Beyonder ability to look at Aaron, who was also enveloped in gray-white mist opposite her. Although she couldn't see clearly, there was always a vague sense of familiarity, coupled with the reason she came here. She couldn't help but have some guesses. Good idea, Klein replied in as brief and relaxed a tone as possible. He seemed nonchalant, but in reality, his mental exhaustion was becoming severe, and his head throbbed rhythmically. Audrey, who hadn't figured anything out, was a little disappointed but immediately started thinking, saying as she pondered. You are Mr. Fool, from the tarot cards. As a regular, long-term, and secret gathering, the titles should be as consistent as possible. I'll also choose from the tarot cards. Her tone gradually became cheerful. I've decided, my title is Justice. This was one of the 22 major arcana cards. What about the two gentlemen? Audrey smiled and looked at her two companions opposite her. Alger, who had been struggling at sea for many years, had always been cautious and silent, but seeing the lady, who was presumably a noble, cast her gaze upon him, he frowned slightly, then relaxed and said, The Hanged Man. This was another major arcana card. And Aaron, feeling Audrey's naked gaze, subconsciously turned his head slightly to avoid it, and responded with a deliberately disguised voice. The Emperor. Somewhat surprised that he would choose this major arcana card, Audrey was momentarily stunned, but still continued. All right, then we are the founding members of the Tarot Club. Then she looked nervously at Klein, who was shrouded in gray-white mist, seeking the opinion of this mysterious existence. Is that all right, Mr. Fool? At this moment, Klein's headache intensified, and he felt the invisible connection between himself and the deep red stars and gray-white mist begin to waver. Yes, then today's gathering ends here, he decided immediately, speaking in a low voice. As you wish. Aaron was the first to stand and bow, and couldn't help but find it amusing to see Audrey and Alger imitating his actions. The stars brightened again, and the deep red light receded like water. All the figures became even more blurred, increasingly illusory. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and silence returned above the gray fog. Klein felt himself rapidly growing heavy, swaying unsteadily. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still in his apartment room, in the center of the transfer ritual. Before feelings of frustration and loss could spread through his heart, his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed directly onto the compartment floor. Backland, the capital of the Loan Kingdom, Empress Borough. Audrey pinched her cheek, unable to believe what had just happened. On her dressing table, the ancient bronze mirror was shattered into pieces. Her gaze shifted downwards, and Audrey saw, deep red, flowing on the back of her hand, like a starry tattoo. The deep red gradually dimmed, eventually hiding beneath her skin and disappearing. Only then did Audrey confirm that she wasn't dreaming. Just as she was about to write a letter to Aaron, her eyes suddenly sparkled, and the corners of her mouth curled up little by little. She put the retrieved letter paper back, couldn't help but stand up, bend down, lift her skirt, and dance a court dance. Dog barks came from outside the bedroom. Audrey stopped abruptly, quickly put away some ritual materials from her desk, leaving only the broken mirror shards, then assumed an elegant posture. This was her agreement with Susie. During this time, whenever she wanted to use various rituals to try and uncover the secrets of that bronze mirror, Susie would stand guard for her outside the door. Annie, Susie's personal maid, followed Susie and pushed the door open, immediately seeing the fate of the ancient bronze mirror. "Oh, miss, the mirror Duke Aaron gave you, it's broken." Audrey blinked, showing a timely expression of regret, and said slowly. "Ah, yes, Susie came in earlier. When Aaron comes next time, I'll have Susie apologize properly." How does a dog apologize? Annie, who didn't dwell on this question and knew that Duke Aaron also liked Susie very much, could only sigh. She carefully collected the mirror fragments and placed them in an exquisite box. After doing all this, she looked at Audrey and asked with a smile. "Miss, which dress would you like to wear?" Today was the official launching day of the ironclad warship. Not only would various nobles from within LotM attend, but even the king and queen, who resided deep within the palace, would be present. Audrey's eyes brightened, and she answered without hesitation. "Of course, the one I wore on my engagement day." Annie's expression froze slightly, and she carefully advised. "That dress is indeed the most perfect one, no one would question it, but this is, after all, a ceremony that the king himself will attend. You can wear it at home, or on less formal occasions. I'm sure Duke Aaron would understand." Audrey, not wanting to trouble Annie, no longer insisted. She pouted her lips and allowed the maids to do her makeup. After these preparations, she would ride in a carriage with her father, Earl Hall, to the Royal Naval Base in Pritz Harbor to attend the ceremony. Tingnan, Zuiderland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Roxanne, who was slacking off at work, heard a gentle yet authoritative voice in her drowsy state. "Take me to Dunn Smith." The brown-haired girl immediately sat upright, abruptly picked up the newspaper spread out in front of her, covering her face, and pretended to read aloud from the Tingnan City Honest Man's newspaper, in her hands. Then she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, first ingratiatingly then in surprise, looking towards the source of the voice, and couldn't help but exclaim. "Duke Aaron." Looking at Roxanne, who hastily stood up, even knocking over her chair, Aaron, who had not changed his appearance, smiled and did not blame her for slacking off at work. Anyway, Blackthorn Security Company didn't have much business, and their main job wasn't this. Only after standing up did Roxanne realize that behind Duke Aaron was a man in his 30s with a decent face, deep brown eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips, giving off an arrogant feeling even when standing. His attire was particularly peculiar, making one feel uncomfortable. He wore a pointed, stiff black hat, and his coat buttons were haphazardly misaligned, neither symmetrical nor coordinated. Noticing the lady's gaze, Mobert, who was following behind Aaron, revealed a geniality completely unlike his arrogant demeanor. It was truly frustrating. Mobert, who had already advanced to Sequence 4 Parasite, had still been unable to contact pals within Leonard during his time in Tingnan. No matter how many hidden marks of the Solomon family Mobert left, he had even tried methods other than direct parasitism, but all had been without any effect. Aaron's only comment on this was, "An old man scared silly by Amen," but Nastor had already sent word that they would depart to explore the Solomon ruins by next month at the latest. Aaron's time remaining in Tingnan was running out. Some matters could no longer be delayed and had to be resolved before he left, which was also the reason he directly revealed his identity and came here. After waiting for a moment, Aaron's gaze passed over Roxanne, who had pushed the door open again, and looked at a young police officer with black hair, green eyes, and a romantic poetic temperament, who followed behind her. Gasping for breath, Roxanne quickly explained. Duke, I'm sorry, the captain isn't here today. Last night, a bizarre suicide occurred on Iron Cross Street in Hall Street District, and the captain took a few team members to handle it. This gentleman is also one of our official members, Nighthawk's Leonard. He came back to retrieve a sealed artifact to assist with the investigation and will be heading to the scene soon. If you're in a hurry, you can go with him. After speaking, she looked at Leonard, who had suddenly fallen silent, with some surprise. This usually eccentric fellow was behaving uncharacteristically obediently. Smiling and nodding at Roxanne, he then turned aside to reveal the doorway, signaling Leonard to go first. Leonard, who seemed to want to say something but didn't, glanced at Roxanne, who had been secretly urging him, sighed, and moved his stiff steps towards the carriage downstairs. Leonard, who had been calling out a certain name in his heart but had received no response, felt restless. As a true Nighthawk, and having communicated with Miss Daly of the Red Gloves in Backland, he knew much more than Roxanne, a mere clerical worker. That most prominent duke was a favored one of the goddess, his strength already at the archbishop level. To be alone with such a powerful person, what if he was discovered? He stopped his anxious overthinking, and a majestic voice drifted into his ears. Mobert, you drive the carriage. Just go to Iron Cross Street in Hall Street District. The others can leave for now. Leonard looked up in surprise, his gaze meeting those smiling yet not smiling golden eyes. A panicked feeling, like being stripped naked and exposed to a camera, immediately filled his heart. The carriage slowly started. A faint dark golden mist emanated from Aaron's body and merged into the carriage, creating a sealed and private environment. The night mark on Aaron's wrist was activated, emitting a faint glow. He twirled the Lord of Mysteries on his finger, and then casually took out a paper crane from his pregnant and placed it in front of him. The figure of Fow's Ellen then abruptly appeared in the corner of the carriage. Looking at Leonard, who was bowing his head and remaining silent, Aaron spoke calmly. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Pal Solomon. I believe my sincerity is quite sufficient. Why don't you come out and talk? The old man's real name is Pal Solomon. This thought quickly flashed through Leonard's mind, but the old voice that usually resonated did not appear. Not knowing how to respond, he could only remain silent. He sighed softly, and the Lord of Mysteries flashed with a faint glow, pulling Varnawal from the historical void. Having already achieved demigod status, summoning an angel projection was no longer as strenuous as before. After doing all this, Aaron picked up Ang-Saiting's paper crane in front of him and added casually. Playing dead isn't a good choice. Don't worry, I'm not Aemon. Or do you think you can escape from me in your current severely injured state? The atmosphere inside the carriage grew increasingly tense. Under the oppressive aura of a demigod, or even an angel, Leonard, who had been trembling, suddenly became calm. An ancient sigh, as if from the distant past, deep in vicissitudes, emanated from Leonard. He raised his head, and through his short black hair, an ancient and mottled giant phantom flashed in his pupils. When Aaron had communed with the Jacob family demigod in Backland, she had seen this symbol in her memory fragments, though the two were not entirely identical, differing in some subtle details. Young people these days are truly incredible. I really am getting old. An aged voice, inconsistent with his demeanor, came from Leonard's mouth, carrying a hint of helplessness and feelings. He withdrew his gaze from the Lord of Mysteries in Aaron's hand and the paper crane, then, as if unintentionally, glanced at Varna's projection behind Aaron and the frenzied mage standing in the corner of the carriage. As a sequence one of the Marauder pathway, Pals was also extremely knowledgeable about the neighboring Seer pathway, recognizing at a glance that it was a historical void image of an angel. As for the frenzied mage who brought him a sense of familiarity, Pals speculated that he might have seen him in the fourth epic. For high-level beyonders of the Seer pathway, discerning their disguise would likely require him to recover to his peak. As expected of the angel family, to possess such a foundation without a sound. However, I'm still very curious, how did you discover me? Looking at Leonard, Aaron's lips curved upwards. He picked up the paper crane and placed it in his palm, responding casually. Perhaps my luck is better. Otherwise, your descendant would have truly been lost to history, completely unable to meet you." He ignored this obviously perfunctory explanation. If he could be found merely by luck, he would have long since become Amon's meal. But since he had been found, Pals no longer dwelled on it. He tilted his head to look at Mobert, who was driving the carriage outside the sealed space towards Iron Cross Street in Howell Street, and his aged voice gradually softened. "It's good that he's alive. I originally thought he was killed by Aemon or Jacob in that war, which is why I couldn't divine the culprit. However, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Although he disappeared for 1,000 years, he also escaped that disaster. It seems the aura that appeared in Tingen last time was indeed left by him. Thank you, Duke, for his cultivation. But achieving demigod at this time is very likely to be sensed by that one. I hope Duke will pay more attention." Looking at Pals, who had released a friendly signal for communication, the smile on Aaron's face became even more pronounced. He pointed to the front of the carriage. "This is an equal exchange. He provides faith, and I help him achieve demigod and ensure his safety to a certain extent." Pals, who was old and cunning, had already heard the unstated meaning. A strange smile appeared on Leonard's face, and he pointed his right hand to the sky. "Given your status, you must already know what the name Aemon means. Not to mention my current state, even if I were at my peak, plus your entire Easttaker family, we would not be his opponent. If I wanted to seek refuge, why not seek out the Seven in the astral world and become their vassal? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. The Jacob family and the Zoroast family have already vanished. With the Evernight goddess's protection, as long as you don't provoke them, you won't encounter too much trouble." Aaron didn't care about the sarcasm in the old man's tone. His smile remained unchanged as he responded. "Doomsday is approaching. Those existing threats are already close at hand. Even if some of the seven deities dislike Aemon, their opinions will eventually converge despite their differences. At least on the opinion of quickly bringing about the birth of a Lord of the Mysteries, they will easily reach a consensus. Even if Mr. Dor, who has already been corrupted, returns, he will only be a sacrifice. Antigonus was placed on the altar long ago, not to mention you, who have fallen to such a state. At least the current Aemon certainly seems to be the most suitable candidate. Using a half-crippled angel as a bargaining chip to gain a step closer to the West Continent is a high-return, low-investment transaction in the eyes of those existences." Aaron chuckled softly, looking at Leonard, whose smile had faded, and added in a playful tone. "It's not that you're unwilling to align with the seven deities, you just don't dare. In this situation, Mr. Pals, have you considered the most pessimistic future for you?" As if his sore spot had been touched, or perhaps surprised by how much Aaron knew, Pals remained silent for a long time before his voice finally rang out again. "You went to such great lengths to find me. What exactly do you want to do? Hand me over to Aemon, or offer me to the Evernight goddess?" Looking at Leonard, whose body surface was showing faint patterns, Aaron shook his head indifferently and said with a smile, "There's no need to be so nervous. If I wanted to do that, you wouldn't have had the chance to hear me say any of this." Then, he changed the subject and uttered two words in a leisurely tone. "Saphira Castle." Leonard's eyes clearly changed for a moment. He looked at Aaron with some surprise, as if he had thought of something, and his expression changed several times. Looking at Leonard's changing expression, Aaron, who had initially achieved his goal, did not further provoke this old man. Pals, who was stronger and knew more than Nastor, would not side with him based on just a few words. This matter couldn't be rushed. After all, poaching also required proper methods. However, Pals still had to pay the life-saving fee and the cost of helping Mobert, his direct descendant, advance to demigod. After all, the landlord's family didn't have much surplus grain left. Every bit of wool that could be shorn was shorn. Aaron took out a metal tin box, sealed layer by layer with a wall of spirituality, from his embrace. He unsealed it to reveal a small worm with 12 transparent rings placed in the very center, surrounded by 6 smaller worms, each with only 7 or 8 transparent rings. The worm of time in the center came from the spoils of dismantling Amon's mausoleum, while the rest came from that Jacob family demigod. Attracted by the familiar fluctuations, Pals, who had regained his calm, paused on the worm of time with 12 transparent rings. Pointing at the 7 worms of time in the box, Aaron's face once again showed a warm, spring-like smile. To rescue Viscount Mobert, I spent a lot of effort. That parasite Beander characteristic is also a token of our sincerity and cooperation. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. It would be too wasteful not to use such excellent materials. I think these worms of time, in the hands of an angel like you, could certainly be made into some powerful talismans. Looking at Aaron, who hid exploitation and oppression behind his smile, Leonard's face twitched. Those worms of time then transformed into faint light and merged into his body. Aaron, whose smile grew even more sincere, nodded in satisfaction and added, "I might be leaving Tingen soon. It would be best if you could give me these talismans within a week. If you lack any spiritual materials, just let me know." As he spoke, Aaron clicked his tongue, glancing at Leonard, with some regret, and muttered softly, "It's a pity that after the worm of time dies, the Beander characteristic contained within inevitably dissipates. That worm of time from Aemon was something I obtained 3 years ago. If it were alive, the final talisman might even point to the domain of time. Tisk, I really want to experience that kind of power." 3 years ago. Pals was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this duke had only just advanced to demigod this spring. 3 years ago, he was probably at most a mid-sequence. A lunatic from a mid-sequence who dared to provoke Aemon directly. As this thought flashed through Pals's mind, he looked up and saw Aaron's unconcealed fervent gaze. His face couldn't help but twitch again, and he explained with a helpless tone. "My current state is also very poor. Being able to make talismans for you is already my limit. It's difficult to separate any more worms of time. Of course, if you can provide me with high-sequence Beander characteristics of the Marauder pathway, none of these will be a problem." Aaron, though rejected, was not disheartened. As for Pals's claim that he couldn't separate the worm of time, he didn't believe it at all, but the fact that the other party was willing to cooperate was already a very good start. Putting the paper crane back into his pocket, Varna's historical void image slowly dissipated. Aaron extended his right hand, concluding with a warm smile. "I think this will be a beneficial cooperation for both of us." Leonard gave a stiff smile and shook Aaron's outstretched hand, echoing, "I think so too. I will complete your talismans within a week." Satisfied, Aaron withdrew his hand, watching the strange patterns on Leonard's body gradually fade. He glanced at the front of the carriage and said faintly, "Aren't you going to say something to him?" An ancient gold coin from the 4th epic Solomon Empire appeared in Aaron's palm, and the aged voice slowly faded. "No need. The fledgling will eventually spread its wings and soar. But there's one thing I must remind you. The gathering of high-level Beyonders from the Marauder pathway can easily attract Amon's attention. Take him away as soon as possible. After you leave, give this gold coin to Mobert. It contains a gift I left for him." Looking at Leonard, who had returned to normal and was utterly bewildered, Aaron put away the gold coin and casually lifted the seal within the carriage. Faust Ellen in the corner had already disappeared. The lingering glow of the setting sun cast down. Accompanied by groans of pain, Klein propped himself up from the cold floor, thankful that the late June heat had prevented him from catching a cold. He subconsciously checked the pocket watch left by his father, whom he had never met, and found that it was already almost 6 p.m. Putting down the pocket watch, Klein, whose head was throbbing and splitting, could barely support himself and sat down in a chair. He lowered his head, massaging both temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the after effects of spiritual exhaustion finally subsided. During this time, he noticed 4 black dots on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These 4 black dots faded from dark to light and quickly disappeared, but Klein knew that they still remained within him, waiting to be awakened. 4 points, a square. Could it correspond to 4 staple foods at 4 corners? Does this mean I won't need to prepare staple foods anymore and can directly proceed with the steps and incantations? Klein had a vague guess. This seemed good, but having more things of strange origin and lacking understanding always caused fear. Just thinking of the honored name he had chanted in a daze when he first arrived in this world, Klein's headache, which had just eased, showed signs of flaring up again. He inevitably thought of how the inexplicable ancient Chinese magic from Earth could actually have an effect here, and then recalled his strange crossing in dreams, as well as the mysterious, illusory gray fog world that represented who knew what. As the whispers from the ritual that had lingered around him, driving him almost mad, seemed to echo in his ears again, Klein couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably, a shiver in the scorching late June heat. Uncontrollably, he felt a strong urge to delve into the mysterious domain, to understand more, to break through the unknown, but also a desire to bury his head and pretend nothing had happened. Grumble, grumble. Hunger interrupted Klein's wild thoughts. He sighed, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and retrieved the rye bread from the 4 corners. Although these rye breads were just ritual materials, they didn't seem to have changed at all. With his pockets emptier than his face, Klein felt that one should be a bit frugal. After being busy for a long time, having just finished stewing lamb with tender peas, Klein was waiting for his sister Melissa to come home for dinner, while pondering the original owner's mysterious suicide and the unknown dangers he might encounter. Suddenly, he heard a rapid, forceful knocking at the door. The thumping sound echoed in his ears. Klein abruptly sat upright, subconsciously pulled open the drawer, took out the revolver, and asked warily, "Who is it?" Silence outside the door lasted for 2 seconds. Just as Klein's nerves were taut, a gentle voice spoke. "Dunn Smith, a police officer. I need to confirm some things with you." The streetlights that had already lit up outside the window and the somewhat noisy human voices dispelled some of the tension in Klein's heart. He thought that even if he didn't open the door, Melissa, who would be back soon, would still encounter the people at the door. Steeling himself, Klein quickly hid the revolver. After tidying his clothes, he quickly approached the door, opening it while mumbling indistinctly. "Sorry, I was just preparing dinner for my sister." Klein looked up and met the gaze of the gray-eyed police officer who introduced himself as Dunn Smith. He quickly made an assessment in his mind. A very elegant, melancholic uncle, though showing signs of balding. His gaze swept over the 3 silver hexagonal stars on his inspector's epaulettes, and was quickly drawn to a young man among the visitors. Meeting his golden eyes, Klein's heart was instantly filled with a tangible sense of majesty. He obediently lowered his head. Although he felt that instantly cowering was a bit of a disgrace to his identity as a transmigrator, it was also due to circumstances. After all, his understanding of this world was still too shallow, and that young man who gave him a slight sense of familiarity was clearly not an ordinary person. Just as Klein was still pondering the source of that familiar feeling, Aaron had already entered the room with a somewhat stiff-faced Leonard. Dunn put away his inspector's badge and closed the door behind him. Klein was stunned as the door closed again. Maintaining his composure, he silently turned around, his pupils suddenly contracting. He saw the young man with an extraordinary demeanor already by the desk, picking up the notebook that looked more like a diary. "Oh no, I forgot to hide it." Klein's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an urge to slap himself. Aaron glanced back at Klein, whose expression had slightly changed, but he didn't stop flipping through the notebook. With a playful smile, he said, "As expected of a top student in history, you've done quite a thorough study of these hidden historical facts." Dunn first looked at Leonard, whose expression had been strange, then explained to Klein. "This is a necessary procedure. Where's your search warrant?" Klein was about to question them like that, but then remembered this was no longer his original world. He could only force a dry laugh and explain. "I'm a student of Associate Professor Quentin at Hoi University. I'm very interested in some history of the Fourth Epoch, so recently I've been deciphering a Fourth Epoch document with a classmate, a notebook." Leonard, who hadn't spoken, glanced at Aaron, tidied his clothes, and interrupted Klein. I suppose the classmates you're referring to are Welch and Naya. If so, I'm sorry to inform you that both of them died last night at Mr. Welch's residence. Yes, we just came from the scene. How could this be? Although he had a premonition, Klein couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The fragmented memories the original owner left him were incomplete, missing the day before his suicide. Closing the notebook in his hand, Aaron looked at Klein, who was being questioned, and suddenly spoke. That sentence is quite interesting. Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common knowledge that everyone dies except for gods? Klein was about to argue, but then he suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to contact the police in this world to guard against potential dangers. He just lacked a reason, an excuse. In less than a second, he made a decision. Covering his forehead with his hand, he replied with a pained voice. I don't know, I really don't know. After waking up this morning, I felt something was off with me, as if I had forgotten some things, especially parts of what happened in the last few days. I don't even know why I wrote that sentence. Looking at Klein, who was feigning ignorance, Aaron, having enjoyed Mr. Fool's acting, waved his hand indifferently, stopping Leonard who was about to say something. Smelling the fragrant aroma filling the room, he said with a smile. This is indeed possible. That's all for today then, but do you mind if I stay for dinner? Yes, I'll pay. What? He believed that. Klein himself was surprised, but he quickly responded. All right, Your Grace, it's my honor. After the previous brainstorming, he had recalled the source of the familiarity and recognized his identity. The engagement half a month ago was promoted by several major newspapers in Loan almost for free, and this included a photo of this youngest duke. Free things are always the most popular. Even academic scholars like the original owner knew about it, let alone those in Tingen who were funded by the East Taker Charity Foundation. Aaron, while savoring the lamb stew with tender peas personally prepared by Mr. Fool, casually remarked. An expert will be coming in a couple of days. She should be able to help you recall those lost memories. Klein's mouth twitched slightly, and he timely showed a joyful expression on his face, only able to comfort himself inwardly that the revolver had not been found. Glancing at the red moon outside the window, Aaron took out a banknote with a light gray base and dark black patterns, placed it in front of Klein, and said concisely. A very novel taste. Consider this my payment for the meal, lucky lad. He subconsciously took the banknote, only to realize it was a £5 note, which was equivalent to Benson's salary for nearly 4 weeks. Klein's mouth was slightly agape. The long, narrow, and extremely serious-looking eyes engraved on the £5 note now came into view, evoking an indescribable sense of intimacy. Of course, this feeling of joy only lasted for a few seconds. Realizing something, Klein abruptly turned to look at Aaron, who had already reached the door, and asked with some unease. What do you mean by lucky? Without answering Klein's question, Aaron directly opened the door and saw a somewhat flustered Melissa, who was still in the act of listening intently. Are you Your Grace? The teachers at the foundation often tell us about your deeds. Sorry, I thought something had happened at home. Looking at the young girl who had transitioned from panic to excitement, Aaron's heart stirred. He turned his head to glance at the slightly nervous Klein and said with a smile. If you pass the assessment, I can offer you a very good job. This will greatly improve your living situation. Saying that, Aaron pointed to the simple room and the dry, hard rye bread. Klein cleared his throat, pushed by the bright-eyed Melissa, and they both left the house together. Thank you for your generosity, Klein. Hurry and see His Grace off. My dear sister, you. With a slightly bitter taste in his mouth, Klein half-heartedly went downstairs with her, watching His Grace get into the carriage. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the young man at the end suddenly patted Klein's shoulder. Klein turned back warily and saw the green-eyed officer with a poetic demeanor. He smiled and said, generally speaking, in such incidents, it's normal for all involved parties to die. We are very happy and fortunate to see you still alive. With that, he followed into the carriage, leaving Klein disheveled in the wind. Is it normal for everyone to die? Are you glad I'm still alive? Or you lucky I'm still alive. Klein. Pulled back to reality by the familiar voice, Klein saw Melissa running downstairs anxiously, clutching the 5-pound banknote tightly, and gasped. His Grace's money, we have to return it to him. Looking at his breathless sister, Klein suppressed his earlier unease and explained with a wry smile. No, my dear sister, this is His Grace's generosity, an acknowledgement of my cooking skills. At the same time, he thought to himself, relieving the pressure. He tipped 5 pounds for one meal. As expected of a great noble, so wealthy and generous. You're cooking. Melissa's face showed surprise. She looked at the banknote in her hand and the vanished carriage, muttering. This money can help you get decent clothes, and you must seize the job opportunity His Grace offered you. That way you can probably get married soon. Watching Melissa's topic drift further and further, Klein interrupted with a wry smile, urging her to quickly go upstairs and enjoy the delicious meal. His sense of unease had also dissipated considerably. Inside the carriage, which had already passed several blocks, Dunn glanced at Mr. Favored One, who was resting with his eyes closed, and Leonard, who was silent with his head bowed, and broke the eerie silence. Mr. Favored One, you seem very interested in that young man just now. Aaron hummed, glanced at Leonard, who was secretly observing him, and said calmly. After the routine check, you can recruit him into the Nighthawks team. I believe he will become an excellent Nighthawk. Additionally, the Beckland Diocese will soon send someone to escort sealed artifact 2049. That is a dangerous item that once belonged to the Antigonus family, and it will provide you with further clues. As his voice drifted, Aaron's figure had already vanished into a blur, disappearing amidst the kaleidoscopic, distorted colors. Grade 2, sealed artifact, dangerous, use with caution and restraint. A hint of solemnity flashed in Dunn's gray eyes. He then looked at Leonard, who had let out a long breath, and asked gently. Leonard, what's wrong with you today? Did you offend Mr. Favored One this afternoon? Leonard glanced guiltily at where Aaron had been, rubbed his messy hair, and coughed dryly, explaining. No, how would I dare? Perhaps His Excellency's aura was too powerful, giving off a somewhat oppressive feeling. Having dealt with his captain's inquiry, Leonard continuously called out in his mind. Old man, he's gone. You should be able to speak now, right? The aged voice finally responded at this moment. You young people, so disrespectful of your elders. Don't worry, you're fine, and most likely won't have any problems in the future. As for other matters, with your current level, you are not yet qualified to know. Go to 17 Phil Street later to pick up some things. I need those materials and your cooperation to make some talismans. The Duke will probably come looking for you for the talismans within a week. Leonard, who had just relaxed, instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. Dash 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 dash. In the eastern waters of Enmat Port, Loan, a ship sailed amidst the rolling waves, gradually moving away from the continent. Its sails, flags, and even both sides of the hull were marked with a white skull wearing a single eye patch. This was the one-eyed skeleton, belonging to Mad Captain Connors Victor, with a bounty of 3,300 pounds. The cold candlelight illuminated the dim captain's cabin. Jonas Coleridge sat on the sofa, his deep blue, almost black eyes fixed on the fawning Connors Victor, and said coldly. After this mission, you must accelerate the collection of people. Money is not an issue. If you fail to complete it, you won't want to know what the punishment is. Connors wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding frantically. He suddenly heard a captivating laugh and instinctively turned his head, his eyes widening instantly. Layers of spiderwebs appeared on the full-length mirror in the depths of the captain's cabin, ripples spreading out, and a faint glow emerged, as if it were a door to another world. Accompanied by the laughter, a beautiful lady with black hair and blue eyes, ethereal and graceful, stepped out. She wore a simple, holy white robe, with high slits on both sides, revealing flawless, delicate long legs as tender as a young girl's, possessing an indescribable charm. Mad Captain Connor's eyes were bloodshot, and he walked out of the captain's cabin in a daze, as if possessed. Jonas Coleridge subtly frowned, took out Concerto of Light and Shadow from his embrace, and spoke in a low voice. May I ask what saintess your excellency desires? Staring charmingly at this deputy director, Saintess of White, Katerina Pell didn't care about the other's gaze at all. Her captivating voice echoed, "Why use such a distant tone? If you're in a bad mood, I can let you experience ultimate pleasure." A soft laugh followed. Katerina, seeing Jonas Coleridge's still indifferent gaze, clicked her tongue in boredom. She tucked her hair behind her ear with her right hand and continued in a soft voice. "This escort went smoothly. The people you sent and the population our demonist sect has secretly plundered over the past 2 years have been sent to where they should be. Our dear His Majesty the King is truly resourceful. An ironclad warship unveiling ceremony diverted all the attention of those monstrous beings. However, this large number of missing people must have attracted the attention of those churches. The ritual in Backland needs to be prepared as soon as possible. I'm already impatient. Disaster and death are the most perfect sacrifices to Primordial One." The slightly crazed voice faded, and surging yet silent black flames suddenly erupted on the mirror surface. Katerina's figure vanished with them. Jonas Coleridge's face showed no expression, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He raised his palm, distorting space. He intended to bring Connors, who had been mentally confused earlier, back to this place. The Church of Storms had already begun investigating the missing persons. Because of the East Taker family incident, the situation in the South Continent was somewhat strange. He still needed to explain to prevent anything from going wrong. Ripples spread in the air, and a bowing Connors appeared. Jonas Coleridge frowned, and a sudden flash of shock and anger appeared in his eyes. He picked up Concerto of Light and Shadow to block in front of him, while his free left hand reached forward. Connors, instantly disintegrated into a pulp of flesh, and a worm of time fell to the ground. But Jonas Coleridge's right hand, holding Concerto of Light and Shadow, suddenly paused, as if he had forgotten what to do next. Maubert's figure quietly emerged from Connors's blood and flesh. His right hand instantly turned dark black, and he uttered 2 words with a slight smile. Amplify. This was the stealing ability obtained when he was Prometheus at Sequence 6. After he advanced to demigod, this ability could also steal one of Jonas Coleridge's abilities for his own use. The Dream Stealer's ability allowed him to temporarily steal Jonas Coleridge's impending thoughts, causing him to momentarily freeze, not to mention he used Amplify to extend the duration of the control. A blazing white, shadowless spear instantly pierced through Jonas Coleridge's chest, severely wounding him with a single blow, but also freeing him from Maubert's control. The pointer of Concerto of Light and Shadow rotated. Jonas Coleridge, who had secretly become Role of the Fallen at Sequence 4, directly used distortion to forcibly reverse his severe injuries, gaining a moment to breathe. He was about to chant the honored name of the royal family's angel. Although this was already far from the coast of Loan, the angel who could respond to prayers worldwide was the only being who could save him now. A cold sensation abruptly emerged in his heart. Jonas Coleridge was astonished to find that he couldn't speak. Control over his body was lost for a moment. His eyes subconsciously glanced somewhere, and he saw Aaron with a mocking smile. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. An expression of disbelief appeared on his stiff face, a cold sensation permeated his entire body, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Chunas laboriously turned his eyes to the full-length mirror in the depths of the room. If the Mystery Queen, Katerina, who had just left, sensed the anomaly here, he might still have a glimmer of hope. But what utterly despaired him was that a person was standing in front of the full-length mirror, which still bore traces of spider silk. The aura emanating from this person made Chunas feel as if he had fallen into the abyss. He had only sensed a similar aura when he last met Prince Sunia, that at least represented a Sequence 3. Thous Ellen lightly touched the mirror surface, and after fine black patterns rippled out, He coldly turned his head to look at Chunnas, who was being forcibly controlled by Astrolfo, who had already recovered to the sequence 3 disciple of silence. A cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth, and with his palm turned into a blade, he lightly swung it down. Under the distorted influence, Chunas's right arm, holding the concerto of light and shadow, was severed at the root. Chunnas, unable to even let out a scream, heard the last words of his life. "You dog of the Augustus family, consider this a small interest." Among the 4 demigods involved in the hunt, there were even 2 sequence 3s. With ample preparation, the outcome was already predetermined. The only deviation might have been the unexpected appearance of the Mystery Queen, as Rhodes could at most help pinpoint locations, not predict the future. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Aaron watched Astrolfo swiftly extract Chunas's Beander characteristic, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Your current state of recovery should have reached its limit. To advance further, you can only return to your main body. But as you know, the body you left in the spirit world not only contains pollution but is also constantly monitored by SUA. In the current situation, at least the East Taker family cannot make another move. If all goes well, I should be able to find other helpers, but that also requires time." Astrolfo nodded silently. His more abstract body could only be seen when spirit vision was activated. He handed the extracted Beander characteristic of Chunnas to Aaron. It was a deep black crystal, intuitively giving a sense of power and malevolence. The dark gold patterns covering it seemed to follow normal rules, yet were full of contradictory connotations, as if a large amount of madness and chaos were hidden within. As the East Taker family, who also wielded the Black Emperor pathway, this Beander characteristic of a sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen could be put to its greatest use. However, these sealed artifacts held by Chunnas couldn't be exposed, at least not recently. Thinking this, Aaron took the Beander characteristic and picked up the concerto of light and shadow that had fallen to the ground. Chunas's desiccated corpse suddenly turned to dust. Aaron watched Faust Ellen grind the bones to ashes in an act of venting, and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "This is merely the trumpet call of our revenge. I will make those traitors pay the price, and that time is not far off." Having fully experienced the 4th epoch and knowing the Black Emperor pathway's peculiarities, Faust Ellen had already learned of George III's ambition under Aaron's prompting, but he still nodded firmly. Worms of time converged from various corners to form Mobert's figure. He secretly clicked his tongue as he looked at the 2 figures behind Mr. Favored One, who were constantly stimulating his spiritual perception. He dared not delay and quickly gestured that he was done. Aaron nodded slightly, and with a subtle spiritual movement, his subconsciousness located in the Nation of Disorder instantly integrated the Black Emperor card into his body, mobilizing a portion of the dark gold mist's power to activate the sun-chasing staff. Golden flames immediately enveloped the one-eyed skull, incinerating the lingering traces of Aaron and his party, but without igniting the ship. After using the Saphira's authority to interfere with subsequent divinations, the 4 demigods vanished from the ship, which now contained no living beings. A quarter of an hour later, the figure of the Mystery Queen, Katerina, appeared in the cracked mirror, but this was only a mirror image clone. She had sensed the attack on the one-eyed skull immediately, but the distortion cast by Faust Ellen had messed with her travel through the mirror world, and she only arrived after the battle had ended. Frenzied mage. Which old friend made a move? Could it be those guys from Castile? The charming smile she had earlier was gone from her face. Her dark eyes reflected the pirate corpses hanging from the mast. As the mirror shattered completely, her figure vanished with it. Dash 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 dash. Backland Greater Region, Northwest Hills. Simple ritual symbols were carved on the open ground. A scar-faced man in damaged pirate attire calmly chanted, "Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge. Lighthouse of the mysterious world. Eyes that gaze upon fate. King above the seas. Holy Bernadette Gustave." After he finished chanting, a worm of time detached from his body and merged into Mobert's body. The life of the sole survivor of the one-eyed skull, freed from its parasitic state, rapidly withered as if stolen. The Black Emperor card in Aaron's palm shimmered with starlight, and he immediately sensed a prying gaze, yet he felt no tension at all. Having advanced to demigod and further controlled the nation of disorder, he had this confidence, and besides, he was not alone. Fauz Ellen raised his right hand, and his eyes instantly turned dark. As the void above the altar twisted and writhed, pea-vines dangled down from the sky. Bernadette's figure appeared, her gaze fixed on Aaron, and she spoke with an ethereal voice. "It's actually you. As expected of an angel family that has continued to this day, your foundation is indeed profound. It's an honor to finally meet you today, Your Grace. What brings you here?" Ignoring the blatant stare, Aaron's fingertips traced the Black Emperor card, and he responded calmly. "It is also my great honor to conduct a transaction with the Queen Mystic, renowned throughout the 4 seas." Bernadette's eyes immediately sharpened. She suppressed her impatience and asked in a deep voice. "A transaction?" Aaron, clearly aware of what the lady was thinking, curled the corners of his mouth and calmly said. "You also know that the advancement ritual for a Sequence 2 sage is to prevent a disaster involving high-level powers. While a clairvoyant can give you some insights, prophecies concerning one's own advancement become extremely vague. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on that. I have a way to help you successfully advance to sage within half a year." Bernadette, though somewhat disappointed, did not show it. She calmly asked with her eyes. "Then what is the price?" "And I also foresaw such an opportunity appearing in Backland, so I made arrangements here many years in advance, but the time I predicted was the second half of next year." "The second half of next year, isn't that when George is trying to advance?" Aaron suppressed his thoughts and responded with a smile. "That's easy to resolve. If I successfully help you advance to sage, the price you need to pay is that after you become an angel, you will act for me, and that is all." Seeing Bernadette agree, Aaron took out the Beander characteristic of a secret sorcerer, which he had already sacrificed from bounties. He pointed to the crystal ball formed by countless worms and continued. "I recently acquired a Beander characteristic. I want to forge it into a mystical item and preserve its corresponding Beander abilities to the greatest extent possible. You may state your conditions." Bernadette had already understood what this fellow meant. This was clearly not something an ordinary craftsman could accomplish, but it was not difficult for Bonava, who was an angel of the Church of Steam and Machinery. A pea-vine extended, enveloped the Beander characteristic, and retracted. Bernadette's azure and profound eyes flickered with complex emotions, and she softly asked. "I want to know if my father, Rosal Gustav, is still alive. That is my condition." Looking at Bernadette's complex gaze, Aaron hesitated for a moment and briefly replied. "He has not completely fallen." Whispering the sentence again, Bernadette did not press further. She put away the Beander characteristic and asked in an unruffled tone. "Once this mystical item is made, how should I give it to you?" "Just give it to Frank." Aaron didn't dwell on this topic for long, trusting that Bernadette understood what he meant. Finally, he tentatively asked, "I want to exchange items you possess that can briefly restore a certain amount of power during their weak period. Beander characteristics and potion formulas are all acceptable for trade." She took a deep look at this mysterious duke, not asking how he knew she possessed such an item. Bernadette slowly shook her head. Just as Aaron thought he had been rejected, she added. Were those things he did in his later years influenced by external, unnecessary factors? I don't need those things. I just want to know the truth, even if it's only a part. Aaron, who knew exactly who he referred to, felt a bit emotional, but he wouldn't give up on his freebie plan. He pretended to ponder for a moment and then spoke in a low voice. It wasn't an influence, it was pollution that is very difficult for the person themselves to detect. At your level, you should more or less know that some pollution comes from the cosmos. Mobert, who was listening intently to the secret, felt an uncontrollable sense of panic when he heard cosmos, and his face subtly changed. Bernadette's eyes, however, brightened a few shades, as if the resentment that had accumulated in her heart for years had dissipated. She did not press for more, seemingly knowing that the Duke opposite her also wasn't aware of more specific details, and understanding that only angels could detect and resist that kind of pollution. She nodded lightly, and her figure suddenly became transparent, turning into a pile of bubbles. A staff inlaid with numerous elongated transparent gems emerged from the bubbles. Its surface was engraved with complex, mysterious, and three-dimensionally indescribable symbols and magical marks. The bubbles dispersed and floated away, vanishing in an instant. The greenish-black pea vines retracted and disappeared into the night. Looking at the symbolic patterns intertwined with eyeless eyes and twisted lines, Aaron nodded in satisfaction. For him, the most valuable part of this one-time item was the symbols inscribed on it. Within the Nation of Disorder, with his authority and abilities, he could perfectly replicate the symbolic patterns and magical marks on it. The spirit worms of a scholar of yore were themselves the most suitable material for carrying power. A Sequence 3 demigod could already respond to prayers and bestow power within a certain range. After putting the item away, Aaron pondered about making time to let Cavendish Lancer Pinto try to create a yesterday's recurrence charm. After clearing the traces, he looked at Mobert, whose expression was a bit strange. He flicked the Solomon gold coin to him and said with a smile, "This is a gift your old man left for you. Don't go to Tingen recently. Take a break, and you can prepare to go to the Phaenopotter kingdom. Dash 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 dash. June 30th 1349, Saturday." Klein lay on his bed, his eyes somewhat vacant, looking at the eerie crimson moon outside the window, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Having experienced dream walking and spirit mediumship, he had truly glimpsed a corner of the Beyonder world, but he had also successfully passed the assessment and obtained the job, an employee of a security company. Although it didn't sound as high class as a Tingen University lecturer, the pay was too generous. With a substantial sum of £17, Klein always felt a sense of being watched when he walked on the street. This was not his imagination, because he had just assisted Dunn in killing an infiltrator from the Mysticism Society, and he also learned the culprit behind the original body's bizarre suicide, the Antigonus family notebook. Klein sat up from the bed, somewhat annoyed. This state of mind was not only due to the attack he suffered tonight but also stemmed from the diary of Emperor Rosal he had seen yesterday. Even this senior transmigrator, who had already become a great figure, couldn't find his way home, let alone him, an ordinary person trapped in this predicament. The shattering of hope and the troubles of reality made him unable to calm down. Having made up his mind to become a Beyonder, Klein stared at the 4 black dots that formed a small square on the back of his right hand, appearing with his thoughts. Just as he was hesitating whether to enter the boundless gray fog space again to study it carefully, a burst of dark golden light suddenly erupted before his eyes. This light was like flowing water, instantly engulfing Klein, and also submerging the lit crimson light. By the time Klein partially regained consciousness, he only felt an intense stinging pain on the back of his right hand. The once clear pattern had become blurred. Before he could ponder the reason, he found himself standing in a magnificent temple supported by huge stone pillars. At the deepest part of the temple was a throne carved with mysterious patterns, situated atop 9 stone steps, and upon the throne sat a blurry figure enveloped in a thick, dark gold mist. Klein, who had already seen such magnificent creations in his own gray fog world, did not panic. Even though he was panicking internally, he still tried his best to maintain his composure and asked with a trembling voice, "Great existence, where is this place?" As he asked this question, he already had an answer in his heart. His intuition told him that this might be the existence that his honored name had pointed to earlier. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, what goes around comes around. He had just pretended to be a great existence, and now he truly encountered one. He glanced at the strange stone chairs around him from the corner of his eye. A feeling of order and chaos intertwined instantly filled his heart. This was completely different from the gray fog space he had entered. Looking at the nervous Klein below, Aaron, whose body was obscured by the dark gold mist, showed a strange smile but did not speak. With a slight spiritual movement, a ray of light appeared out of thin air and merged into Klein's body. Klein's body trembled slightly, feeling a surge of information instantly appearing in his mind. His eyes suddenly widened as he realized that the hidden existence before him was indeed the one he had invoked earlier by chanting its honored name. Looking at the somewhat flustered Klein, Aaron's majestic voice echoed in the empty palace. "A very interesting human. I sense a familiar aura about you. The omen of doomsday is becoming increasingly clear. A familiar aura." The mysterious gray fog space unconsciously appeared in Klein's mind, and his heart instantly leapt to his throat. Just as he was still wondering about the meaning of the omen of doomsday, he heard that ethereal and majestic voice again. "There are some people here similar to you. I have established a regular gathering for them, and I am the witness." After a period of calm, Klein realized that this hidden existence did not seem to be like the evil gods described in the records and ancient texts. Perhaps it was just the calm before the storm, but at this moment, he had no other choice. A smile appeared on his stiff face, and Klein said respectfully, "Great Order Master, may I apply to join that gathering?" "You may, but you cannot reveal it to others without my permission." "All right." Klein responded without hesitation, thinking about hurrying back. "No, reporting to the Nighthawks tonight." This world was too dangerous. Klein, who had expected to return to his room, found himself suddenly sitting on a stone chair, and several other figures twisted into existence on the surrounding stone chairs. "The gathering is starting already. But I haven't prepared anything yet." Klein was momentarily dumbfounded and could only remain silent, cautiously observing this secret gathering, while comforting himself internally. "This is also a very good learning opportunity. I hope they can share more hidden knowledge. Maybe I can even use it in the next tarot club." As Klein pondered, the other members were also secretly sizing up this new member, who still looked like an ordinary person, guessing why he had been chosen. Frank, however, didn't have so many thoughts. He was very excited at the moment and didn't pay attention to the newly arrived Klein, saying with an invigorated expression, "Mr. Favored One, thank you for your help and insights. I have successfully developed mushrooms that can grow and reproduce by devouring flesh and blood in dark environments." Speaking of this, he awkwardly scratched his head and added, "There are many drawbacks as well. If the activity is not eliminated, no matter what those mushrooms turn into, they will actively absorb surrounding flesh and blood, including human organs. Most importantly, they cannot distinguish between normal flesh and blood and the flesh and blood of monsters, nor can they effectively process the latter, accumulating corresponding toxicity or madness. This is not a perfect experiment, but I have used all available methods. I do not believe my direction is wrong, therefore it is my sequence that limits my abilities. I have thought it through clearly. I want to advance to sequence 5 feet druid, and now I only lack one main material, life tree root crystal. The captain said that this material has been monopolized by the Earth Mother Church, and it might only appear on some ancient hidden islands. I wonder if Mr. Favored One has any clues. An otherworldly version of a mad scientist. Klein looked strangely at the fanatical Frank, secretly guessing if this guy was from the Earth Mother Church. After all, Mother Church was generally the honored name used by Fenaport people who believed in the Earth Mother. Non-believers either called it by its full name or referred to it as the Church of the Earth Mother. Klein, as a top student from Tingen University, still knew these common facts. Klein secretly noted down the captain and sequence 5 druid mentioned by the other party, which might be hidden knowledge. A majestic and awe-inspiring voice echoed in his ears. "You have done very well. I will request a material from the Earth Mother Church. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations." Aaron, disguised as the favored one and manipulating a subconsciousness to make the promise, nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the increasingly excited Frank and the other moved members. Seeing Frank stop speaking, Louise looked around and said calmly, "Help me keep an eye out for the recent whereabouts of the Blood Moon King. I am willing to pay £200 for any useful information." "How much?" Klein's face, shrouded in dark gold mist, twitched. £200 for a piece of information, equal to more than a year of his salary. Secretly noting down, Blood Moon King, Klein wasn't really coveting the £200. He was just curious about who a person worth so much money for a single piece of information could be. As he let his imagination run wild, Sid Watson stood up and bowed to the illusory figure on the throne. Recently, a prominent figure seems to have appeared in the sleeping faction of the numinous episcopate, and they have clashed with the royalists several times. However, due to the presence of the eternal blazing sun church, these conflicts have not escalated. But I have already received news that the prominent figure in the sleeping faction is preparing to support a group of low and mid-sequence beyonders to advance in a certain secret place, and I am one of them. I hope to conceal the aura of having become a spirit guide. I am willing to sacrifice £500 to gain your protection. Klein's heart couldn't help but twitch. He recalled his empty wallet and dismissed that unrealistic idea. He also felt that the title, Spirit Guide, sounded somewhat familiar. It took him a few seconds to realize that Ms. Daly, who had performed the spiritual mediumship for him, was a spirit guide. Rubbing his forehead with a slight headache, the information he had received tonight was truly beyond his expectations. However, he didn't forget his own predicament. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke when no one else was talking. I would like to know information related to the Antigonus family notebook. If the information is useful enough, I am willing to provide assistance once for free afterward. His voice grew less confident, but he was currently penniless. Others casually mentioned hundreds of gold pounds, while his £17 were not even enough to get by. He could only shamelessly overdraw on the future, using a promise to prepay for the reward. To Klein's surprise, this seemingly unreliable trade condition was actually accepted by someone. Aaron leaned back in his chair, chuckled softly, and slowly spoke. That notebook originated from the Antigonus family of the fourth epoch. They were great nobles who mastered the seer pathway. After being exterminated by the Church of the Night, it fell into the hands of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and was later given by Rosal to Zeratul, the current leader of the Mysticism Society. He is an angel. That notebook covers the trivial matters of the Antigonus family, including secret transactions with members of the Tudor family, the situation of the Kingdom of Night, and... At this point, he paused and added with a playful tone. The complete Beander potion formulas for the entire seer sequence. It will secretly drive others to deliver itself into the hands of the Antigonus family descendants, and at the same time affect those who read its contents, causing them to commit bizarre suicides. Klein's hand trembled slightly, and he forced himself to speak calmly. Thank you for your answer. That is very useful information. I will remember my promise. Now he understood the true reason for his predecessor's suicide, and his heart felt bitter. Moreover, he had also gotten involved with the Mysticism Society. Just then, a familiar voice drifted into his ears again. I also sell various charms. They are affordable and powerful, truly a weapon for self-defense. Listening to that voice, like a demon's temptation, Klein's mouth twitched, but he still painfully chose to purchase it. The meeting quickly came to an end. Klein somewhat clumsily followed the other members in standing up and bowing, and his consciousness blurred for a moment before returning to the real world. In the somewhat dim room, Klein, who had used blood to replace some missing spiritual materials, watched as the 10 gold pounds placed in the center of the altar were sucked into a deep, illusory door, and a silver charm shimmering with electric arcs appeared. Ignoring the pain in his wallet, Klein hurriedly placed the charm close to his body. This was currently the strongest single attack charm he could afford. Feeling the faint tingling sensation from his chest, his heart finally settled down a bit. After tonight's Chaos Council, he now had an immense desire to become a Beander. Tomorrow, after Benson and Melissa move to a new house, I'll go find the captain. Perhaps Seer truly is my destiny. Klein cleaned up the traces and sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the crimson moonlight. The captain's previous narration had given him many concerns. The future lack of sequences, the various out-of-control beyonders, the credibility of Emperor Rosal's diary, and the illusory whispers that drove people mad and led them to depravity, all mixed together into a swamp hindering his progress. However, after learning the information about the Antigonus family notebook, that sense of destiny finally prompted him to make a decision. July 2, 1349, Monday, Tingen Blackthorn Security Company. Roxanne, who was about to slack off, suddenly shivered when she saw Aaron unexpectedly appear at the door. She quickly stood up and spoke somewhat nervously. "Duke, the captain didn't go out today. I'll call him for you." Aaron smiled and waved his hand, saying gently, "No need. Just take me to Leonard." Roxanne paused, didn't ask further, and led Aaron towards the secret door, saying as they walked, "Leonard is in the underground office area. Please follow me." Passing through a series of doors, some closed, some ajar, Roxanne led Aaron to a very stylish room. Before Roxanne could knock, the door opened from the inside. "Poet," Leonard stood stiffly at the doorway, giving a dry laugh. "Mr. Duke, please come in." Watching Aaron enter the room, Roxanne finally breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling she had felt earlier finally dissipated considerably, and she hurried off to report to Captain Dunn. Ignoring Leonard's nervousness, Aaron casually found a chair and sat down, saying in a calm tone, "It's time to pay you, old man pals." Translucent patterns emerged from Leonard's body, condensing into 6 charms in midair. Aaron gently raised his palm, and the order mist sealed the room. Otherwise, such strong spiritual fluctuations would definitely be detected by the nearby Ness Gate. The charm with the strongest spiritual fluctuation was a translucent, dark black charm like crystal. The remaining 5 charms were similar in appearance, strange charms with transparent and translucent interweaving. A faint light appeared, and Aaron's finger gently touched, as streams of information emerged in his mind. These were the 4 divine symbols and magical marks given by Pal Sorost, all from the Marauder pathway. The Fortune Stealer charm, made using Amon's Worm of Time, carried the strongest power and could mislead enemies, causing them to make errors in judgment. It could even affect angels to a certain extent, though the effect would be much weaker. The remaining 5 Worms of Time, originating from the Jacob family demigods, due to their inherent level limitations, could at most only affect Sequence 3, and were crafted into 3 types of charms. The Deprivation charm could steal the target's 3 previously used Beander abilities, tracing back in reverse order from the most recent one. The Aging charm could effectively affect the enemy, causing them to lose a large amount of life and enter an aged state. The most bizarre, Parasitism charm had 2 copies, which could create Worms of Time, with short lifespans, quietly parasitizing within the target's body, controlled by the charm user. Satisfied, Aaron put away the 6 charms. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a knock on the door. His powerful spirituality directly allowed him to sense the arrival, which was none other than Dunn, the captain of the Nighthawks. Retracting the order mist, Aaron shook his head with a smile, looking at the stiff-faced Leonard, and quipped, "Young man, those who bravely forge ahead are the true protagonists, you know. Go open the door. I probably won't be coming to Tingen for a while, so it's best to handle some things beforehand. Take me to old Neil of the Nighthawks team." His face flushed a bit. Leonard, not daring to talk back, consciously walked in front, opened the door, and whispered to the captain. "Captain, Mr. Favored One wants to see old Neil. He's currently teaching Klein. What do you think?" Listening to Leonard's questioning tone, Dunn looked at Aaron, who had walked out, and respectfully said, "Mr. Favored One, has old Neil committed some mistake? As his captain, part of the responsibility is mine." Aaron gently shook his head, motioned for Dunn to lead the way, and briefly replied, "He has been corrupted." In the underground armory, in a narrow room, old Neil, with white hair and dressed in a classical black robe, stopped his explanation of spirit vision and looked in surprise at the open iron door. Klein, who had already become a seer, also curiously turned his head, seeing the grim-faced captain and Leonard, and at the very back, the Duke he had met once before. The gold in Aaron's pupils suddenly brightened, clearly seeing the pair of transparent, cold, and emotionless eyes without eyelashes in the void behind old Neil. Raising his right hand, the order mist instantly sealed the room, isolating old Neil from Klein and the other two. The Lord of Mysteries emitted a faint glow, and Aaron spoke coldly. Hidden Sage. These almost illusory eyes seemed to be stimulated, condensing one complex and illusory symbol after another. A large mass of chaotic and useless knowledge transformed into an illusory ball of light. At the edge of the bright yellow light, a nearly transparent, bizarre figure formed. Those illusory eyes looked at Aaron, and a torrent of knowledge surged outwards, as if wanting to burst everyone's brains. Although Klein wasn't quite sure what exactly had happened, he instinctively hid behind Captain Dunn. Luckily, old Neil had already taught him the techniques for switching spirit vision on and off. Otherwise, Klein couldn't imagine what would have happened to him if he had used spirit vision to look at the thing His Grace the Duke called Hidden Sage just now. Going half mad might even be considered a good outcome. Leonard, who was standing nearby, instantly changed his expression when he heard the words, Hidden Sage. He kept calling out to the old man in his mind but received no response. Just then, an extremely profound darkness suddenly emerged in the armory. Black, cold, and slippery threads, like brilliant starlight in the darkness, enveloped the information stream that was originally spreading outwards. The core seal of Ness Gate. Klein heard the captain's sigh, and the image of the black iron double doors engraved with 7 holy emblems immediately appeared in his mind. Although the seer's spiritual warning was still present, it was no longer as intense as before. After the fear receded, an uncontrollable curiosity emerged in his heart. Klein looked at the armory, which was enveloped in profound darkness, and asked his question. What is the core seal? And what does Hidden Sage refer to? No longer calling out to the old man, Leonard realized he was currently within the radiating power of Ness Gate and breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted that he had indeed lost his composure a bit when he heard Hidden Sage just now. After hearing Klein's question, Leonard glanced at this highly valued newcomer, thought for a moment, and said, the reason Ness Gate must be placed beneath the central cathedral of each city is to utilize the daily influx of believers. Their devout prayers allow a portion of their spirituality to enter the magic array, accumulating over time. And this spirituality is the source of power to activate the core seal, Saint Selena's ashes. She was a high-sequence powerhouse during her lifetime. Saint Selena's ashes. The ashes of a high-sequence powerhouse. What use could that be? Klein was both puzzled and curious. Leonard seemed to have heard Klein's thoughts. He gestured towards the profound darkness and said to himself, the remains or ashes left behind by deceased high-sequence powerhouses still possess incredible power. As if he thought of something, Leonard coughed lightly, glanced at the captain's solemn expression, and added, of course, this is also something I read in certain mysticism books. That Duke is a high-sequence powerhouse, an existence that can be called a saint within the church. After enjoying the astonishment on Klein's face, Leonard nodded gravely and finally said, as for Hidden Sage, well, the ancient texts say he is the hidden existence worshipped by the Moses ascetic order, and the Moses ascetic order controls the mystery prior pathway. He naturally knew more, but those were not things a common nighthawks like him could know. Even the captain needed to report to the church and get approval before he could delve deeper into certain secrets, but this was already enough for Klein to realize the seriousness of the situation. Nodding equally gravely, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't related to that Antigonus family's notebook, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to escape blame. Klein couldn't help but draw a scarlet moon on his chest and whispered a prayer. May the goddess bless him. Within the space enveloped by profound darkness, the torrent of knowledge emerging from the nearly transparent bizarre figures was bound by black threads, but more complex knowledge still flooded Aaron's mind. At this moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode, and his other thoughts were completely occupied. But Aaron didn't panic, he controlled the knowledge to differentiate and rush into the order missed. Regaining control of his body, Aaron raised his hand. Relying on this connection, he forcibly confined the conceptualized phantom, blocking its attempt to continue borrowing power. This was also why he chose to act directly at Blackthorn's security company. The core seal of Ness Gate could save him a lot of trouble, at least allowing him not to worry about others or the leakage of pollution. Not far away, old Neil's facial muscles were cracking, and the flesh inside was condensing, gradually growing a pair of cold, lashless eyes. His ears extended outwards, like trumpets, but he himself was unaware of it. This was the pollution received by the medium as a projection of power. Old Neil suddenly showed a panicked, fawning, fearful, and timid smile, and tremblingly said, "Mr. Favored One, please let me leave. I will go deep into the mountains and never appear again. I will not harm anyone, I will only quietly attempt my ritual." Listening to that hopeful voice, Aaron coldly raised his hand. The faint glow of the Lord of Mysteries appeared, and the sun-chasing scepter instantly materialized in his hand. Golden light enveloped the phantom. At this moment, the cold, lashless eyes on old Neil's body flashed with golden light, suddenly igniting. Golden flames abruptly covered his entire body, burning away the mutated organs. The power originating from the hidden sage that had dissipated in the realm of chasing light was not completely annihilated. Aaron drove it to converge with the residual pollution within old Neil's body, forming a semi-illusory, cold eyeball. Sensing the disappearance of that aura, the surrounding darkness receded. The Nighthawks outside also saw the disfigured old Neil and heard his dreamlike murmur. "All this time, I haven't harmed anyone, nor have I ever thought of harming anyone. I haven't betrayed any important secrets of the Nighthawks. At most, I've just claimed some expenses that shouldn't have been reimbursed. I really haven't done anything bad. Captain, can the goddess forgive me?" Dunn's eyes instantly froze. He trembled slightly as he stepped forward, as if wanting to grasp the withered fingers. Before this sorrowful emotion could spread among the crowd, a verdant light instantly enveloped old Neil, who was still clinging to life. The rich aura of life diffused, causing the grim-faced Dunn's advancing steps to falter. He instinctively looked at the calm Aaron. Old Neil hadn't completely lost control. Before the hidden sage could descend with more power, Aaron had ended the battle, and the purifying fire had also cleared the last of the pollution. Embrace of the earth, bestowed by the life imprint could heal even the most severe injuries, except for beings who had completely lost control and were beyond salvation, filling the surroundings with vitality. Saving a sequence 9 consumed negligible life force. Aaron slightly turned to block the life imprint, as it would be a bit awkward for these Nighthawks to recognize the life holy emblem. Fortunately, their attention was drawn to old Neil, who was regenerating flesh and blood, so no one noticed. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in Leonard's mind. "This aura." Leonard's mind trembled, and he pressed for more in his thoughts, but pals no longer responded. Klein stared blankly at old Neil, who had only a breath left, for a few seconds as he climbed up from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and joy, personally experiencing the meaning of the words, "Saint." Aaron glanced at the somewhat distracted Klein, and a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. As expected, showing off in front of Mr. Fool was the most exhilarating. He coughed lightly, interrupting everyone's joy, and looking at the disheartened old Neil, Aaron calmly said, "Report to the church and explain the reason for the anomaly at Ness Gate. I merely helped you clear the pollution, your mental issues still need to be taken to Backland for the latest review. In any case, praying to an evil god in secret, you must also provide an explanation to the church. Your position will temporarily be filled by this seer." Old Neil responded with a somewhat low spirits. "Yes, Mr. Favored One, thank you for your help." As Aaron left the room, he sensed a familiar aura following him. The corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile, and without turning back, he teased, "Lucky seer, were you perhaps frightened by the battle just now?" Somewhat surprised that this seemingly majestic duke would say such a thing, Klein's originally conflicted expression instantly stiffened, and he gave a dry laugh. Of course not. I just have some questions I'd like to ask you, Duke, and also to express the Tinghan Nighthawks team's gratitude to you. Aaron hummed softly, holding the bizarre eyeball solidified from the hidden sage's residual power in his hand. He turned his head to look at Klein, signaling that he could ask. Looking at the bizarre eyeball, bound by layers of golden patterns, even knowing it had been sealed, Klein still averted his gaze and asked in a low voice. I want to know how many other hidden existences like the hidden sage are there. And how did old Neil end up like this? Good heavens, he wants to fleece me. As expected of, poor God, he's very good at seizing opportunities. Under that strange gaze, Klein coughed unnaturally. Today, he had been startled by old Neil's situation, personally witnessing the consequences of provoking a hidden existence. Recalling the hidden existence named Order Master, he still felt a chill all over, worried that something might happen to him one day. As the strongest individual he could currently access, this saint was undoubtedly the best source of information. Even if it was a bit awkward, he had to seize this opportunity. Chuckling inwardly, Aaron withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and explained as he walked. Primordial demoness, hidden sage, cosmic dark side, bound god, true creator, these are all examples. Of course, there might also be some hidden existences that have not yet appeared in the real world, but their common characteristic is undoubtedly their terrifying power and might. Not hearing the answer he wanted, Klein was slightly disappointed and followed Aaron upwards. As for that Nighthawks just now, it was because the hidden sage attached some negative influences to the knowledge transmitted through his whispers, even directly descending power from afar to pollute the listener. Looking at Klein, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, Aaron seemed to have read his mind and added with a smile. While the high-ranking members of the Moses ascetic order were influenced by that existence, they also gradually developed a relatively safe method of listening. Moreover, the hidden sage's malice towards members of the Moses ascetic order is not overly exaggerated, he rarely actively harms them. Most of the time, he simply madly imparts knowledge, although that is also very painful. Although he hadn't inquired about the Order Master, this hidden knowledge still made Klein feel he had gained something, and he also gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of the Beyonder world. Both the mystery of his transmigration and his current predicament forced him to climb higher. Thinking of the acting method he had read about in Rosal's diary and Ms. Daly's experience, Klein's heart stirred. I want to know if there are any subsequent potion formulas for the seer pathway within the church. If I earn enough merit for promotion, can I apply to the church for an early promotion? Although Klein had learned during the last Chaos Council that the Antigonus family's notebook might contain subsequent formulas for the seer pathway. But setting aside the fact that the terrifying notebook had now vanished without a trace, even if it were eventually found, it would be sent behind Nessgate at the Archdiocese headquarters, which Klein could not access at present. As a Nighthawks, his hope for promotion would certainly still have to be placed within the church. Aaron's steps paused for a moment, and he wasn't surprised by Klein's question. He said with a smile, "Very ambitious. If you find the Antigonus family's notebook, you can have done submit an application. Perhaps we'll meet again then. Also, I can tell you in advance that the sequence 8 corresponding to seer is clown." Looking at Aaron, who bizarrely disappeared into the colorful blocks, Klein's face gradually showed a strange expression. Sequence 8 inches clown. He had never imagined that seer would be linked to clown. Is this going to form a circus duo? This made him wonder if there would be potions like magician next. Dash 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 dash. Zemim Island, the easternmost island of the Rorstad archipelago, a forgotten temple hidden deep within the primeval jungle, where a bloody ritual was underway. Several headless bodies gushed blood, converging in the center of the temple, accompanied by desperate and painful screams, as a thick scent of blood permeated the air. As one of the leaders of the resistance and the most devout believer, Baldy, Carrot, seated in an iron wheelchair, was performing the blood sacrifice ritual with fervent enthusiasm. All the believers were infected by a plague-like frenzy, none of them noticing a yellowish-brown parchment book appearing in the hand of a weathered, unrecognizable statue not far behind them. On the surface of the book, a line of words was written in Elvish. Book of Calamity. At this moment, Carrot felt a dull ache in his chest, and his breathing became momentarily constricted. At this instant, he felt as if he had submerged into the seabed, being squeezed from all directions by heavy currents. Splash! Vaguely, he heard the sound of surging tides, and illusory, overlapping ripples appeared before his eyes, as if a boundless, bottomless azure ocean had formed. Within that ocean, a colossal, blue-green figure, like a tower, supported everything. The blood sacrifice offerings instantly withered like long weathered rocks, and the blood in the center of the temple dried up, revealing a milky white bone sword at the bottom. The anomaly in his mind vanished along with that bizarre aura. Carrot gazed at the slightly curved bone sword and muttered fervently to himself. God said, when an outsider picks up this holy sword, God will reappear on earth, granting us power and freedom. In Tingen, at Blackthorn Security Company, Klein watched Aaron's figure disappear into the colorful light, feeling a bit envious. Klein wasn't sure if this ability, similar to teleportation, was due to his sequence or the effect of a sealed artifact. At his current level, he could at most access sequence information below sequence 7, and only if it was recorded in the Tingen Nighthawk's archives. For example, there was no information on the subsequent sequences for Mystery Prior, or Seer. Pulling back his chaotic thoughts, Klein saw Roseanne hurrying over. He informed her that old Neil was fine and then left Blackthorn Security Company. Now that he was truly a Beander, he wanted to try some things, but it wasn't suitable to do so at a Nighthawk's outpost, which was guarded by the Ness Gate. At 2 Daffodil Street, Klein pulled out a brass key and opened the door, seeing Benson, who had moved back and forth between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street multiple times. This house, rented just yesterday, gradually began to feel like a home. The tension in his heart, caused by old Neil's situation, slightly eased, and even the dangerous whispers he occasionally heard diminished a bit. After having lunch with his family, Klein quickly went upstairs and entered his own bedroom. Taking out the spiritual materials old Neil had given him when teaching him spirit vision, Klein quickly completed his attempt at the wall of spirituality. Feeling slightly invigorated, he swiftly took out paper and pen and wrote down the honored name of the Order Master, in rune language. Recalling it, he then wrote down the entire process of the sacrifice and grant ritual on the back of the paper. This was part of the many pieces of knowledge that had suddenly surged into his mind after receiving the light points when he first encountered that hidden existence. Klein had no doubt about its accuracy. After all, the charm in his pocket had been granted through this very ritual. As a false, hidden existence, Klein decided to prepare an honored name for himself as well. The corresponding sacrifice and grant ritual could be slightly modified, otherwise, without even an honored name, his full persona would be too cheap. Originally, Klein thought it might not matter much, but after truly experiencing the Chaos Council and witnessing the magic of the sacrifice and grant ritual, he couldn't sit still. Referencing the honored names of several true gods and that of the Order Master, and combining it with the luck-transferring ritual that had caused his bizarre transmigration, Klein finally designed an honored name that satisfied him. The fool who doesn't belong to this era, you're the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You're the yellow-black king who controls good luck. After a moment of hesitation, Klein still chanted this freshly created honored name in ancient Hermes. The most violent noise and the most heart-wrenching screams rang out once again. He felt a headache that was even harder to endure than when he had consumed the Seer, Beander potion. Klein, who had already learned meditation, controlled himself to try not to listen. The murmurs and whispers quickly receded like a tide. Klein felt his spirituality lighten, and everything seemed to become ethereal. Boundless gray fog appeared in his vision, with deep red stars, near and far, like countless eyes. Above the gray fog, the majestic palace, like a giant's dwelling, still stood, seemingly existing there for millions of years. It really worked. This honored name can connect with that gray fog space. Suddenly opening his eyes, Klein stood up invigorated, muttering to himself. Then, he looked at the bright sunlight outside the window and paused. What time is it? I hope I haven't missed the Tarot Club meeting this afternoon. Clang. Klein pulled out his pocket watch, opened it, and immediately felt relieved. It was only a little past 12. Designing the honored name hadn't wasted much of his time. There were still over 2 hours until the agreed upon 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Placing the slip of paper on the candle to burn it, accompanied by incantations, Klein walked 4 steps counterclockwise, forming a square. Above the gray fog, inside the grand palace, the bronze long table was mottled and ancient. Klein sat at the head of the bronze long table with 22 high-backed chairs and heard a familiar sound. It was his own prayer from just now. Looking at the suddenly glowing crimson star, Klein curiously extended his right hand, constructing an invisible connection. The scene inside his bedroom immediately appeared in his vision. Klein slid his finger, breaking the connection with the crimson star, and the image in his mind shattered and disappeared. It was at this moment that he fully confirmed that the ritual incantations he had conceived could precisely point to himself. This filled him with a sense of accomplishment, feeling that his exploration from scratch had been very effective. His mood instantly improved, and the pleas that had been buzzing in his ears like flies suddenly became acceptable. He stood up, walked around to the back of the topmost seat at the bronze long table, and looked at the constellation symbol there. The brilliant stars outlined a strange symbol, one that was outside the scope of Klein's current knowledge of mysticism. He carefully distinguished it for a while, seeing the eyeless eye, symbolizing secrecy, and the twisted line, symbolizing change within it. Both were missing a part, overlapping each other to form a new symbolic representation. Incomplete secrecy, incomplete change. What does it mean when put together? Klein frowned and murmured, unable to find an answer for the moment. He withdrew his gaze and walked around the magnificent, ancient temple, his sight not missing a single corner. As for the more distant, seemingly boundless ethereal places, he dared not venture deeper for now, fearing he would be completely lost there. This place is indeed full of mystery. When I become stronger, I wonder if there will be new changes. Having gained a preliminary understanding of this gray fog space, Klein sighed. He spread his spirituality, enveloped himself, and simulated the feeling of rapidly falling. Before the gathering began, he needed to seize the time to recover his spirituality. Everything passed quickly, various illusions shattered, and he penetrated the grayish-white mist, returning to the real world to lie on his bed and begin meditating. Aaron, who had secretly returned to Backland, appeared inside a detached villa in the West Borough. He only lifted his concealed state after using the Eye of Order to confirm that no one was monitoring the place. Backland was unlike other places. Aaron, who had already become a demigod and succeeded as a duke, was practically an eyesore to the Augustus family, if not quite a thorn in their side. Therefore, he naturally had to be cautious when acting here. After setting up a wall of spirituality, Aaron uncovered the black cloth on the full-length mirror in the living room and drew a combined symbol representing secrecy and prying on the mirror's surface. As the last stroke of the symbol fell, the full-length mirror in the bedroom emitted a dim but pure light, like a quiet undercurrent surging at the bottom of a lake. A phantom, ancient, and bizarre silver mirror quickly appeared within the mirror, with faint glows flickering in the eye like black gems on both sides. Golden text immediately appeared on the mirror's surface, directly expressing a sense of pride. 3 days ago, Prince Grove of the Lowen royal family personally visited the Church of Steam to inquire about Tunis's whereabouts. I did not betray you, but instead provided some misleading images, pointing the finger at the Castile family. Do you think my handling of the situation deserves your praise? Aaron was a little surprised. Why was Rhodes so fawning today? Where was your previous integrity? However, he still nodded slightly and simply replied, I am very satisfied. The golden text twisted and transformed, new words appearing. All right, according to my rules, you may now ask me a question. Aaron, already familiar with Rhodes's routine, didn't hesitate and asked directly. I want to know the exact location of the temple on Siameme Island that hides the Book of Calamity. The mirror surface twisted for a while, and after a long moment, text appeared. Due to the special resonance between the Book of Calamity and a certain spirit world area, I cannot directly display the exact spirit world coordinates of that temple for you, nor can you directly cross over to it. With your strength, you could naturally force your way in, but this would inevitably provoke a counterattack from Kavatuva and even attract the attention of the Sea King, which I believe is not what you desire. An image then appeared on the mirror, a lady with grayish-blue eyes, wearing a man's shirt, sitting at a desk and flipping through a book. In her hand, specks of starlight condensed, forming a brilliant key inscribed with complex and strange patterns. Rhodes thoughtfully explained in text next to the image. She is a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, currently residing at 24 Cross Street, Port District, Siameme Island. The key in her hand is what you need, it can guide you and help you enter the temple. Having noted down the address, Aaron glanced at the time, preparing to send the mirror back home, when he suddenly saw the text on the mirror twist again. The newly displayed text gave Aaron a sense of bashfulness. Noble, powerful, and mysterious Duke Aaron, may the humble and insignificant Rhodes ask a small request of you. If it's about taking you out of the Church of Steam, don't blame me for refusing you. Thinking this, and given that Rhodes's previous information had indeed saved him a lot of effort, Aaron still nodded. Speak, but I need to consider it. The golden text changed colors, forming a large block of words. I sense a familiar, mother-like aura on you, but that aura is too distant, already beyond the range of Backland. I would like to ask you to bring me an item imbued with that aura next time, any item will do. Where does a mirror get a mother? Although a little speechless at Rhodes's description, Aaron clearly understood its intention. Looking at the pencil-drawn smile that appeared at the end, he thought for a moment and said, "All right, but it will take some time. If there's nothing else, you can go back for now." The next moment, the mirror spewed out one phantom light after another of different colors, like brilliant fireworks. The light finally transformed into a line of text. Praise be to you. Rhodes awaits your next summons. Dash 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 dash. Backland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's Villa. Audrey blew dry the ink on the letter, pouting as she folded the envelope. She had originally thought she would meet Aaron again when she visited Oak Island in Pritz Harbor to see the ironclad ships, but almost a week had passed, and she still hadn't seen him. This guilty behavior made Audrey increasingly suspect the true identity of that emperor, gentleman who gave her a strangely familiar feeling. Putting away the envelope, Audrey, who was pondering the upcoming tarot club, suddenly felt something and quickly turned her head to look at the dark corner away from the balcony. She saw the golden retriever Susie squatting there, quietly observing her. "Oh, goddess." Audrey's mouth twitched. She wanted to cover her face and silently sighed, drawing a scarlet moon on her chest. Then she leaned closer, looking down at the golden retriever from above. "Susie, this isn't right. You're peeking. A spectator should openly observe from their own position." The golden retriever looked up at its master, cooperatively wagging its tail and chattering a few words. Audrey didn't dare to delay. She glanced at the time on the clock, beckoned to Susie, and said seriously, "Susie, you are also a Beander now. We are the same kind." "No, not that. I mean, we must help each other better. I've already told Annie that I need to rest this afternoon. You stand guard at the door later and don't let anyone disturb me." Susie gave her a deep look and wagged its tail helplessly. "Very good, I'll let you choose tonight's dinner." Audrey clenched her fist and gently shook it. Watching Susie obediently walk out the door and lock it from the inside, Audrey suddenly had a strange thought. What if Susie could also join the tarot club? The moment she imagined a dog barking suddenly in a mysterious and solemn gathering, Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of shame and quickly shook the thought out of her mind. The The surroundings seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. Klein seemed to see a gray table. On the table lay a notebook with a hard paper cover, completely dyed black. A strange sense of déjà vu emerged in his heart. Klein walked over and opened the notebook. The open page had a drawing. A fool, wearing splendid clothes and a dazzling headdress. Behind the fool was a strange symbol composed of an incomplete, eyeless eye, and twisted line. Below the drawing, a line of Hermes language was written. Everyone will die, including me. Klein's heart jolted. He suddenly noticed that the fool's mouth was curved into a smile. Whoosh! He sat up abruptly, seeing the dazzling sunlight. He subconsciously checked his pocket watch. It was already 2:55 p.m. Perhaps recording the symbol behind the fool's chair caused a change in myself, or perhaps the strengthening of my connection with that mysterious space made me dream of that Antigonus family notebook. After a simple interpretation of his dream, and feeling his spirituality full, Klein didn't think any further due to the time constraint. He then walked 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. Crimson light bloomed on both sides of the bronze long table, surging up like a fountain and then falling down, revealing 3 blurry figures. Their positions remained unchanged from the last time. Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision in advance, had intended to probe the true strength of the Tarot Club members, but he didn't even have time to observe the aura colors of Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man before he was almost blinded by the dazzling golden light deep within Mr. Emperor's aura. As the gray fog surged, the stinging pain in his eyes and the murmuring in his mind slightly lessened. Klein was inwardly alarmed and quickly closed his spirit vision, simultaneously feeling bitter. I'm only a sequence 9. What kind of beings have I attracted? Even with the gray fog's concealment, Aaron, whose divinity had just been touched, still perceived Mr. Fool's subtle gaze. Thinking of his promise to Rhodes, he raised his head and looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog, speaking respectfully, "Great Mr. Fool, I have a request. I wonder if I can receive your help." Klein, who had concealed himself with the gray fog without revealing any flaws, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. However, feeling the gazes of the other Tarot Club members focused on him, he had no choice but to brace himself and chuckle in a relaxed and comfortable tone. "Tell me about it. Tell me about it so I know how to refuse you without losing my mystique as a hidden existence." Klein added helplessly in his mind. How could he help such a powerful being, someone who could injure him just by peeking with spirit vision? Honestly, Mr. Fool's acting is really good. This steady tone doesn't seem faked at all. Aaron clicked his tongue in his heart and, without hesitation, stated his request. "I know you are the supreme existence of the seer pathway. Any item imbued with your aura will display incredible power in divination, counter-divination, or revelation. Therefore, I wish to ask you to bestow upon me an item bearing your aura." What? Supreme existence? Why don't I know about this myself? All right, you're strong, you're right. Klein's fingers trembled slightly, unsure how to respond. Just then, he heard Mr. Emperor continue. "I know this request is a bit sudden. Please forgive my disrespect. As compensation, I am willing to pay 500 gold pounds and a very practical mystical item as compensation." "How much?" 500 gold pounds. My weekly salary is £3, Benson's is £1.10 solely. 500 pounds, that would be. Klein's mind was instantly filled with those glittering little darlings, and he restrained the question that almost blurted out, "What mystical item?" As a hidden existence, a mere mystical item was not worth him personally inquiring about. Having decided on the transaction, Klein began to consider what would be suitable for the exchange. He was very self-aware. Mr. Emperor didn't want his aura, but something related to this mysterious gray fog space. Klein pondered, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Seeing Mr. Fool fall silent, Aaron's lips curled slightly as he continued. "A hidden existence like yourself would certainly disdain such compensation, but your subordinates or your dear should still find them useful." "No, I can use them too, and I like your suggestion just now." Klein no longer worried about how to respond and replied with a smile. I have a dear who is currently busy with something and needs a certain amount of money. I will have him contact you later. As for the item you want, I will give it to you later through a sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Audrey, who had been observing Aaron in her spectator state, finally turned her head to look at Mr. Fool, her voice deepening to express her shock. Sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Klein, who had quietly activated spirit vision, had learned his lesson from last time and did not look at Mr. Emperor again, instead examining Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man. The result was quite disheartening. Klein now confirmed his conclusion that he was the weakest member of the Tarot Club. Sighing inwardly, Klein looked at the Tarot Club members who were all looking at him, and added calmly, "That's right, this will save you a lot of trouble, allowing you to take leave in advance, so you don't have to worry about what to do if you're in an inconvenient situation on Monday afternoon." Mr. Hanged Man, who had been observing cautiously in secret, subtly changed his expression. Nobles could use lunch breaks as a cover, but as a pirate wandering the seas, danger could strike at any time. He couldn't guarantee that he would have enough time to attend this hidden existence's gathering every Monday afternoon at 3 p.m., especially since he had now acquired a ghost ship and would have to report back to Passu Island no matter what. And this was also a good opportunity to probe. He lowered his head and responded respectfully, "This is exactly what we hope for. What do you need us to do? Young man, you have a rich inner world." Watching the constantly changing emotional colors in Mr. Hanged Man's spiritual depths, Klein raised an eyebrow and replied, "Place 4 new candles on the altar, 1 at each corner, preferably the ones with sandalwood scent. Place a white bread at the upper left candle, phenapot noodles at the upper right candle, paella at the lower left, and disi pie at the lower right. Use a silver dagger to create a sealed spiritual environment." Listening to Mr. Fool's serious description of the food placement, Aaron forcefully suppressed the upward curve of his lips. Klein described the ritual magic he had modified from the luck transfer ritual. Although the 4 food items seemed a bit strange, that was what the luck transfer ritual required. He had just changed them to some foods he liked. After simply explaining the remaining ritual steps, Klein, shrouded in the gray-white mist, tapped the edge of the long table with his finger, answering in a calm, unruffled voice in Hermes, "The fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who controls good luck." Aaron listened with a strange expression, subtly glancing at Mr. Fool in the dense gray fog. These ritual incantations always gave him a strange sense of familiarity, as if they were his own incantations that had been modified. Audrey and Alger silently recited these 3 descriptions, and a storm surged in their hearts. They clearly understood what the 3-part description Mr. Fool spoke of represented in other rituals. That pointed to, the 7 deities who overlooked the entire world. It was almost equivalent to, Lord of Crimson, Mother of Concealment, Empress of Calamity and Terror. Klein pressed a hand to his forehead and tapped the edge of the bronze long table with the other, keenly noticing the changes in Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice. As for Mr. Emperor, there were no obvious emotional fluctuations. But he pretended that nothing had happened, maintaining a state where everything was within expectation, and continued to speak to himself, "I pray for your help. I pray for your favor." He described each line of the incantation in a different format, and finally smiled, "Everyone, have you remembered?" "Ah." Audrey gasped softly, quickly covered her mouth, and began to recall seriously. With the spectator's powerful memory, she quickly finished recording and repeated it aloud for confirmation. Alger, on the other hand, appeared much more normal than her. No matter what he thought inwardly, his surface remained as steady as an old dog. Looking at Mr. Fool, who was no longer speaking, Alger, his thoughts churning, broke his silence. Facing such a terrifying existence, he wanted to show his enthusiastic participation in the gathering as much as possible. "I want ghost shark blood, at least 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood. For this, I am willing to pay £250, or a sequence 9 Beander potion formula." "Really? Which 2? Audrey instantly became interested. Glarant had told her at the last gathering that he wanted to become a Beander, but he didn't have the corresponding formula. Alger leaned back slightly, answering in a measured tone, I actually have 2 sequence 9 Beander potion formulas in my possession, one is called Sailor, and the other is called Spectator. Before Alger could continue his introduction, Audrey blurted out, Deal, let's go with that. Sailor, Beander potion formula, witnessed by Mr. Fool. Feeling the increasingly heavy spiritual burden in his mind, Klein swept his gaze over the members of the Tarot Club and spoke of the acting method he had learned from Russell's diary. Finally, Klein leaned back, looked at both sides, and said in a low, soothing voice, Help me collect Russell Gustav's secret diaries, even if it's just 1 page. If there's nothing else to share, then today's gathering will end here. As you wish. Audrey and Alger, who were a half-beat slow due to surprise, followed Aaron in standing up and said respectfully. Klein slid his finger, disconnecting from the Crimson Star, and the 3 figures instantly vanished from the majestic hall. Looking at the bronze long table, which had once again become quiet, Klein finally relaxed and silently sighed. What a pity, this place is still fundamentally different from online dating platforms. Otherwise, I could create a small account to join and specifically ask questions I find inconvenient to ask. Or perhaps next time at the Chaos Council, I could inquire if there's anything similar to mirror magic, for example, having half the members be my alt accounts. His lips unconsciously curled upwards. After what had just happened, Klein also realized the various inconveniences of impersonating a hidden existence. He recalled the sudden appearance of the bronze long table earlier. I wanted a temple, and a temple appeared. I want an alt account, will an alt account appear? Klein rubbed his brows, trying to imagine an alt account. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw a figure appear at the very bottom of the bronze long table. The figure wore a black tailcoat and a semi-tall silk top hat, with a vacant expression and wooden movements. Even with the illusory gray fog covering it, its abnormality was clear. It's not working. Klein tried many times, sighed, and gave up on the idea of creating an alt account. Now, his main task was to quickly fulfill Mr. Emperor's request and get those £500 and that mystical item. Cross Street 24, Port Area, Zemim Island, the easternmost island of the Rorstad archipelago. Letitia, an archaeologist on the surface and a member of the Moses ascetic order in reality, stood by the window, watching the sunset's afterglow sink into the sea, silently. Guided by the residual power of the star-moon pillar, she and her companions had crossed the fog sea and the violent sea, transiting from Byam to here. In the past few days, they had explored all areas of Zemim Island except the primeval forest, but still found no reaction. And besides its inherent dangers, the primeval forest was also the main base of the resistance army that worshipped the sea god on Zemim Island. The reality forced her to temporarily give up the search and wait for an opportunity to enter that primeval forest. Her thoughts gradually converged, and Letitia slowly felt a hint of something amiss. The room today was so quiet, unusually quiet. Her companions. Her thoughts suddenly froze. Letitia subconsciously looked at her arm, where the imprint of the star-moon pillars, residual power should have been, but it had now disappeared. Not good, this is a dream. When did this happen? In the last moments before her consciousness plunged into eternal darkness, this thought flashed through Letitia's mind. Aaron, who had temporarily borrowed the death mask to change his appearance, lifted the nightmare ability of the Ring of Mysteries. Looking at the 4 bewildered corpses on the ground, these guys, the strongest of whom were only sequence 7, were not worth mentioning, but his expression became solemn. In front of Aaron, a slowly rotating mass of stardust emerged from Letitia's corpse, and one star after another appeared, densely packed and dazzling. These stars shed beams of light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the void, and an ancient portal appeared behind the starlight. Before acting, he had specifically learned from Rhodes that the person behind the Moses ascetic order's current operation was the Star-Moon Pillar, one of the top ranked among the 10 pillars. That was a Sequence 3 clairvoyant who had worshipped the hidden sage since the 4th epoch and had long since successfully advanced. Unlike the young Bernadette, this old fossil had likely personally seen Thales Ellen during the 4th epoch. Coupled with the clairvoyant's special abilities, to reduce the risk of his identity being exposed, Aaron had not brought him along this time. Originally, the plan was to quietly kill these Moses ascetic order members using the nightmare ability to secretly take the key, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and this power was still triggered. Knowing that a mystery prior could use mystical reenactment to create various incredible magic or witchcraft after advancing to demigod, Aaron couldn't guess what ability the opponent was using. The safest method was to take advantage of the opponent's skill wind-up and directly eliminate her power projection medium. The drawback was that it would cause a huge commotion, impossible to conceal, and might attract the attention of the Sea King in nearby Biome, requiring a quick resolution. Astorpho's figure appeared before the star-constituted vortex, and a silent shriek swept through, instantly extinguishing most of the brilliant starlight. The spirit world was sealed, and the spells cast relying on the spirit world were forcibly interrupted. Several spears of darkness appeared simultaneously, completely destroying the starlight, then transformed into golden patterns adhering to the crystalline key that fell to the ground. Skillfully picking up the key, the illusory whispers in his ear flashed and faded. Aaron glanced at the harbor, which had suddenly become noisy due to the aftermath of the battle, and then allowed Astorpho to pull him into the spirit world. He planned to lay low for the next 2 days, at least until the irritable old man's anger dissipated before going to retrieve the Book of Calamity. Anyway, the key was already in hand, and the seal applied could last for a period of time. But this did not mean Aaron could rest easy. After that irritable old man left, if the Church of Storms did not discover the Book of Calamity, the Star-Moon Pillar, whose subordinates had died, might personally take action. As Aaron was thinking this, a familiar prayer suddenly reached his ears. It was the voice of Frank, the great biologist. His heart stirred, and he immediately had a guess. Allowing Astorpho to take him through the spirit world, he manipulated a subconsciousness within the nation of disorder to extend his spirituality towards the suddenly expanding prayer light point. A phantom prayer scene then emerged, with the burly Frank praying with his eyes closed. On the altar lay several impossibly vibrant mushrooms and a necklace shimmering with layers of starlight, like a galaxy, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations. Bernadette's efficiency is too fast. As expected of bloodline suppression, even mythical creatures are no exception. Aaron sighed slightly in his heart and looked at the mushrooms. These were the experimental versions he had Frank sacrifice earlier. Although there were still many flaws, the most crucial issue of edibility had been resolved, so Cavendish Lancer Pinto could try them in the abyss first. If these mushrooms could retain their characteristics in such an utterly depraved place, then other places would naturally be no problem. Spirituality leveraged a wisp of dark gold mist, and the prayer light spot suddenly expanded. The dark gold double door opened, and the items Frank sacrificed arrived beside Aaron. He placed the mushrooms with different effects in the sundry pile first. Aaron reached out to summon his divination pendant. He was very curious to what extent a Sequence 2 knowledge magister could refine a demigod Beander characteristic. Based on this, he could even infer the terrifying nature of the Church of Steam's sealed artifacts. The boundless mist surged. Aaron opened his eyes, put away his divination pendant, and clicked his tongue as he looked at the dazzling necklace in his hand. Secrets Necklace. Ability 1-inch space concealment, divides a space into 2, hiding a portion of it. Entry is only possible through a specific door. To exit the hidden space, one must either use the door or lift the concealment. Can be used to create spatial pockets. Ability 2 inches Phantom Door. The main body appears behind the door, existing in a different world from the point of attack, looking on from afar. Ability 3 inches Exile. Constructs a gray-blue phantom door with 7 brass keyholes. The initially controlled target is thrown into the corresponding chaotic space-time currents. Different phantom doors correspond to different scenes, but the corresponding spirit world coordinates must be pre-recorded in the secrets necklace. In addition to these abilities, the most basic, travel, and scribe abilities were also retained. 2 demigod-level Beander abilities can be recorded, and the success rate of recording Beander abilities from similar sequences is higher. When traveling in the spirit world, one cannot be tracked or locked onto. Secrecy can block perception. The secrecy of a secret sorcerer has a hidden meaning. Aaron immediately thought of the symbol he had summoned erodes with before, or rather, the symbol that could, to some extent, point to the fool. A portion of the eyeless eye, symbolizing secrecy, plus a portion of the twisted line, representing change. Gathering his thoughts, Aaron was extremely satisfied with this mystical item. It retained Beander abilities to the greatest extent, making it one of the most capable even among Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The negative effects mainly consisted of 2 points. If used by someone below demigod level for more than 15 minutes, their body would inevitably merge with the spirit world, becoming completely lost in that space. For existences above demigod level, this process can be interrupted voluntarily, but if used for more than 15 minutes, the various Beander abilities of the secrets necklace will be distorted to some extent. Another point is that during a full moon, whether used or not, simply wearing it will cause one to be affected by the full moon's whispers. Aaron's guess about this is that the Beander characteristic Buddhists used to advance to demigod might have originated from the Abraham family. Looking at the secrets necklace in his hand, Aaron frowned slightly. The title of the original god of craftsmen was truly not an exaggeration. Although the Church of Steam was established for the shortest time, its foundation was probably very deep. When Rosal fell, the true gods who acted were the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, personally killing the son of steam they had in theft. Even with preparations, the anchors being shaken was inevitable. Although he didn't know how Adam specifically operated to retrieve the Black Emperor's Beander characteristic under the noses of 2 true gods, this should have been the limit. It was impossible for 2 true gods to gain nothing. Perhaps it was a method Adam had laid out in advance. This wasn't without precedent. When the ancient god demonic wolf Phlegre died, Antigonus, who was only sequence 2, took away the fool's uniqueness and a portion of an attendant of mysteries, characteristic due to Beander characteristic aggregation. If Adam had the Duke of Entropy's characteristic, he indeed might have had a chance to replicate this situation. Or perhaps Rosal simply actively interfered when he decided to purify himself through death. Although it didn't matter where the characteristic was, leaving it in the hands of those who killed him would be more annoying. In this situation, allowing Adam to regain the characteristic also fit Rosal's personality. Of course, this doesn't rule out Adam's covert guidance. Moreover, after killing Rosal, the eternal blazing sun state was definitely better than the god of steam and machineries. It was highly probable that he snatched the sequence 1 knowledge emperor Beander characteristic that Rosal had accommodated a step ahead of him. If, during the War of Gods, the eternal blazing sun, who was on the god of combat's side, exchanged the knowledge emperor Beander characteristic for the god of steam and machinery's help, causing the previously neutral Church of Steam to switch sides. This could explain why the god of steam and machinery, who advanced to sequence 0 with incredible luck as the ultimate European emperor without fully digesting the potion, surprisingly chose the wrong side in the end. Eternal blazing sun, god of combat, god of knowledge and wisdom. Aaron, gradually reining in his wandering thoughts, silently recited these names. Some matters were not about likes or dislikes, but only about interests. Whether it was the Justiciar uniqueness or the Red Priest uniqueness, he didn't have much time left. Sighing lightly, Aaron selected Cavendish Lancer Pinto's prayer light spot, and with surging spirituality, opened the door of conferment, bestowing those several different types of mushrooms. At the same time, he transformed his thoughts into light spots and cast them into the dark golden double door. Dash 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 dash. The westernmost part of Dichi Bay, the city of Sevilla, belonging to the Fanapotter kingdom. Aaron's figure slowly emerged, looking at the coastal city shrouded in night in the distance, his life imprint emitting a faint glow. Just as Aaron was observing this beautiful city with a strong Dichi style, patches of red scales appeared before Aaron without warning, quickly reassembling into a handsome man wearing the robes of an Earth Mother Church Archbishop. Archbishop Segura. Aaron looked at this old acquaintance with some surprise. He had only intended to exchange materials with the Earth Mother Church Archbishop here using his identity as a favored one, but he didn't expect to meet this Mr. Earl who had left a deep impression on him. As soon as Segura's figure condensed, his scarlet eyes looked at the void beside Aaron, frowning slightly and muttering. Rose School of Thought. As a demigod of the moon pathway, which is related to life, he keenly sensed Cavendish Lancer Pinto in his ghostly state. Moreover, an ordinary demigod would not bring him such intense pressure. Waving his hand, signaling the bishop not to be nervous, Aaron explained softly. This is my ally, no need to be nervous. Since you are here, it will save me a lot of trouble. I have a subordinate who still lacks a main ingredient for Sequence 5 Druid, Life Tree Root Crystal. Segura's face immediately showed understanding. His gaze inadvertently swept across the still empty void beside Aaron, and he said with a smile. It is indeed difficult to find this Beander material in the outside world. If it were a demigod-level material or formula, I would still need to report to the Patriarch, but for just a Sequence 5 main ingredient, I can decide to give it to you. As he spoke, he pointed to the city behind him, casually adding. I am here to replace Archbishop Moro, who was originally stationed here. He is also a favored one, and was sent to the South Continent last week. Favored one, sent to the South Continent. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't inquire further. Whether this was Lilith's intention or an angel's arrangement, it had nothing to do with him, at least for now. The church's rules cannot be changed for me alone. There's no need to give it. Although I don't have the corresponding contribution to exchange for it, you can use your contribution to exchange for it, and I will compensate your loss with a blood clan Baron Beander characteristic. Rules are rules, and this is the most basic requirement for role-playing an imperative mage. Segura smiled and did not refuse the slightly rigid suggestion of this favored one. The transaction, which satisfied both parties, was quickly completed. Watching the favored one disappear into the spirit world, Segura's smile faded, and his figure shattered, rapidly surging towards the Earth Mother Church in the city. A Sequence 3 or at least a Sequence 4 Rose School of Thought member who possessed a holy item was an ally of this newly advanced favored one. He had to report this matter to the church's matriarch, Roland. Tingnan, beneath the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein, who had just returned from the Seer Club, saw Sigurd Tiang returning with a large stack of documents. The captain told me about your idea. I retrieved the documents for you from behind the Ness gate. But you can only read them here, you cannot take them away. He placed the documents on the table while giving his instructions. Old Neil had left for Backland with Fry yesterday, and Sigurd Tiang was temporarily taking over Old Neil's work. Looking at this steady young man, who was a Nighthawks by profession and a part-time author even though his works were neither famous nor best-selling, Klein nodded heavily, stretched out his hands, and quickly flipped through the pages. This was a problem he had realized after observing the symbolic signs behind the high-backed chairs of several Tarot Club members last time. He had some understanding of high-level hidden existences, but he knew nothing about the most basic sequence knowledge. Even if he knew the corresponding symbolic signs, he wasn't sure what sequence the members of his gathering actually were, which was an utter disgrace for the boss of a secret organization. After an unknown amount of time, Klein closed the book with a complex expression. As he expected, he did not see the subsequent information for the Seer pathway. What pained him most was that the Sailor pathway was indeed the Beander pathway controlled by the Church of Storms. The previously uncertain conjecture was verified, which also meant that even as a witness to the transaction, having obtained the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion formula through Mr. Hanged Man, he could not sell it in the Tingen underground market now, unless he didn't want to remain a Nighthawks. Thinking about how he only earned 2 Soul from divining for others at the Divination Club all morning, while a Sequence 9 potion formula that couldn't be sold was worth at least £200, Klein felt an unbearable pang in his heart. Because his secrecy level was insufficient, all documents involving sequence pathways only went up to 7, which made him itch with curiosity but unable to find any other way. He could only hope that sealed artifact, 2049, would be sent from Backland soon to confirm whether Riel Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. If so, he would have hope of becoming a full member and gaining a higher secrecy level. He put down the book, planning to find Seeger Tiang and leave work early. Tonight, the Tarot Club members would attempt to trade, and he needed to prepare in advance. Pushing open the door and seeing the slightly empty corridor, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind for some reason. Small hermits hide in the wilderness, medium hermits hide in the city, great hermits hide in the court. In the future, if he could become a high-ranking member of the church, who would ever suspect that he was a heretic, the mastermind behind a secret organization? He coughed lightly, dispelling the somewhat blasphemous thoughts in his mind, and quickened his steps. Backland, Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's residence. Audrey watched the ghost shark blood vanish into the deep darkness, and a parchment scroll appear out of thin air, with Sequence 9 Sailor written prominently at the top. Audrey, who had already been taught the ritual for summoning a messenger by Aaron, was only slightly surprised and quickly regained her composure. She retrieved the parchment recording the potion formula from the altar and chanted the incantation to end the ritual in a not-so-fluent ancient Hermes. Above the gray fog, Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, looked at the beautiful young lady in the prayer scene. Including Mr. Hanged Man whom he had just seen, this was his first time seeing the true appearance of a Tarot Club member without the dense gray fog obscuring them. Unlike Mr. Hanged Man, who was clearly as poor as himself, even though Klein didn't know much about the fashion tastes of this world, the jewelry Miss Justice wore, which almost blinded him, was enough to explain everything. Recalling his own meager wallet, Klein felt a pang of bitterness. Because he still had to trade with Mr. Emperor later, he didn't dare to waste any more spirituality and proactively cut off the prayer scene. At the very last moment of the prayer scene, Klein seemed to see another very similar spiritual color appear not far from Miss Justice. Skillfully erasing the traces of the ritual, Audrey hummed a little tune as she put away the parchment with the potion formula, preparing to go find Susie, holding a bag of Susie's favorite dog biscuits. This time, it's not like before, when the Tarot Club ended in less than 10 minutes. Susie definitely didn't expect it. I'll give her a surprise later. Thinking this, Audrey opened the door only to find that Susie, who should have been squatting in front of the door, was nowhere to be found. After searching for a long time, she finally found the somewhat sneaky golden retriever in the utility room. Listening to the clumsy, unrounded words coming from the golden retriever's mouth, Audrey's mouth slowly opened, completely forgetting the etiquette an elegant lady should possess, and almost blurted out. Susie, you can talk. When did you learn to talk? The golden retriever jumped in fright and turned to face its owner. It frantically and quickly wagged its tail, and after several times of opening and closing its mouth, it finally vibrated the surrounding air and said, I don't know how to explain it, after all, I'm just a dog. Upon hearing this, Audrey was speechless for a moment. Just as Audrey didn't know how to face the talking Susie, her personal maid Anne's voice came from the corridor. Miss, Viscount Glaint has arrived, and the carriage you requested is also ready, you can depart at any time. All right, I'm coming now. Audrey hurriedly responded. Viscount Glaint had previously said that he knew of a Beander gathering located in the Backland Bridge area, which was also part of her plan for tonight. Audrey covered her face and walked away, and Susie opened her mouth, shaking the air as if to explain, Audrey, I. Hearing the not-so-standard lowness, Audrey's mouth twitched, and she walked even faster. Looking at the dog biscuits that had fallen to the ground, Susie, sitting upright, sniffed. Seeing that the troublesome Annie hadn't come to find her, she raised a paw, seemingly considering how to eat in a way that suited her current status. A few seconds later, she gave up thinking and, following her instincts, pounced forward, snatching the bag of dry food and rushing out of the storeroom. Inside the spacious and comfortable carriage, Glirant looked at Audrey, whose expression was strange, and asked somewhat oddly, "Audrey, what's wrong? If you're not feeling well, we can go another time." Recovering from her jumbled thoughts and returning to her spectator state, Audrey quickly reined in her emotions and said gently, "It's nothing, I was just thinking about some questions." Thinking about whether it was a good or bad thing for a dog to speak, she immediately added in her mind. Her strong reaction earlier was just because her simple beliefs had been challenged, leaving her somewhat at a loss. After calming down, she realized this wasn't a bad thing. Susie could observe and eavesdrop for her in certain situations. People would be wary of their own kind, but it was unlikely they would suspect a pet of eavesdropping, even if that pet was squatting at their feet. And now Susie can speak, she can tell me directly what she hears. I'll have to teach her words and standard pronunciation later. Looking at Audrey, who was once again distracted, Glirant was bewildered. He lightly coughed and handed her the pure white, lace-trimmed mask he had prepared, explaining, "At Beander gatherings like this, people generally don't show their true faces. They all wear masks to conceal themselves. This is your mask. I hope this gathering will have the formula I'm looking for." Audrey took the mask and oed, then tentatively asked, "I have a sailor potion formula here, do you need it?" "The Church of the Storms." Glirant's face showed a moment of struggle, but he still said firmly, "Apothecary, I think what I need is the Sequence 9 apothecary formula." Feeling Audrey's somewhat puzzled gaze, he chuckled and explained, "For me, being healthy and not afraid of most diseases and injuries is the most important thing." Seeing Audrey about to say something, Glirant quickly added, "Of course, this isn't absolute. I'll try these Beander gatherings first. If I can find it, that's best. There's no need to trouble Duke Aaron with such a small matter." After inheriting his father's title, Glirant finally experienced the brutal competition among Loan's upper class. It was only by befriending Audrey that he had the chance to seek help from the Duke, and this opportunity naturally had to be saved for the most crucial moment, not wasted prematurely due to his own ideas. Watching the constantly changing emotional colors of his friend, Audrey said no more. After a 20-minute carriage ride, she followed Glirant into a secret door in the alley behind the Bravehearts Bar. In a private room at the Bravehearts Bar, not far away, Hugh, wearing a mask and with height-enhancing modifications, looked at his friend Furs, who was sprawled on the sofa, unwilling to move. He sighed helplessly, "It's almost time. As per tradition, it's your turn to host the gathering this time." Looking at Furs, who was covering her ears, Hugh deepened his tone, and a faint sense of authority permeated the air. "Furs, we are debt-paying workers. You don't want that person to come back and collect the debt, do you?" Furs, with a look of utter despair, was pulled up by Hugh, muttering, "I swear, if I had known a Sequence 8 potion was so expensive, I definitely wouldn't have advanced. At this time, I should be at home getting my beauty sleep." Pretending not to hear the complaint, Hugh pulled the chattering Furs out of the private room's tunnel. Dash 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 dash. Above the gray fog, Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, took out a gold coin. This was the £1 gold coin he had offered as a sacrifice before, which he had enveloped and washed with gray fog for several days. Actually, Klein initially wanted to use a slightly cheaper sol instead, but considering that the Arbiter pathway was mostly controlled by the royal family or nobles, it would be too undignified for a dignified hidden existence to use a sol. In the end, he still switched to a gold pound. Looking at the crimson star symbolizing Mr. Emperor, Klein extended his spirituality and lit it up. In the gradually clearer prayer scene, Klein nearly jumped off the high-backed chair. On the classical and exquisite desk, 500 gold coins were neatly arranged, shining brightly under the lamplight, creating a strong visual impact. But none of this was the main point. The crimson moonlight from the window also illuminated a figure. He was no stranger to that figure. It was Duke Aaron, who had left Tingen last week, the esteemed deer who was already a high-sequence Beander. Klein instantly felt the shock of being caught in the act, and subconsciously drew a crimson moon on his chest before realizing he was still in the gray fog space, still trading with Mr. Emperor. Exhaling deeply, Klein steeled himself and manipulated his spirituality to open the door of sacrifice and bestowal. Even seeing the large pile of glittering little darlings floating around him from the open door, and finally the ancient ring that appeared, his mood still didn't improve. Klein just wanted to end the transaction as quickly as possible now, eagerly preparing to throw out the hot potato in his hand. His right hand, gripping the gold coin, paused, then he smiled bitterly and sighed, still throwing the gold coin into the door of bestowal. Picking up the gold coin that had fallen on the altar, and watching the door of sacrifice and bestowal dissipate, Duke Aaron's originally calm face finally showed a smile after the invisible sense of being watched disappeared. He could already guess that Mr. Fool was currently brainstorming. Above the gray fog, Klein's expression was somewhat uncertain. Although he had been mentally prepared since learning that most high-sequence Arbiter Beyonders were concentrated in the royal family or great nobles, he still found it a bit hard to accept now. He found it hard to believe that he had actually pulled in a goddess's deer, and wondered how the church or that high and mighty god would react. After a long while, Klein gave a bitter smile. With no clear idea, he simply stopped thinking about it. From now on, he could only take one step at a time. Setting aside the pile of little darlings, Klein reached out for the ring. After closing his eyes and divining for a moment, his expression shifted slightly, and he opened his eyes. Moonlight Ring grants a certain degree of physical enhancement, possesses super strong self-healing abilities, and can cast various dark-type spells similar to Darkness Wings and Abyss Shackles by consuming spirituality. The intensity is limited by the caster's own sequence. Passively increases spiritual strength and recovery speed. Actively activating the full moon state significantly increases spirituality for a short period. After the effect ends, the user will fall into a bloodthirsty state. This mystical item made up for his current lack of offensive means apart from firearms. Its negative effects were also very minor. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about insufficient spirituality when holding a tarot club meeting. The only headache was that he had to come up with a reasonable explanation for this sealed artifact, otherwise, he wouldn't pass the Nighthawk's scrutiny. Moreover, he had to avoid Mr. Emperor, or rather, Duke Aaron, when using this mystical item. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to openly telling him that he was Mr. Fool's dear. How else could he continue to blend in with the Nighthawks team? He glanced at the surrounding gray fog, and remembering that all of today's tasks were completed, Klein decisively picked up the ring. What place was more suitable for testing this mystical item than above the gray fog? After trying out several dark-type spells granted by the Moonlight Ring, and satisfying his magic addiction, Klein hesitated for a moment but decided to try the full moon state. He needed to determine what benefits this state would bring him and, most importantly, its negative effects. He couldn't have a negative effect kick in while he was fighting someone that would. As soon as he thought of that scene, Klein's expression became a bit strange. With the surge of spirituality, crimson light spread out from the ring. Klein's mind became a pot of boiling porridge. He only felt his body lighten, his spirituality float, and the distant and near crimson stars once again appeared before his eyes, vast, mysterious, blurred, and hazy. Just then, he suddenly felt a faint, indistinct plea within that crimson. This seemed to be a change brought about by enhanced spirituality. Klein's spirits immediately lifted. He let his spirituality spread, touching the crimson mass. He didn't intend to pull anyone in. He just wanted to observe the prayer scene to ascertain the situation. A blurry and distorted image immediately appeared before his eyes. He could only vaguely see a brown-haired youth kneeling, facing a pure crystal ball. The youth's black tight-fitting clothing was completely different from the prevailing trends in the Loan Kingdom, and also significantly different from the traditional costumes of foreign countries like the Faesak Empire and the Intis Republic that Klein had seen in magazines. His surroundings were dim, with old tables and chairs, occasionally illuminated by sudden flashes of light, but Klein couldn't hear the rumble of thunder or the sound of raindrops. In the image, the youth clasped his hands together against his forehead, his body bowed forward, continuously praying for something. A thick, buzzing voice echoed in Klein's ears. Klein listened intently, but then discovered an embarrassing fact. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. It was a language he had never encountered. It was only somewhat similar to the ancient Faesak language he had previously learned, leading him to deduce that it might be an ancient giant language. He didn't make a special effort to memorize it. Even if he forgot, he could recall the youth's prayer using the seer's dream divination ability. Klein, lacking sufficient knowledge, decided to first understand what the other party was saying before making any plans. Taking off the moonlight ring, Klein instantly felt a wave of discomfort. The comfortable feeling of spiritual flow disappeared, and the prayer sounds he could hear and the connection to that crimson star also vanished. It seems I can only pull in a maximum of 3 members at this stage. As this thought just surfaced, an uncontrollable bloodlust nearly overwhelmed his will. Fortunately, this was above the gray fog. Layers of mist enveloped the moonlight ring, and an invisible barrier greatly reduced that uncontrollable bloodlust. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. Even though the negative feeling had greatly diminished, the stinging sensation of nearly depleted spirituality also filled his mind. Without further hesitation, he wrapped himself in spirituality, simulating the sensation of falling. Dash 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 dash. City of Silver, Derek's home. In the dimly lit room, Derek slowly stood up and carefully placed the pure crystal ball in front of him into a box. This was an item his father had brought back from a ruin during an expedition, said to have some kind of mystical effect, and was given to him as a birthday gift. Looking at the silver-white arcs of electricity occasionally flashing in the darkness, Derek still felt uneasy, even after just making a prayer. Ever since the blood-colored full moon, which occupied half the sky, appeared over a month ago, whether it was some kind of omen or not, the City of Silver began its exploration towards the Giant King's court, and this included Derek's parents. The youth, staring out the window with a slightly worried expression, did not notice that behind him, on the surface of the pure crystal ball inside the box, a crimson flash appeared, then vanished. Dash 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 dash. Without removing the spiritual wall in the room, and using the ritual materials on the table, Aaron casually drew the blended symbol representing secrecy and prying on the full-length mirror next to him. The surface of the full-length mirror immediately emitted a dim but pure light, and an illusory, ancient, bizarre silver mirror quickly appeared in the mirror's surface, with faint glimmers from the black, eye-like gems on both sides. This immediately gave Aaron a sense of vulgar voyeurism. As if sensing Aaron's gaze, white words quickly outlined themselves on the mirror. Humble Rhodes is at your service at all times, great and mysterious Duke. May I ask why you summoned me? Was it my humble request last time that received your favor? Favor. Aaron's mouth twitched. This magic mirror's bottom line was indeed absurd. Not wanting to hear Rhodes's flattery anymore, Aaron said directly, yes, I have obtained that item. It's a gold coin. Now the question is how do I give it to you? If you want me to go to the Steam Church in Backland, then you should calm down in there a bit longer before coming to find me. Aaron added in his mind. The pale text instantly turned golden, directly showing its undisguised joy. Great Duke, humble Rhodes praises your generosity. You just need to place that gold coin here and hold it for 2 seconds. Looking at a vortex, close to the size of a normal gold coin, appearing on the mirror, Aaron nodded and pressed the gold coin, which he had been holding in his hand, onto it. It felt like less than 2 seconds, and the gold coin in his hand, which could originally barely be called a mystical item, completely turned into an ordinary item, its attached aura absorbed and gone. Aaron wasn't surprised by this. Without Beander characteristics, to maintain the extraordinary nature of ordinary items for a long time, the most common method was to inscribe the honorific names or true names of angels, or even gods, using languages that could leverage nature. This was equivalent to borrowing mystery and power from them, provided, of course, that they consented. This gold coin tainted with the gray fog's aura was essentially the same, but because Klein's current strength was low, he couldn't control Saphira Castle. The reason it could still achieve this effect was only due to Saphira Castle's high sequence, but correspondingly, the time it could maintain its extraordinary nature would be greatly reduced. Aaron thoughtfully put away the gold coin, looking at the stick figure smiley face and the line of words below it that appeared on the mirror. Great, generous, and powerful Duke, humble Erodes thanks you for your favor. Now you may ask me a question. Aaron, somewhat unable to bear the mirror's enthusiasm, spoke coldly. I want to know if Siam Island is safe now. Are there any hidden risks? The mirror's surface rippled with swaying light, revealing a deep blue ocean, with ancient and dim ruins at the bottom of the water. A massive pillar, inscribed with strange patterns and symbols, extended from the center, supporting the ruins. A passage of text appeared beside it in due course. This is the hiding place of Cavatua, who presumptuously proclaimed himself a god, a hidden place where reality and the spirit world intertwine. As if sensing a gaze, an angry, frantic shriek suddenly rang out, and the surging image instantly shattered. The pale golden characters reassembled, with a hint of flattery. Your great Duke, currently the only potential danger to you on Siam Island is that sea serpent, the storm church's Beander has long since departed. Do you have any other questions? Aaron shook his head lightly and, without waiting for Erodes's farewell, directly activated the teleportation to Siam Island. In the primeval forest, a hidden aura, Aaron, who had quietly appeared, took out the key he had snatched from the Moses ascetic order before, activated his spirituality, and walked like a ghost through the silent dense forest. After walking for a while in the extremely dim dark forest, Aaron also discovered a secret base of the resistance, with the strongest individual being only a sequence 7. Aaron did not stop until he reached the depths of the dense forest, where he felt the distortion of order. Following that twisted sensation, he actively released the suppression of the key in his hand. The crystal clear, gem-like key slowly disintegrated, and starlight intertwined with crimson moonlight to form an illusory, hazy door inscribed with numerous mystical symbols. Having witnessed the sanguine Marquise's actions, Aaron instantly recognized it as the door of summoning. Could it be that the pillar of stars and moon analyzed the blood of a moon pathway mythical creature when he advanced to a demigod? Aaron's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized something. Without any hesitation, the faint glow of the Ring of Mysteries appeared, and the Spear of No Darkness emerged, heading towards the door of summoning. A pale arm covered in starlight extended from the doorway. The Spear of No Darkness immediately dimmed and disintegrated before even getting close. All of this flowed smoothly, not being easily defeated like last time, as if it had already foreseen everything. What a clever feint, the real trump card was here all along. Thoughts surged, but Aaron's actions did not stop. The Amulet of Arcana glowed brightly. The space concealed by Cavatua had long been broken, and a temple suddenly appeared in the forest, with the space rippling and folding inward like a mirror image. He was about to use spatial concealment to segment and hide the temple's space. Without knowing the location of the specific door, even the pillar of stars and moon would need at least a few minutes to break through the space and enter. Even if he was inadvertently tricked by the Moses ascetic order, Aaron did not lose his head. He wasn't here to fight this high summoner. His goal for this trip was only one, the Book of Calamity. At the same time, a gray-blue door of exile with 7 brass keyholes appeared in front of the door of summoning. Behind the door seemed to be a place of extreme corruption and defilement, which was the abyss coordinate previously provided by Cavendish Lancer. A miniature red moon suddenly rose, and a beautiful lady in a warlock's robe fully stepped out of the door. Brilliant starlight mixed with moonlight enveloped the entire space. The starlight instantly condensed, creating a giant amber, and the collapsing space also solidified. An indescribable song, as if from heaven, simultaneously rang out. Eren, who was about to counterattack, couldn't help but show a hint of intoxication on his face, and his movements involuntarily paused. A dense, dark golden mist immediately appeared before Eren's eyes, accompanied by piercing pleas and whispers, dispelling the soul-stirring song. Eren, instantly regaining clarity, felt an indescribable sense of danger. No longer thinking of concealing his sequence and strength, he directly connected with the nation of disorder to empower his decree, and spoke with authority. Mystical reenactment is forbidden here. An invisible wave instantly spread outwards from Eren's center. The solidified amber and the echoing song dissipated, and a blood-colored light, with insufficient residual power, struck Eren. It was an illusory silver longsword stained with mottled blood. Even though it was greatly weakened by the influence of the decree, it still caused Eren's blood to surge. "You want to be flashy." Eren cursed under his breath, maintaining the decree while a large amount of spirituality poured into the Ring of Mysteries, summoning the historical void image of Cavendish Lancer. Cavendish Lancer's hollow eyes suddenly became spiritual. His main body, far away in the abyss, entered the historical fog, imbuing this projection with consciousness. With a slight raise of his hand, two more illusory figures appeared. The Pillar of Stars and Moon, who was still surprised why a Sequence 4's decree could nullify his Beyonder ability after being counterattacked by the broken mystical reenactment, looked at this nested operation and, feeling the aura emanating from those illusory figures, a hint of solemnity flashed in his star-like eyes. Leaving the battlefield to Cavendish Lancer was not only to deal with the Pillar of Stars and Moon, but also to prepare for Cavatua, who could appear at any time. However, while nesting was momentarily satisfying, it was a spiritual crematorium. As a demigod, Eren could still hold on for a short time and would not suffer spiritual exhaustion. He quickly took out a charm engraved with lightning and waves from his pregnant. It was a sensing charm made by the elven high priestess using the blood of the elf Shadas. Following the sensation, Eren instantly locked onto the blurred statue in the deepest part of the temple. Without any hesitation, he slapped a hidden charm onto the statue and threw it into the Door of Exile. The door behind this time was naturally not the abyss, but Eren's most familiar place, Yharnam's ancestral tower, Ancestor Valna's home ground. With the disappearance of the statue, numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings instantly appeared on the temple's surface, and the sound of crashing waves faintly echoed from within. The intertwining mystical symbols rippled with illusory, overlapping light, as if creating an boundless, bottomless azure ocean. Within that ocean, a massive, bluish-green figure stood like a tower, supporting everything. Suddenly, a gasp overwhelmed everything, like a colossal creature struggling to suppress its hunger. Who? The enormous gasping sounds became increasingly obvious, increasingly clear. Behind the illusory world formed by the rippling light, a hideous giant mouth, like a blood-stained basin, appeared, and an angry roar echoed through the forest. "I hate unexpected changes," Eren muttered irritably. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition and was about to give this sea serpent a profound memory. However, he found that the mystical symbols, rippling with ocean waves, suddenly dimmed, and the angry roar turned into a slightly panicked whimper, like a mouse encountering a cat. Well, or more accurately, like a sea snake encountering a sea eagle. That gushing sense of dread made Eren's heart sink instantly. Tingnan, Daffodil Street, number 2. After performing rituals for his 3 Tarot Club members and experiencing the negative effects of the Moonlight Ring, Klein endured the stinging pain of spiritual exhaustion in his mind and entered the dream world. Fragments, sometimes continuous and sometimes fragmented, floated past. Amidst layers of whispers, Klein suddenly awoke, realizing he was dreaming. A power has invaded my dream. Having experienced his captain's dream inquiry in Miss Daly's spiritualism before, Klein maintained his previous hazy state and inadvertently surveyed his surroundings. All colors distinctly overlapped, and a gray, illusory mist faintly permeated the air. Indescribable, even transparent, seemingly non-existent things surged, and at an infinitely high place, there were clear, bright lights of different colors. Klein was quite familiar with this scene. When he took the potion and advanced to a seer, he had seen a similar scene. Later, by consulting ancient texts, he learned that this was indeed the mysterious spirit world. An ancient patterned silver mirror suddenly appeared before Klein's eyes, startling him. Before he could react, the mirror's surface rippled, and golden Loan characters appeared one by one. My most high, most great, most supreme master, your humble, loyal, and pitiful servant Erodes has finally awaited your arrival. Klein, somewhat unable to accept this burst of enthusiasm, imperceptibly shrank back, while feeling utterly bewildered. A talking mirror. Talking seemed not quite accurate. This illogical scene reminded him of the records he had read in the Nighthawk's internal archives about sealed artifacts with living characteristics. Although utterly bewildered, based on his self-cultivation as an actor, Klein instantly switched to the fool's state of looking down on everything, profound and unfathomable. He nodded gently and said, "Not bad." The mist in front of him immediately churned, as if sensing Klein's peculiarity. The golden words on the mirror surface wriggled and changed, reforming. "This is my honor. May I address you as master? Great existence above the spirit world. This is too obsequious, too shameless. I always feel like there's something wrong." Looking at the words, great existence above the spirit world, Klein's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the mysterious space above the gray fog was connected to the spirit world. At least when he summoned himself, he could see a place resembling the spirit world through the door. This mirror named Erodes sensed the aura of the gray fog. That's why it recognized me as its master. What kind of situation is this? Klein, having somewhat sorted out his thoughts, sighed. He suddenly felt a sense of carefree abandon, like someone with many debts. He pondered and said, "You can use any title." "Yes, master." Erodes used an exclamation mark. "I cannot return to your side yet and can only have a brief exchange with you, but your loyal servant can still answer 3 of your questions." Can it answer questions? Klein's mind instantly recalled some hackneyed fairy tales from his previous life, and his expression became slightly strange. After a moment of thought, he still gave up on asking about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. This question would directly expose his thoughts and intentions. Moreover, sealed artifact 2049, Antigonus family's puppet, would arrive in Tingen at the latest next week. After some consideration, Klein spoke in a deep voice. "Then tell me about your current situation. After all, not every great existence could be omniscient and omnipotent." Asking this way expressed the master's concern for his servant and subtly learned the background of this mirror called Erodes, successfully avoiding the awkwardness of directly asking the magic mirror's identity and lowering his own status. The mirror surface rippled, and large passages of text appeared. Klein filtered out the wailing tone and the cloying titles, summarizing it simply. Erodes is a Grade 2 sealed artifact of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backland Diocese, currently numbered 2 to 111. And it really hopes its great master can rescue it from the clutches of the Steam Church. Where did this traitorous mirror come from? Is it trying to extort me or kill me? Klein felt his expression must be quite something right now. As if sensing the strange atmosphere, the large golden text disappeared and transformed into another sentence. "Great Master, you need not worry about Erodes. Feeling your return, I have gained the courage to persevere. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about myself." Klein silently complained, looking at the suddenly pale text, which inexplicably gave him a feeling of peeking around. An emoji he had seen in his previous life immediately popped into his mind, a cute alpaca, poking its head forward. Great Master, I must follow certain rules. You must answer one of my questions in exchange. You want me to answer your questions too." Klein, much calmer now, raised an eyebrow, waiting for Erodes to ask, planning to decide whether to acknowledge this servant based on the situation. What did you have for dinner today? This question has substance. Klein calmly replied. Steak. Perfect answer. Rhodes almost applauded. Without waiting for Klein to speak, new text appeared. Great Master, you may ask your second question. Klein pondered for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said. I want to know information about Aaron Will. As a favored one of the Evernight goddess, he showed no reaction to his disguised existence, or perhaps he had certain plans that Klein was unaware of. All sorts of doubts surged in his mind, so Klein deliberately did not elaborate too much, not specifying what kind of information he wanted. On one hand, he wanted to test the magic mirror's ability. If it could even explore and answer information about a high-sequence Beander, then accepting this servant wouldn't be out of the question. On the other hand, he hoped Rhodes could give him some surprises, perhaps revealing some additional secrets. The golden characters disappeared one by one, and Rhodes fell into a brief silence. Just as Klein thought the magic mirror's ability was nothing special. As if having made some kind of decision, the calm mirror surface finally began to ripple, as if trying to present a scene. Klein's heart stirred, and he was carefully examining the mirror surface when he heard a crisp sound. Before he could react, the entire dream space collapsed. Finally. December is finally here. I've been looking forward to this day for a whole month. Ah. Friends, I'll only take one day off a month, okay. Tonight I'm going out for a meal, hee, and take a little break. Thank you, bosses, for your continuous support. Many people in the reader group have also asked about extra updates, but I might be quite busy at the end of the year. I plan to do a burst of updates on New Year's Day, to wrap up 2023. Thank you again to all the readers for your votes and support. Tomorrow's update will be earlier. Omega Oh. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the crimson moon outside the window. The stinging sensation from the exhaustion of his spirituality in his mind had significantly weakened. I was promised 3 questions, but the second question wasn't even fully answered, so why did it end? Is it because this mirror's ability is insufficient, or is it that the level involved with Mr. Emperor cannot be spied upon? A series of question marks flashed through his mind, and then he remembered the most crucial question. This dream ended so inexplicably that he didn't even know how to contact this magic mirror named Rhodes. Sighing, Klein, lacking relevant information and basis, reluctantly closed his eyes again. He needed to seize the time to recover his spirituality, as he still had to go to the divination club tomorrow to digest the potion. Regardless, strength is the fundamental key to survival in this strange world. Backland, the headquarters of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backland Diocese, St. Hireland Cathedral. On the inner second underground level, exquisite mechanical constructs, engraved with complex symbols, partitioned off one area after another. Some places were open, some rooms were tightly sealed, each containing a sealed artifact. In a room near the deeper parts, completely sealed by silver gears, complex and illusory symbols emerged on its surface, showing a tendency to spread outwards. Inside the partition, the black cloth covering the magic mirror, Rhodes was ignited by illusory flames. Various abstract and incomprehensible symbols appeared on the mirror's surface, stirring up a storm of mixed information within the sealed room. Beams of light, neither brilliant nor pure, devoid of any color, seemingly composed of a vast amount of illusory things, suddenly surged from a certain area in the deepest part. One projection-like, seemingly thin scroll after another unfolded, giving an extremely heavy feeling, as if carrying civilization, the enlightenment and development of human society at different levels. The partition where Rhodes was located was instantly imprinted with illusory books. Everything except the mirror itself was reduced to its most basic particulate structure, including the attached conceptualized knowledge, information, and text. All the decomposed and restored particles finally condensed into a ball of illusory light, wrapped in layers of scrolls, but it did not obliterate them. Gears now emerged from various areas of the second underground level, finally reassembling into an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a soft cap of a clergyman. That was Horamik Haydn, the head of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backland Diocese, a member of the Council Before God, and an archbishop. But this was clearly not his true self, only a refined puppet. Although a sequence 4 alchemist of the Savant pathway can inject souls into items they create, granting them a certain degree of life, their life refinement is clearly inferior to that of a classical alchemist of the planter pathway. However, as a warning mechanism placed behind the sealed door, it could serve as a medium for information exchange for the main body that could not arrive in time. Watching the scrolls of civilization dissipate into beams of light again, and seeing the light return to the deepest part of the sealed area, Horamik Haydn slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He drew a triangular holy emblem on his chest and prayed in a low, devout voice. Praise be to you, great God of steam and machinery. As the largest and most important church within LotM, both to maintain its dominance and to cope with the complex situation in Backland, the Steam Church's Backland Diocese secretly preserved a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Numbered 0 to 19, the Canon of Knowledge, it was also the core seal of St. Hireland Cathedral, known only to the Backland Archbishop and the Pope within the Church. Without his intervention, the only one qualified to activate this Grade 0 sealed artifact was that being. In other words, this place just now received the gaze of a god. Taking a deep breath, Horamik Haydn, who had not received a divine revelation, stepped forward and picked up the magic mirror Erodes, which had fallen to the ground. This eccentric mirror seemed to have suffered a major blow, as garbled text composed of various languages appeared on its surface. Horamik Haydn frowned but was not worried. Even if there was contamination, it would surely be completely erased under the gaze of a god. Without hesitation, he asked concisely, "What happened to you?" The repeatedly appearing golden text paused slightly, and the rational Erodes expressed its anger and its not-so-obvious guilt through text. "This is a provocation. A blatant provocation." The text twisted for a moment. Erodes seemed to have some stress disorder, apparently not daring to display a certain name, so he continued to express himself in a different way. "The one worshipped by the Moses ascetic order is provoking the powerful God of Steam and Machinery Church. As a devout believer of the Church, I think you should also do something." Moses ascetic order. Could it be that hidden sage? Looking at the still raving Erodes, Horamik Haydn, his forehead twitching slightly, expressionlessly put it away, planning to confine this ill-tempered mirror separately later. On Semim Island, in the primeval forest, Kavatua's roars disappeared even faster than they appeared. The soul-penetrating fear made it flee decisively. At this moment, Aaron did not know that Erodes, far away in Backland, had finally made up its mind to, slightly, backstab him for Klein, but was eroded just by glimpsing his image. He merely frowned, watching the fleeing Kavatua, but did not stop the sea serpent's escape. On one hand, this was only a projection of its power left in the temple, not its true body. On the other hand, an alarm suddenly rose within him. Feeling his body lighten, the spiritual burden from summoning the historical void image of Cavendish Lancer suddenly vanished. Aaron's expression changed slightly, which meant, before he could think further, aided by the visual feedback from the initial establishment of order through the law, he saw a light that most beyonders could not perceive emanating from the pillar of stars and moon. This light had no substance, as if composed of complex and vast information. It penetrated Cavendish Lancer, and the historical void influence he summoned in an illusory, torrential manner, heading straight for Aaron in the temple. In the last moment of his conscious clarity, Aaron remembered the gaze he exchanged with those indifferent eyes at Blackthorn's security company, the Hidden Sage. An indescribably vast amount of useless knowledge instantly flooded Aaron's mind. The terrifying contamination, rich with various information, spread along the spirit-body threads to his mental body, emotional body, and even his mind body. This brainwashing-like transformation or contamination was far beyond what that trace of power projection at the Chinese gate could compare to, even if that trace of power's appearance might have been related to the catalysis of 008. As a king of angels, among the strongest under the gods, a sequence 3 of the same pathway could already bear most of his power. If it weren't for Cavendish Lancers, historical void image taking the brunt of the attack, Aaron might not even have had the chance for a final thought. Although his consciousness was chaotic, Aaron had no intention of mobilizing the Nation of Disorder. Even if severely wounded, the Saphira's secrecy absolutely could not be exposed to the eyes of this evil god. To him, a favored one of a certain hidden existence who controls a Saphira, and a Saphira controller, had entirely different meanings in the eyes of that being. Exposing himself before having sufficient strength would bring immeasurable consequences. The subconsciousness within the Nation of Disorder sighed. As long as the main body wasn't completely eroded, the contamination brought by the hidden sage, who had not yet achieved true godhood, was not insurmountable for him, who had mastered an incomplete mythical creature form. At most, it would take a little more time in the Nation of Disorder. However, the Ring of Concealment, and the mystical necklace, carried by the main body must not be lost. If they were snatched by the hidden sage in passing, he would have nowhere to cry. Summoning the Black Emperor card and the Scepter of the Sun, Aaron, intending to use this Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Sun pathway to save the situation, found a dense darkness suddenly surging from his body. It stopped the hidden sage's frantic erosion and simultaneously concealed all traces of his faintly glowing life imprint. The paper cranes he always carried with him on outings suddenly ignited. One mercury-colored complex symbol after another leapt from it, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected rotating wheels, each surrounded by different markings. Its cold, crimson eyes held a hint of helplessness and bitterness. The giant snake soared into the air above the temple, curled its body, and bit its own tail. Its shadow enveloped the entire temple area, like a mysterious and exaggerated rotating wheel. The illusory light covering part of Aaron's body was very difficult to peel off bit by bit, but it could never return to its original unpolluted state. A Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway can, to a limited extent, peer into the secrets of fate. As an existence close to the pinnacle of the sequence, the hidden sage also controlled part of the authority of fate. The Fate Restart, unleashed by Will Osepton, who had not yet recovered his strength, had its effect significantly weakened under the interference of the hidden sage. But this was already enough. Coupled with the Fate Restart, the deep darkness of the night imprint re-emerged, instantly occupying most of Aaron's body. Aaron's body instantly seemed to be erased by an eraser, disappearing along with that portion of power from the hidden sage. A pair of indifferent eyes emerged within the light composed entirely of information torrents. Abstract, indescribable information surged from all directions, seemingly attempting to gain certain intelligence by analyzing this information. Just at this moment, a hazy light surged from nothingness, displaying projection-like scrolls throughout the entire primeval forest. Sensing danger, the terrifyingly complex information torrent immediately crashed into those illusory scrolls, rapidly expanding, attempting to tear open the cage. However, thousands of years of civilization were so profound and vast, and the history left by countless generations of humans, counted in billions, was so immense and grand, that it was entirely sufficient to contain the hidden sage's information torrent. Furthermore, this was only power descended through a Sequence 3 saint. As the god of steam and machinery, who also wielded the authority of knowledge, instantly detected the hidden sage's anomaly. For an information entity, this level of power projection must contain important information about the hidden sage. Unfortunately, due to comprehensive considerations of the astral world and other factors, he could not exert his full power, giving the hidden sage a chance to breathe. Her body gradually became transparent, and the pillar of stars and moon, bearing too much power, subtly showed a tendency to evolve into a pure information stream creature. Her eyes, occupied by various symbols, displayed an abnormal frenzy. Deeply brainwashed and eroded by the hidden sage, she actively gave up suppressing her divinity and fully embraced the Lord's embrace. Her body completely etherealized, decomposing into streams of vast knowledge. The only remnant was a drop of crimson blood, surrounded by the torrent of knowledge. Simultaneously, an indescribable light shot out from those indifferent pupils. With the integration of that light from the hidden sage, that drop of moon pathway mythical creature blood suddenly expanded into a blood-colored orb of light. The crimson moon in the sky seemed to grow slightly larger at this moment, as if a certain existence had opened its eyes and looked here. The scrolls of civilization that enveloped and bound the hidden sage were instantly tinged with crimson. The previously unbreakable barrier developed a loophole. Streams of information torrent instantly analyzed the location of the loophole, rapidly diffused, merged into the surrounding symbols, and instantly vanished. The anomaly in the sky quickly disappeared. The scrolls explored inward and converged, landing in the hand of an illusory figure. His other hand held a wriggling red light. This was the Sequence 3 clairvoyant Beander characteristic left behind after the pillar of stars and moon fell. He casually crushed this Beander characteristic, stripping away the contamination within it. Seemingly glancing up at the sky, the illusory figure dissipated into light and vanished. After a long while, Aaron Kurtman, carrying the 0 to 23 scepter of punishment, finally arrived late. Feeling the lingering aura and looking at the chaotic Semim Island, the Sea King's expression shifted for a moment before he finally suppressed the words that were almost on his lips. Dash 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 dash. Outside Tingen, in a house with a dark red chimney, crimson moonlight spilled in, illuminating half a skull stained red with blood. These were some of the materials prepared for his advancement ritual. A pale hand flipped through a notebook. Amidst the rustling of paper, lines of text vaguely appeared. Aaronwell, who had already achieved demigod status but inexplicably appeared in Tingen, was the biggest stumbling block to Ince Zangwill's successful plan. Ince Zangwill, feeling abandoned by the Church of the Evernight, decided to kill this favored one of the night. He devised a comprehensive story. The hidden sage, possessing the authority of knowledge and involving part of the authority of fate, was the helper the great quill of Alzuhad found for the pitiful Ince Zangwill. This hidden existence, extremely close to a god, for some unknown reason, was also very interested in Aaronwell and did not resist this cooperation. He even actively showed weakness when Aaronwell was dealing with the Nighthawk he had secretly eroded, lowering his guard, and secretly leaving his own mark. This is truly unbelievable. That existence actually saved Aaronwell. The pitiful Ince Zangwill was indeed just a pawn in the eyes of that being. The continuously writing white quill was suddenly gripped, in deep blue, almost black, pupils reflected resentment and unwillingness. Why? Why could a person who had just become a favored one receive his help, while he, an archbishop who had given everything to the church, could not? Taking a deep breath, suppressing the surging resentment in his heart, Ince Zangwill, realizing that it was impossible, continued to write with the classical quill. Aaronwell will be unable to return to Tingen for a short period due to injuries or other factors. Megos's process of conceiving the evil god's offspring is becoming smoother, and Ince Zangwill's plan will definitely be completed in the end. Mist, Hellicia Island, Emerald City. The tall Bernadette stood behind the railing, gazing at the suddenly bright and then dim crimson moon. Her azure eyes suddenly became deep and distant, as if piercing through reality, observing fate. However, in just 1 second, Bernadette abruptly closed her eyes, her spirituality vibrated, and blood tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Without time to interpret the revelations gained from the adventurous prophecy, peach blossoms instantly fell around Bernadette, vivid and colorful. A peach grove, lush with vegetation and blooming flowers, appeared before her eyes, cut off by a mountain at the end of the water source in the grove, only able to attempt to peer out from a small cave. This was Bernadette's fairy tale magic, source of peach blossoms. Created based on mystical reenactment. It could create a barrier isolated from the outside world and difficult to connect, which was also how Bernadette sealed the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts her father left her. Taking a step, her figure disappeared into that seemingly unreal cave, through which water flowed. The originally vibrant peach grove was now filled with death, gradually decaying, and then rapidly weathering. The ground even began to grow the downy feathers of feathered snakes. The source of the death was a pale mask with a metallic sheen. The mask only had holes for the eyes, with no other gaps, and it was precisely pale death. At this moment, the item encompassed by this Grade 0 sealed artifact was an ornament, its core a vertical eye inlaid with diamonds, shimmering with pure light. It constantly tried to decompose into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow to escape, but it was always blocked by pale death. Within the range of this Grade 0 sealed artifact, which was essentially a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, even the concept of death itself would weather and vanish, naturally including conceptualized information flow. However, as a price, pale death would also be gradually awakened, requiring a certain cost to appease it again. Fortunately, most of the time, the sage's forehead ornament was in a normal state, and such anomalies rarely occurred. Using one Grade 0 sealed artifact to seal another Grade 0 sealed artifact was a last resort. The sage's forehead ornament was essentially a mystery prior pathway Sequence 2 Beander characteristic, easily sensed by the hidden sage. After losing Rusel's protection, she could only resort to this. A phantom separated from Bernadette's body, overall tending towards transparency and quite illusory. She wore clothes identical to Bernadette's, and her eyes were as blue as the projection of the sea, clearly Bernadette herself. This was the part of her spirit she had separated. Peering into fate just now had caused her a considerable backlash. To prevent these Grade 0 sealed artifacts from further worsening her condition, Bernadette did not intend for her main body to participate. The pale mask with a metallic sheen covered the face of Bernadette's half-body phantom. Combined with Bernadette's own Sequence 3 Beander status, it quickly re-suppressed and sealed the sage's forehead ornament. Just then, an illusory, seductive murmur reached Bernadette's ears. "Wish upon me, and I can help you solve this problem. In exchange, I can even help you advance to an angel." The metallic sheened mask covering the phantom's face suddenly softened and rapidly writhed, as if to form a face that did not belong to Bernadette. That face had soft features and distinct southern continent characteristics, yet it gave an extremely bizarre and terrifying feeling. Once the contours of this face became clear enough, it would come alive, returning from ancient times, from the eternal darkness where the dead slumber. At that time, Bernadette's body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. Her azure eyes were unperturbed. Silently, a pair of eyes appeared on Bernadette's forehead. They were almost transparent, cold and emotionless, without eyelashes. Eye of mystery prying. These eyes rotated slightly, seeing a clear distortion within the barrier constructed by the source of peach blossoms. Complex symbols emerged from her eyes, and the scene abruptly changed. The pale death, which was about to revive, was still that featureless pale mask. Although the surging death chi did not come alive, everything just now was merely an illusion. Bernadette expressionlessly looked towards the source of the distorted illusion. It was an item that was entirely golden, shaped like a miniature teapot, its surface covered with mysterious and complex symbols, with a wick extending from its spout. 005, Wishing Lamp. As this name appeared in her mind, Bernadette also recalled Rusel's warning to her. Sighing lightly, without any hesitation, Bernadette withdrew her gaze and took out two ancient playing cards from her Y. Their fronts both featured Rusel Gustave, and the upper left corner of both had text formed by starlight, Sequence 0 Hermit, Sequence 0 Wheel of Fortune. The part of her spirit wearing the pale mask used the Emperor's new clothes, becoming something that fundamentally didn't exist, and thus naturally wouldn't be affected. Before this sealed artifact could further revive, the two blasphemy slates covered the front and back of the mask. This was also one of the few items Bernadette currently possessed that could resist death's decay. As Rusel's daughter, she also had some understanding of the creation of the blasphemy slates. At that time, Rusel, who had already advanced to Sequence 1-inch Knowledge Emperor, could not only draw power from knowledge but also imbue abstract knowledge with substantial power. This was also why the blasphemy slates, despite not having Beyander characteristics, were still terrifyingly powerful in some aspects. Although she didn't know what materials her father used as a basis for their creation, or how he achieved anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of a deity, Bernadette knew how to maximize the use of these two blasphemy slates. The next second, Bernadette's body suddenly became transparent, turning into a pile of bubbles. These bubbles quickly dispersed, transforming into an illusory torrent of fate, connecting to the two blasphemy slates. As a Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway, she could already peek into the secrets of fate to a limited extent. With the Beyander status bonus of the two blasphemy slates and their shared characteristic of pointing towards fate, she briefly connected to the river of fate. Of course, being so smooth also owed much to Rissel's painstaking efforts on these two blasphemy slates. Rissel, who knew very well what the hidden sage was, naturally had to prepare a fallback for Bernadette after feeling abandoned by the seven deities. The combined use of these two blasphemy slates was the fundamental reason Bernadette was able to survive the initial searches by various parties before becoming a major figure in the mystical world. Splendid white feathers reformed into Bernadette. Looking at the pale death, caught in a fate loop and with its will fading, she put the two blasphemy slates back, carefully placing them on her chest. Ignoring the incessant allure of the wishing lamp, Bernadette recalled the prophecy she had glimpsed earlier, and her azure eyes instantly transformed into a deep ocean. Dash 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 dash. Dong. The sound of a bell, as if traveling through history, rang out, reverberating far and wide in the empty, hidden world. Night enveloped the world, and a huge, sacred crimson moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the monastery with its many ancient buildings below. Aaron's stagnant thoughts gradually recovered, and he suddenly opened his eyes to find Ariana, in a simple linen robe, slowly floating before him. Her dark eyes looked at Aaron and she spoke calmly. The goddess has expelled the lurking mark for you, and the remaining corruption has also been erased. Rubbing his still throbbing forehead, Aaron's expression was solemn. He drew a crimson moon on his chest, expressing his gratitude to the goddess. After bowing slightly to the dean of the Church of Evernight, Aaron immediately used teleportation, flashing into the crimson moon, and departed from this hidden world from another location. Upon returning to the real world, an indescribable drowsiness washed over him. With a slight movement of his spirituality, Aaron did not resist, found a safe spot, sat cross-legged, and entered a dream. Within the hazy dream world, Aaron saw a slightly dilapidated spire on that barren plain, and he saw a sulking Will-Osepton. Recalling the fate reset that had held back the hidden sage at the most critical moment, Aaron's face showed an awkward yet polite smile. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Speaker." Will-Osepton snorted, pointing to the dilapidated spire behind him with a pained expression, muttering softly. "This time I helped you block the hidden sage, which greatly affected my state." "Wait," Aaron interrupted Will-Osepton with a wry smile. "I remember you weren't like this even when facing Ouroboros before. Although the hidden sage is stronger than him, he's not his true body. You." Although he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. "I truly appreciate your help, but one thing at a time, you can't take advantage of the situation and ask for too much." Will-Osepton cleared his throat to hide his slight guilt, then explained righteously. "That's different, okay. And my aura is now not only locked onto by Ouroboros, but even that hidden sage knows about it. He also involves the domain of fate, and in my current state, I simply cannot bear this pressure." Will-Osepton glanced at Aaron, who was frowning slightly, and said concisely. "So I need to reset, change my identity, and escape the perception of those two guys. So as compensation, your future gratuitous help will have to be added one more time." Reset. Aaron looked at Will-Osepton with some suspicion. Although he felt something was off, the other party had just saved him, and the request wasn't excessive, so he nodded and then asked. "When will you reset? Is there anything I can help with?" Seeing that this guy agreed, Will-Osepton's expression softened, but he was secretly delighted. What he said was indeed true, but he also concealed some information. While confronting the hidden sage, he had glimpsed some secrets in the surging river of fate, which was the main reason that prompted him to decide to reset. Of course, he couldn't say this directly, otherwise, if he said he reset on his own initiative, how could he demand compensation? But upon hearing Aaron's second question, his expression stiffened slightly. Probably within 2 or 3 months. The dice of probability still needs some arrangements. As for help, well, just don't cause me any other trouble. What kind of words are these? Being told directly by the victim, Aaron was also slightly embarrassed. He then heard this Snake of Fate add. After I reset, apart from certain special items acting as a medium, my power range might temporarily be limited to backland, and I won't be able to spare attention for the life school of thought. If those guys from the Moses ascetic order make any moves, I hope you can lend a hand. Naturally, Aaron had already put that Star Moon Pillar on his kill list. Not to mention this attack, just that title alone, any cat or dog could call themselves a pillar. Feeling the undisguised killing intent, Will Osepton hummed and added. The Moses ascetic order lost a sequence 3 this time, and the hidden sage was also affected. There won't be much movement in the short term, but you must not let your guard down. Just like this time, if the hidden sage wants to scheme against you, his portion of the authority of fate will interfere with my precognition, and I won't be able to give you specific revelations. With the hidden sage still present, the Star Moon Pillar also fell. Aaron nodded without changing his expression, suppressing his doubts for now, and showed a friendly smile. The paper cranes you gave me before are all used up, you see. Before he could finish, the scene before him suddenly blurred and shattered. When Aaron came to his senses, he found himself already out of the dream, and the last words lingering in his ears made Aaron's expression change slightly. Almost forgot to say, your subordinate, that scholar of yore, is in a bit of an abnormal state right now. A kind reminder from your friend, Will Osepton. Too late to complain about that guy's stinginess, remembering Cavendish lands, who had helped him block the hidden sage's first wave of invasion. Aaron immediately teleported back to the Duke's mansion in Irusul. After setting up a spiritual wall, his consciousness sank, and he arrived in the nation of disorder. Looking at the dim light of faith, Aaron unhesitatingly integrated the Black Emperor card into his body, leveraging the dark golden mist to spread towards the light spot. Cavendish Lands's condition was quite bad. Even through the historical projection, the complex knowledge corruption still affected him, who was at the forefront. Out of spiritual instinct for self-preservation, Cavendish Lands rapidly decomposed the knowledge corruption into various spirit-body threads, simulating the state of advancing to scholar of yore, dispersing all spirit-body threads into the historical fog. Relying on the scholar of yore's inherent characteristics, he used the cleansing of the historical fog to get rid of the corruption. If Cavendish Lands hadn't already digested most of the potion, merely dispersing the spirit-body threads into the historical fog would have caused him to lose control. It was also fortunate that this was only corruption transmitted from the hidden sage's power projection through the historical fog, otherwise, he, who had not yet mastered a complete mythical creature form, would have simply collapsed on the spot. Unable to reassemble his body, he would have turned into a very strange and difficult to deal with monster in mysticism, a knowledge fairy. And this was also known as an information organism. After all, this was not the knowledge infusion endured by those members of the Moses ascetic order, but malicious knowledge corruption. Quickly grasping the situation, and feeling that his loyal subordinate was not in mortal danger, Aaron's tense expression also relaxed slightly. Although there was no immediate danger to his life, Cavendish Lancer was currently in the abyss, and even being within the historical fog couldn't guarantee that no accidents would occur. Delay would lead to complications, so Aaron didn't hesitate. The most urgent task now was to help eliminate the information pollution from the worms of spirit. Only then could Cavendish Lancer's body reform within the historical fog. Fortunately, each worm of spirit bore his distinct imprint, and his understanding of historical secrets made them appear exceptionally solid. Even with his consciousness divided among many worms of spirit, he wouldn't be dispersed by the equally diluted information in a short time. Aaron only needed to help him stabilize his consciousness and gradually dispel the torrent of information. During this process, Aaron, using specially marked prayer light spots, mobilized part of the Nation of Disorder's power to activate the Staff of Daybreak, purifying the pollution. Time passed minute by minute, and one by one, worms of spirit detached from the historical fog, beginning to reassemble their bodies. Watching Cavendish Lancer's body continuously squirm, Aaron put down the Staff of Daybreak and condensed a ball of light, sending it into the now normal prayer light spot. Inside it was the symbolic pattern he had obtained from the staff traded with Bernadette. Although the damage caused this time was not small, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Deeply integrating with the historical fog was also a form of role-playing for a scholar of yore. After Cavendish Lancer recovered, he should be able to start making, yesterday's recurrence, charms. After dealing with Cavendish Lancer's matter, Aaron stirred the dark gold mist to thoroughly check himself, ensuring there was nothing suspicious. He then layered the semi-illusory, indifferent eyeball, a remnant from when he dealt with the hidden sage's pollution on Old Neil, and placed it beside the Staff of Daybreak. He would settle this score with him sooner or later. After taking a few items from the junk pile and offering them as sacrifices, Aaron returned to the real world. It was time to look at his spoils of war. In the underground hall filled with a bloody aura, Walna stood in front of the indistinct statue that had appeared out of thin air, his expression solemn. If Aaron hadn't given a heads up before acting, a mere gate of banishment couldn't have opened his territory. Looking at the junior who gave him so much trouble, Walna sighed helplessly. Crimson and silver interwoven light surged, and the indistinct statue gradually vanished, leaving a yellowish-brown parchment book quietly suspended. On the surface of the book, a line of words was written in Elvish, Book of Calamity. There was no need to search. Under the power of an angel, which could even shatter Beander characteristics, the most special item would naturally emerge. Walnut controlled it well, not actually shattering it, but merely breaking its original seal. Aaron, with anticipation in his eyes, grabbed the Book of Calamity. His expression changed slightly. The book, with a texture like human skin, eagerly tried to burrow into his flesh, and his affected spirituality vaguely showed a tendency to split into three parts. The chain of order suddenly emerged, isolating this strange Book of Calamity. Aaron frowned and threw it to Walna. Looking at the parchment book, which was once again covered in flames and lightning, Aaron spoke uncertainly after a moment. This is a living sealed artifact. And it's definitely not of the Tyrant pathway. The latter half of the sentence was extremely certain. Walna closed his eyes, which were filled with various symbols, and corrected Aaron's statement. This is a demigod-sealed artifact of the Hanged Man pathway, and its living characteristic doesn't come from the characteristic itself, but from the item sealed within it. Is this really the remnant of that elf queen, Calamity Queen, Gaushinam? Hanged Man. Aaron's mind suddenly recalled the fate of the three Moses Ascetic Order members who obtained the Book of Calamity in the original timeline, three-headed flesh monsters, clearly rose bishops. Aaron remained silent and didn't respond. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a habitual way of thinking. Did the title, Calamity Queen, necessarily mean she was a Sequence 2 calamity of the Tyrant pathway? Could a mere Sequence 2 survive the great catastrophe where even several ancient gods perished? Although the elf race controlled the Tyrant pathway, not all elves were of this pathway. Moreover, the fundamental reason for the ancient gods' madness largely depended on the conflicting Beander characteristics within their bodies. As a neighboring pathway to the Tyrant pathway, it was highly likely that the Elf Queen had mixed these two pathways, or even, with the help of the Hanged Man pathway's special nature and the Elf King's assistance, had pastured a calamity. This might have been the Elf King's deliberate intention. After all, before the ancient sun god appeared, the godhood of the Hanged Man pathway was vacant. If they could cultivate another true god for the elf race, the final history of the era of Fire's first radiance might even be rewritten by them. The ancient god who held similar thoughts probably included the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. His subordinate god, the Dragon of Wisdom, Harabergen, who later became the god of knowledge and wisdom, was also of the neighboring White Towern pathway, and that godhood was also vacant. Perhaps having learned a lesson from her old rival, Gauchinum had always deliberately disguised herself, not revealing her true sequence, and secretly advanced with the pastured Calamity, using the title Calamity Queen, to deceive other ancient gods into lowering their guard. Traces of this could also be seen in Chartis's memory fragments left in Grossel's travels. When the alliance of the three humanoid ancient gods finally broke, Gauchinum was unaffected by Sunyasolem's terrifying roar. That was a tyrant who ascended through the faith of fear and obedience. If Gauchinum was truly just a sequence to Calamity, she wouldn't have been able to remain so calm and composed. This had nothing to do with the private feelings of the two mythical creatures, this was the absolute suppression of a superior over an inferior on the entire tyrant pathway. His thoughts became increasingly divergent. After truly seeing the Book of Calamity, more and more details emerged from his mind. Aaron couldn't help but recall how Alger's mind was easily read when he met Gauchinum in a dream. He exhaled softly, and Aaron had more conjectures. What exactly is Gauchinum's current state? How did she survive that disaster? Thinking of this, Aaron suddenly paused. If he remembered correctly, the elf king Sunyasolem had three subordinate gods. Excluding Lilith, who joined the elves after her fall, and Gauchinum, there was also a mysterious god of fortune. Seeing Aaron's constantly changing expression, Walna no longer inquired. This junior of his knew far more than he, an angel, did. Every time he thought of this, Walna felt he had lost his angelic status. After resealing the Book of Calamity, he saw Aaron, with shining eyes, grab it again and hastily open a gate of teleportation. Listening to the insincere thank you echoing in his ears, Walna looked at the underground hall, which had returned to its empty silence, his forehead twitching slightly. Dash 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 dash. When Aaron teleported to Backland, he suddenly remembered that he had run out of paper cranes. He seemed to have no way to actively contact Will Osepton. Standing awkwardly on the clock tower, looking at the gray sky where the morning light was just peeking through, Aaron's figure disappeared, returning to his room in the outskirts of Backland. After setting up a wall of spirituality, Aaron tried several times and finally saw erodes in the floating mirror, which gave him a peaking sensation. Initially, Aaron was still thinking about the elf queen and didn't notice erodes' abnormality, until he saw the golden words appear on the mirror and his eyebrows slightly raised. Mysterious and great Duke, innocent and weak erodes extends his most sincere greetings to you. Are you well? Innocent. This tone. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he responded indifferently. I'm fine. According to the rules, it's my turn to ask you a question. Feeling that he had escaped a disaster, Rhodes happily displayed the short words, please ask. Aaron nodded slightly and didn't ask immediately. Instead, he took out a bottle containing a drop of silver blood. In the blood, countless tiny, transcendent, illusory wheels seemed to be rotating, forming a long ribbon, with its ends almost meeting. This was the blood given by the Snake of Fate back then, and it was also the most convenient way Aaron could think of to find Will Osepton now. Of course, even with this drop of blood, Aaron didn't expect Rhodes to be able to locate Will Osepton, whose precise location even Ouroboros couldn't pinpoint. This was more like a one-way message, using the fluctuations of fate to express his desire to meet the Snake of Fate. If he agreed, Rhodes would naturally find him. If he refused, he would certainly find nothing. After simply stating his request, he slightly lifted a seal to allow Rhodes to sense the blood's aura, and the mirror quickly rippled with silver waves. Somewhat to Aaron's surprise, the image quickly appeared. A young boy with his hands in his pockets and a somewhat rebellious expression was staring at him from outside the frame with a look of disdain. The camera pulled back, revealing the house number, 72 Sibury Street, Sherwood Borough. Looking at the image that lasted only a few seconds before shattering, Aaron, with a smile, resealed the blood and put it away. Seemingly sensing Aaron's good mood, text appeared on the mirror again. Great Duke, do you have any more questions? Aaron reined in the smile at the corner of his mouth and responded succinctly, of course. Without waiting for Rhodes's response, after answering the mirror's question, Aaron suddenly asked. Who killed the Star Moon Pillar on Zemim Island? You can use descriptive terms as a reference. Not comforted by the understanding final sentence, the text on the mirror immediately distorted, rippling for a long time before pale words appeared. It was that one from the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Aaron was both surprised and unsurprised by this answer. To forcibly kill a Sequence 3 under the Hidden Sage's protection was not something an ordinary angel could do. What surprised Aaron was how quickly the God of Steam and Machinery located Zemim Island. If it was that easy to pinpoint a location, the Hidden Sage's hidden title would be like a paper wall, and his whereabouts wouldn't have been untraceable for thousands of years. Seemingly realizing that it couldn't hide it any longer, it proactively confessed, hoping for leniency. A large amount of text appeared on the mirror. Humble Rhodes dared to peek into your image and was coincidentally corrupted by that evil god, which triggered the core seal of St. Hilaire Cathedral. That is a grade 0 sealed artifact. A power prevented me from prying into that sealed artifact, and I have no way of knowing its specific function, but the pollution I suffered was cleansed. No one actively asked, so how dare it peek at me? Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. Combining this with previous clues, he roughly guessed what the mirror had done. Mr. Fool is indeed sharp-minded, but this mirror still needs to be disciplined. I don't want to be constantly watched through a mirror. He sternly warned this unprincipled magic mirror, emphasizing that no matter who wanted to peek at him, it should create an unpeekable or erroneous image. Looking at the now calm mirror, Aaron's figure also disappeared from the spot, appearing at 72 Siberry Street, Sherwood Borough. Stepping through the already open door, Aaron finally saw Mr. Speaker again in reality, even though the other party's attitude was not very welcoming. Cough. Aaron unconsciously smiled, bowing slightly. It's an honor to see you again, Mr. Speaker. The current situation is grim and complex, which will also bring considerable uncertainty to your restart. Therefore, I have brought a way to temporarily restore some power during your weak period. The last time we met in reality, the paper cranes you gave me have run out. You see. Will Osepton stopped shuffling the tarot cards in his hand, looked Aaron up and down, and extended his right hand, saying, Let me see it first. Aaron took out the staff embedded with transparent, elongated gems from his spatial pocket and handed it over. Will Osepton took it with interest, glanced at it twice, then raised his voice. This can only be used once. Aaron maintained a warm smile and continued unhurriedly. I have already replicated the symbolic patterns and magical marks on it, and my scholar of yours condition has returned to normal. Will Osepton's small face immediately wrinkled, and he reluctantly handed Aaron a paper crane, muttering softly. Every time I see you, I feel like I'm being played by fate. Looking at Will Osepton, who started playing dumb after handing over one paper crane, Aaron didn't press the matter. One was fine, he could always get more after it ran out. With that thought, Aaron spoke. I may not be able to attend to Backland for a while in the future. I'd like to ask you to look after Audrey. Would you be so kind as to tell me your honorific name? The staff transformed into a silver glow, merging into his body and disappearing. Will Osepton didn't refuse, slowly chanting. Incarnation of fortune, monster who foresees the future, calamity who spreads misfortune, witness to all fates in Backland, keeper of chaos and madness. Noticing Aaron's peculiar gaze, Will Osepton snorted lightly and explained. This is my honorific name with some modifications. Even if I have started my restart, as long as your fiancé is still in Backland, I can provide some response. After silently repeating it once, Aaron slowly nodded. He looked at Wei Ang Sai-ting and spoke as if unintentionally. Recently, I've also learned about some hidden secrets from ancient eras. That elf king Sanayath Solium seems to have a subordinate deity named God of Fortune. I wonder if Speaker Sir knows anything about him. Don't know, not clear, never heard of him. Wei Ang Sai Ting didn't even lift his head, waving his hand as if sending him away. You're too perfunctory, at least put on a bit of an act. Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile on his face as he continued. It is said that the origin of elves comes from the legendary Western continent. That ancient god, Elf King Sanaeth Solium, was the first elf. So, do you think that as his subordinate deity, the god of fortune might also know something? It's not just the 7 deities, some other hidden existences are also very interested in that legendary Western continent. Don't you agree, Mr. Wei? Ang Sai Ting, the embodiment of luck. Wei Ang Sai Ting stopped pretending to be foolish. He snorted, and a silver river faintly appeared, causing Aaron to instantly lose his perception of the outside world. With a slight curl of his lips, Aaron strolled gracefully to the sofa opposite Wei Ang Sai Ting and sat down. Putting away the tarot cards in his hand, the silver light in Wei Ang Sai Ting's eyes grew brighter, and his voice became somewhat ethereal. After the true creator fell into slumber, in the Age of Darkness, during the Fire Primordial Era, 8 ancient gods divided the authority he left behind. They became the deities who governed the sky, earth, and sea, who governed reality, the spirit world, and the astral world, and who governed various races. The original giant King Ormir, Elf King Sanaeth Solium, and vampire ancestor Lilith formed an alliance to resist Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Phoenix ancestor Gregoli, and aberrant King Kvastir. The conflict between the deities spread to their races and their subordinate deities. Although the situation was chaotic, it still maintained relative stability. The true chaos began after the fall of sanguine ancestor Lilith, aberrant King Kvastir, and demonic wolf, Phlegre. The alliance between the elves and giants then became a mere formality. At this point, he paused, glancing at Aaron before continuing. I know what you're thinking. That god of fortune was the past me, not the current me. Before Aaron could ask, he proactively explained. Sequence 2 of the Wheel of Fortune pathway is called Soothsayer. Hey, a soothsayer, self-proclaimed darling of fate. Putting away his self-deprecating tone, his expression became indifferent. During the Twin Ages, I glimpsed the future, I glimpsed my own death, but in despair, fate seemed to give me a glimmer of hope. The future I glimpsed told me that the ritual for advancing to Sequence 1 required changing a predetermined fate after foreseeing a disaster, abandoning everything from the past, actively merging into the torrent of fate, and transforming into a snake of fate in the long river of fate. Under the threat of the most powerful giants and dragons during the Twin Ages, Ormir, who lacked assistance, provided help. When I regained consciousness in the torrent of fate and successfully advanced, by leveraging the fluctuations of fate, I sensed Ormir's fall in an indescribable object in the torrent of fate that kept attracting me. The alliance with Ormir became a mere formality from the day he fell. I felt an indescribable pressure from the ancient sun god. After achieving the snake of fate, I did not leave the torrent of fate but followed the guidance of fate and found the source of the attraction. That was the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, which was originally untraceable, conceptualized and abstract. The pressure that one gave me, coupled with the changes brought about by the fall of each ancient god, made me decide to take the risk and make contact. Aaron, who was listening to the secrets buried in the mists of history, still asked with some surprise, uniqueness. You just swallowed it. His originally indifferent expression flickered with a hint of awkwardness for a moment, then Wei Ang Sai Ting immediately argued righteously, that was the second epoch. Only those ancient gods were born with the ability to accommodate uniqueness. How could I have known the drawbacks of forcibly accommodating uniqueness back then, not to mention the interference that changeable fate gave me? Only after merging with that abstract concept did I gradually realize that this was not something I could achieve at the moment. But everything has its pros and cons. Although contacting this uniqueness brought me great trouble, it also allowed me to avoid the ancient sun god's perception. Without becoming a god or without the correct method of accommodation, uniqueness is merely a burden for a Sequence 1 like me. Realizing the problem during the contact, I have been trying to get rid of this interference. It wasn't until the 4th epoch that I finally suppressed the vivification of that uniqueness and escaped the long river of fate. To truly accommodate it, the correct approach should be to cooperate with a simplified God Ascension ritual. The long period of resistance finally allowed me to see through fate. The God Ascension ritual for the Wheel of Fortune pathway might be the simplest, or it might be the most difficult. As long as one can find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate, one can directly consume the Beander potion and attempt to advance. Aaron tapped his fingers lightly, inexplicably thinking of the state he was in when he advanced to demigod, merging with order and controlling rules. Recalling that feeling, some conjectures also emerged in Aaron's mind. The ritual principle of the Wheel of Fortune should be the fusion of the Snake of Fate with the River of Fate. This fusion, to a certain extent, is equivalent to the incarnation of the River of Fate. The so-called correct opportunity might just refer to a certain moment when the River of Fate and one's will are aligned, meaning that the fate of successful advancement penetrates the entire long River of Fate at that instant. At that moment, the Snake of Fate can, to a certain extent, represent the will of fate, and advancement is bound to succeed. However, if one does not wait for a suitable opportunity to advance, during the process of merging with the River of Fate, they will encounter the fate of their own demise, and resisting is equivalent to going against one's own will. Not resisting would lead to a chaotic outcome. Faced with this paradox of fate, there is simply no possibility of successful advancement. Glancing at the thoughtful Aaron, Wei Ang Sai Ting added irritably, but the problem is, that precise opportunity cannot be divined, cannot be predicted, and cannot be locked down by any means. One can only eliminate certain interferences and patiently experience and search for it. But whether it's the entanglement with uniqueness or the confrontation with Ouroboros, I have restarted countless times, enduring an incredibly long period, yet still haven't encountered the so-called opportunity. That smelly snake Ouroboros sensed the lingering aura on me. To avoid him and the true creator behind him, I kept restarting. Although each restart washes away the madness, it still requires a certain faith positioning, otherwise the Snake of Fate state cannot be maintained for too long. Fortunately, this vicious cycle didn't last too long. Those high and mighty big figures finally reached an agreement, and that evil god was imprisoned in the forsaken land of the gods. Taking advantage of this gap, I secretly developed believers and established the current life school of thought in the fifth epoch. Aaron lowered his head slightly, showing no unusual expression. There were many questionable points and loopholes in Wei Ang Sai Ting's words. How did he, who was only sequence 2 in the second epoch, obtain the Snake of Fate Beander characteristic? Was it truly through Ormir, or did he receive other assistance? Could the vivification of uniqueness truly be suppressed by a sequence 1 like him? The probability of successfully getting rid of that uniqueness and turning it into the physical dice of probability, and the chosen time coincidentally being the turbulent fourth epoch, was this fate or was it arranged by others? More crucially, as two snakes of fate that had been intertwined, what was Ouroboros' state at that time? His gaze flickered slightly, and Aaron suppressed these questions. For him, today's goal had been achieved, and the remaining confusions were not suitable to be brought up now. Whether it was because his current strength was insufficient or due to other factors, since Wei Ang Sai Ting deliberately avoided those questions, it was not appropriate for him to continue pressing. However, some of Wei Ang Sai Ting's descriptions, especially the appearance of that uniqueness, made Aaron's thoughts wander. As a sequence 1 of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, under close observation, Wei Ang Sai Ting could, to a certain extent, discover his own peculiarity. Whether it's the God Ascension ritual of the Wheel of Fortune pathway or accommodating uniqueness, both require waiting for that opportunity in the torrent of fate. Is this opportunity truly obtained by waiting, or by some existence-changing fate through some means to make the opportunity arrive? Perhaps the key to accommodating uniqueness and achieving godhood in the Wheel of Fortune pathway is not passively waiting for fate's arrangements, but actively pursuing and seizing the certainty of fate. This was also the reason why he repeatedly offered favors. Remembering the speaker sir's sudden mention of restarting earlier, Aaron immediately understood some things. Feeling the barrier that isolated the outside world disappear, Aaron looked at the displeased Wei Ang Sai Ting, who was clearly signaling him to leave. He chuckled and shook his head, his tone playful as he said, perhaps in a while, I can help you meet an old friend of yours. Empress Burrow, Backland, Count Hall's mansion. Audrey was being dressed by her maid, Annie, when she saw Susie run in and give her a wink. It winked at me. Audrey's feelings suddenly became a bit complicated. Fortunately, after a night of contemplation and clarifying the pros and cons, Audrey had at least gradually accepted it psychologically. After finding an excuse to have the maids temporarily leave, Audrey locked the door and turned to look at Susie, the golden retriever, who she wasn't sure if she still counted as her pet, and said, "Did you hear, or encounter anything?" The golden retriever Susie squatted steadily, letting out a howl that vibrated the surrounding air, and said, "Yes, I heard the Count and several counselors discussing matters in the study. They plan to organize a group of people and supplies to go to the Byron west coast of the southern continent to help rebuild Nikiforou City, which was damaged by the war." "Oh, by the way, Audrey, where is the Byron west coast?" Listening to the unfamiliar and not quite standard lowness, Audrey felt increasingly complex. She was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll give you a map later." "Okay," Susie replied cheerfully. "The Count said that this matter is led by the Church of Dark, and due to the complex situation in West Byron now, both supplies and personnel will choose the most convenient airship. They will switch to ironclads after they are officially in service." "Really?" Audrey asked in surprise. Since it was handled by the church and involved airships, perhaps she would have a chance to go to the southern continent and even give him a surprise. Not knowing what Audrey was thinking, Susie replied very honestly, "I can't give you a definite answer. This is just what I heard. I can't even deeply understand what they mean. After all, I'm just a dog who just started learning." Audrey was momentarily stunned, then blossomed into a smile. She took snacks from a beautifully decorated cabinet nearby, tore open the seal, and placed them in front of Susie. Watching Susie give up thinking and huffing as she began to enjoy the snacks, Audrey was somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps it was a coincidence. At yesterday's Beander gathering, she just happened to obtain the apothecary formula that Glirant desired, and she also acquired several pages of Russell's diary. The New Year's Eve ball will be officially held at the palace at the end of this year, which also symbolizes her social coming of age. It is already July, and if she travels by airship, even going to the southern continent, she would have enough time to return to Backland. As her thoughts churned, Audrey felt a warmth in her ear, and a familiar voice instantly dispelled her suddenly tense emotions. "Did you miss me?" Strong surprise welled up in her emerald eyes. Audrey felt her lips touch something warm, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue simply wouldn't come out. The grievance in Audrey's heart, which had been without news from Aaron for a long time, also dissipated. After savoring the fragrance between his lips and teeth, Aaron looked at Audrey's flushed face and led her by the hand to sit by the desk. Susie, who had been engrossed in eating, sat up straight, pawed at a biscuit that had fallen to the floor, wagged her tail, and excitedly said, "Duke, Audrey has been missing you a lot during this time." The blush on her face deepened a few shades. Audrey let out a small gasp. Hearing that come from Susie's mouth always made her feel an unbearable sense of awkwardness. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Audrey, Aaron patted Susie, who had voluntarily come closer, and was not surprised that Susie could speak. Audrey, keenly aware of this, lightly patted Susie and looked at Aaron questioningly. Aaron explained with a smile, "Evelina was also like this initially. The spectator Beander potion is quite significant for the development of the mind, especially in terms of intellect." Aaron explained with a smile, and the arcane necklace flashed slightly in his hand, revealing a black pouch embroidered with golden lace, which was precisely the traveler's satchel he had obtained from bodies. With the arcane necklace, he could now make these spatial pouches himself. Although they all had certain flaws, if such a practical item were sold to Mr. Fool, it would be unreasonable not to price it at several £100s. Aaron carefully explained the usage and flaws of the traveler's satchel to Audrey, watching her try it out with curiosity, taking out one item after another from the pouch. Susie, on the other hand, watched all of this with a look of shock. Although using shock to describe a dog might seem strange, Aaron felt it was quite fitting. Looking at Audrey, whose face was slightly pale from spiritual exhaustion, Aaron took the traveler's satchel and put all the retrieved items back into it. Looking at Audrey, who had calmed down, Aaron considered his words carefully and said, "My current identity isn't suitable for appearing in public in Backland, at least not recently. Furthermore, I might be busy with some matters for a while, making it difficult to look after you. Although Backland has several major churches, there are always some ghosts and monsters. These rats in the gutters, for various reasons, cannot directly target me in the open, but that doesn't mean they will do nothing. To ensure your safety, I've entrusted a friend in Backland. If you encounter difficulties and cannot contact me in time, you can try chanting his honorific name." Hearing that Aaron was leaving again, even with some psychological preparation, Audrey still felt a bit reluctant. As if thinking of something, a bright gleam flashed in her emerald eyes, and a smile reappeared on her face. After informing Audrey of Will Osepton's slightly unusual honorific name, Aaron pondered for a moment before adding, "My friend is also an outstanding gourmet. He has a wish to taste ice cream from various noble families and determine the most delicious one. If you can help him fulfill this wish, he will certainly go to greater lengths to ensure your safety." Hearing this somewhat strange wish, Audrey was momentarily stunned, then a smile quickly spread across her delicate and beautiful face. "No problem. But how do I give him the ice cream?" Aaron took out a peculiar transparent and translucent intertwined charm from his embrace. This was a high-level Marauder pathway charm originally made by Pallas Zoroast. He placed it in front of Audrey and responded with a smile. "Just offer it to him as a sacrifice. He is already a Sequence 3 saint and can accept sacrifices within the Backland area. Using the honorific name I just told you, a regular sacrificial ritual will suffice." A Sequence 3 saint. Audrey's eyes showed clear surprise. She was no longer the naive girl she once was and knew what that term truly represented. "To have such a powerful individual protect me, you must have paid a great deal." Audrey looked at Aaron with some emotion, somewhat overlooking the charm placed before her. Picking up the charm and placing it in Audrey's hand, Aaron pointed to the charm and explained. "This charm is called parasitism. It can create worms of time, with a short lifespan, which quietly parasitize the target and are controlled by the user of the charm. Even for powerhouses at the level of a diocesan bishop, it can still have some effect, but controlling the worms of time requires a significant amount of spirituality, which your current spirituality might not be able to bear. I will give you the Beander potion formula for the spectator's subsequent Sequence 8, Telepathis, in a moment, but you must promise me to only attempt advancement after the potion is completely digested. Additionally, the target of parasitic control is not limited to humans. Certain mystical items or sealed artifacts can also produce unexpected effects." Carefully noting Aaron's words, Audrey also realized the value of the charm in her hand, while her eyes sparkled as she looked at Aaron, awaiting the Telepathis potion formula. Susie, who had originally returned to burying herself in her food, wagged her tail and ran over upon hearing about the potion formula, nestling at Audrey's feet and looking at Aaron with expectant eyes. The complete pituitary gland of an adult 7-colored lizard dragon. Looking at the potion formula Aaron handed over, Audrey subconsciously murmured the phrase. Although she had read many books and understood much mystical knowledge, she had never heard of such an Beander creature, at least not in Count Hall's treasury. Seeing Audrey's pleading gaze, Aaron remembered the 2 7-colored lizard dragons still kept in his own treasury and comforted her with a smile. "You don't have to worry about that. You can send your butler to Duke East Tacker's villa today to pick up 2 7-colored lizard dragons. They might be a bit larger than you imagine." Looking at Audrey's expectant face, Aaron thought for a moment and finally warned. "If that parasitism charm is used, it might leave some residual aura. You must go to the church and pray to the Evernight goddess, requesting a complete purification." Compared to fate grafting, the traces of parasitism were relatively more distinct. Although Audrey had received the attention of Will Osepton and should not be so unlucky as to encounter Aemon, necessary caution should not be relaxed. Although she didn't understand the reason for doing so, Audrey, already a spectator, could clearly feel the solemnity in Aaron's voice when he said that. She clutched the charm in her hand tightly and nodded. Since he had already given Audrey the telepathous potion formula, Aaron thought for a moment, then took out a black, button-shaped object wrapped in an amber shell from his jacket pocket. He handed it to Audrey while explaining. It's called the Devil Button. Besides allowing you to cast some fire-type and filth-type spells, the most crucial part is that it can grant you the ability to foresee danger. If someone can cause you fatal harm within a very short period and takes practical action, you will be able to sense the source of the danger. Whether using a charm or praying to a certain little snake, both require some time. The Devil Button can maximize the time Audrey gains when danger arrives. Given his current situation where he frequently faces angels directly, this sealed artifact's help is already limited. A thought flashed through his mind, and Aaron looked at the astonished Audrey, adding, as for its negative effects, prolonged wearing merely brings about negative psychological states like cold-bloodedness and disregard for life. Once you advance further, this negative effect will have a negligible impact on you. He didn't linger for too long. After a brief tender moment with Audrey, Aaron teleported away. Both his conversation with Will Osepton and his discoveries from the Calamity book were enough to indicate that the Elf Queen was not simple. To explore the elf ruins more safely, and also for his later journey with Nastor to the Fog Sea to seek the lost nuance, Aaron felt it necessary to awaken the angel slumbering in the Ghost Empire, and unlock the treasures left behind by the Truncest Empire. The range of travel provided by the demigod level, arcane necklace, was far beyond that of the previous traveler's badge. In less than a quarter of an hour, Aaron arrived at the entrance of the God's War ruins. Looking at the deep cracks stretching across the sea, Aaron suddenly descended. The familiar sense of distortion flashed, and he saw the boundless ocean burning with golden flames. Not attempting to travel within the dangerous God's War ruins, Aaron patiently waited for night to fall. Using his connection with the Ghost Empire, his spirituality surged into the darkness imprint. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and Aaron returned to the Ghost Empire. Closing his eyes and sensing the distorted order permeating the Ghost Empire, Aaron frowned slightly. Even within the ruins of the God's War, where rules and order were almost shattered, the speed of rule assimilation still exceeded his expectations. If this situation continues, it won't last even 2 years, at most, a little over a year, and the Ghost Empire will reconnect with the outside world. Realizing this, a sense of urgency rose in his heart. He no longer lingered and rushed towards the black mausoleum at the center. Passing through the fresco-lined corridor and arriving at the deepest part of the mausoleum, Aaron looked at the last unopened sarcophagus and didn't rush to open it. Praying to himself and responding to himself, Aaron retrieved the sun-chasing scepter and the ring of mysteries which had been disinfecting in the nation of disorder. As a medium for summoning historical projections, the Ring of Mysteries was no less contaminated than Cavendish Lancer, but fortunately, the contamination was rootless and not difficult to deal with. Even as fellow executors of the Spark Plan, Cavendish Lancer and Fowles Allen, who lacked angelic rank, had not touched upon the most core secrets. The fact that they had not acquired any of the high-level Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts preserved in the Ghost Empire, which belonged to the Truncest Empire, was the best proof. As the Night Emperor's most trusted subordinate and the leader of his personal guards at the time, Alwyn Gallo was already a sequence to ancient bane. He must have known that a wisp of the Night Emperor's consciousness was sealed here. If he knew that wisp of consciousness had been obliterated by him, how would this ancient angel react? This was also Aaron's previous concern that made him hesitate to open the final treasure. Taking a deep breath, displaying his strength was the most crucial thing no matter what. With spirituality surging into the Ring of Mysteries, Aaron made 2 grabbing motions towards the void and pulled out Valna's historical void image. Although in terms of status and ability, the fate reset performed by Will Osepton would be very effective, considering that the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods was right next door. If there was no conflict, it would be fine, but once a conflict caused fluctuations in the river of fate and attracted the attention of Ouroboros, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Even if Valna did not have the ability to escape into the historical fog, causing the historical void image to lack spirituality, this leader of the personal guards had personally handed over that sequence to Weather Warlock Beander characteristic to Valna back then. Whether it was for verification or building rapport, it would be better than a stranger like Will Osepton. If it weren't for the restrictions on entering the Ghost Empire itself, bringing an angel by force would accelerate the Ghost Empire's interaction with the outside world. Aaron would have brought Valna long ago. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Aaron's spirituality stirred, and a deep darkness emerged within the darkness domain, spreading towards the final sarcophagus. The coffin lid instantly turned to dust, and a chilling wind suddenly permeated the entire hall. Aaron's consciousness was somewhat hazy, feeling as if his spiritual body was being pulled by some force. Pure and blazing golden light bloomed from his right hand, dispelling the chilling wind and the terrifying death intent hidden within it. A humanoid creature, whose body was inscribed with countless mysterious patterns, entwined with wicked vines, and with white feathers growing from its chest, stood before the opened sarcophagus. Its blood-red eyes did not look at Aaron, but gazed at the dark golden sarcophagus at the very center, which originally belonged to the Night Emperor. Just as Aaron was about to say something, he heard a sigh of unknown meaning. The chilling wind and death intent permeating the hall gradually dissipated. Perhaps this is fate. Alwyn Gallo, the leader of the personal guards from the Night Emperor era, turned his head. His gaze lingered on Valna's historical void image for only a few seconds before focusing on Aaron. Although the feeling of being stared at by an angel was not pleasant, he couldn't help but feel relieved upon realizing that this ancient angel, who had been dormant for 1,000 years, bore him no ill will. Even so, he did not relax his vigilance, clutching the sun-chasing scepter to accumulate spirituality, preparing for possible influences, and simultaneously introduced the history from the end of the fourth epoch to the present to this angel. Unlike the resentment and killing intent of Cavendish Lancer and Fowz Allen, Alwyn Gallo remained quite calm throughout. During the narration, Aaron also activated his spirit vision to look at the opened sarcophagus, but he did not find the spiritual colors he most wanted to see. Clearly sensing Aaron's spiritual perception, Alwyn Gallo's slightly aged voice spoke. Back then, His Majesty entrusted everything to me. As long as one possessed the bloodline of Truncest and came here to open all the mausoleums, they could obtain the Empire's treasure. His eyes darkened, and the subconsciousness remaining in the nation of disorder mobilized power. Surging dark gold mist, carrying the residual Night Emperor aura on the crown of chaos, merged into Aaron's still undissipated prayer light point. His blood-red eyes suddenly froze. He, who had been secretly observing the darkness imprint, suddenly felt a familiar aura. After a moment of silence, his body began to swell, as if propping up the entire mausoleum hall. His chest, entwined with wicked vines and thorns, split open from the middle. A terrifyingly profound and indescribable death intent and pressure emerged. The numerous souls patrolling within the vast ghost empire all knelt on one knee, bowing their heads. Aaron, who faced this impact directly, was still affected to some extent despite the sun-chasing scepter's self-protection. But what shocked him most was that he had sensed this aura before, in the underwater death ruins within the God's War ruins. A gate of white bones slowly emerged from the split body. Mysterious symbols, rendered in pale and eerie green, appeared one by one, intertwining on the white bones. After forming a whole, they collapsed inward, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. The golden light in his pupils grew even more blazing. Aaron finally saw what was beyond the door. It was a city of the dead. Alwyn Gallo's voice sounded again, a few shades weaker than before. The bone gate connecting to the city of the dead was embedded within his body. Each opening seemed to consume some of his power. This gate was personally forged by His Majesty with a Death Consul Beander characteristic. It is a small underworld built upon this foundation. You can call it the Gate of Rebirth. The Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts grade 0 preserved within the Ghost Empire are all sealed in the underworld inside the Gate of Rebirth. I sealed them at the cost of my slumber. Every soul in that city of the dead was a warrior of the Empire in life, a testament to the history and glory of the Transmigration Empire. They exist because of the Gate of Rebirth. Besides those sealed artifacts and Beander characteristics, they are the last warriors the Empire has left for you. A testament to history and glory. Aaron's gaze fixated on the slowly rotating, boundless dark vortex. Both the Door of Rebirth itself and Elven Gallows, as the sealing subject, were at the angel level. Even with the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, the city of the dead behind the door was in chaos, making it impossible to clearly discern. Aaron was not impatient. Regardless of whether this chief of the guards had other intentions, his willingness to proactively open the Door of Rebirth was, to some extent, an acknowledgement of Aaron's status as an inheritor of Truncest's legacy. Unlike Fous Ellen and Cavendish Lancer, who had not yet become angels, Elven Gallows, who had achieved the Ancient Bane, in the fourth epoch, clearly knew about the pollution from the cosmos and part of the truth of the apocalypse. After understanding the world situation from Aaron, from the collapse of the Transmigration Empire in the fourth epoch until now, and realizing that George III intended to assault the Black Emperor's divinity, he revealed the treasure. Aaron didn't care about this shift in attitude. His mind was entirely focused on Elven Gallows's description of the Door of Rebirth. The ritual for a scholar of yore to advance to a miracle invoker is to bring a lost history back to the current era. Simply making the Ghost Empire appear in the real world does not fulfill the ritual. The main body of history is people, or more accurately, living beings that can interact with the spirit world to form corresponding concepts. Only then can it be considered a return to the current era. This is like Klein's act of allowing the City of Silver residents to escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to the northern and southern continents, which fulfilled his advancement ritual, rather than merely bringing the City of Silver, a city symbolizing history, to the outside world. Previously, Aaron had not considered the return of the Ghost Empire as a potential advancement ritual for Cavendish Lancer because there were only 2 demigods and 1 angel within the entire mausoleum. The spirits wandering within the Ghost Empire were already riddled with holes. The unique environment of the Ghost Empire preserved their last shred of obsession, but these, even the lowest level evil spirits and wraiths, would completely dissipate once they fully interacted and assimilated with order and the outside world, making it impossible to complete the ritual's requirements. Aaron's previous idea was to fleece Mr. Fool again, borrow a path through the abyss to the forsaken land of the gods, complete the ritual with the help of the residents of Moon City, and incidentally borrow a miracle invoker, Beander characteristic from the gloom demonic Wolf Kotar. But now there was a better option. The Truncest warriors housed in the City of the Dead constructed by the Door of Rebirth were the best anchors for Cavendish Lancer. Aaron, having clarified his thoughts, asked somewhat impatiently. How many warriors are housed within the Door of Rebirth? How have they survived until now? Elven Gallows, whose body had expanded enough to fill the entire mausoleum hall, suppressed the rich death aura emanating from the Door of Rebirth. His voice, carrying a hint of vicissitudes and capable of penetrating spirits, then resounded. There are 365 of them in total. They were all the most elite personal guards of the Transmigration Empire, who voluntarily signed a contract with the Door of Rebirth during their lives, ensuring that even if they died, their spirits would return. Centuries of chaotic warfare accumulated these. The contract is both the foundation of their existence and a form of pollution. All the spirits have evolved into evil spirits. The spirits capable of returning were at least mid-sequence in life. Although their original Beander characteristics have long been lost, as long as there are enough resources, they, as evil spirits, will be your sharpest blades against those traitors in the future. Therefore, most of the Beander characteristics are in that City of the Dead, serving as the source of their existence. The last sealed artifact level 0 I preserved is also the cornerstone of all this. That is a sealed artifact formed from a sequence 2 feet Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic, the mirror of entropy, which His Majesty stripped off after achieving true godhood. The distortion of death brought by entropy increase allowed the warriors, who lacked corresponding Beyonder characteristics to sustain them, to continue existing until now. Before you take this sealed artifact level 0, I hope you will consider this point. Looking at the gradually closing bone portal, Aaron nodded. To be honest, he was a little disappointed when he heard there were only 2 sealed artifacts level 0. But on second thought, the most precious and dangerous, Crown of Chaos, had already been obtained by him. In a situation where various jackals were eager to gnaw a piece of flesh from Truncest's massive corpse, being able to retain an angel and 2 sealed artifacts level 0 was already extremely difficult. What excited Aaron most were the 365 evil spirits. Their appearance filled Aaron's biggest current weakness. No matter how much strength was accumulated, Eastak was only a county. The army, whether in quality or quantity, could not compare to Loan or Folsak, which was why Aaron had been secretly expanding his influence at sea before. Now, such an army, composed entirely of mid-sequence evil spirits, would provide the most solid foundation for Aaron's subsequent plans, and the connection with the Door of Rebirth, also, in another aspect, weakened the death pathway's restraint on evil spirits. Although he would have to pay a lot of Beyonder characteristics for this, Aaron didn't care much at this moment. He didn't intend to use the family's treasury. Cavendish Lancer was already nearing the secret entrance to the abyss in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. With Cavendish Lancer's abilities, avoiding the Giant King's Court and the awakening ancient sun gods Chernobyl in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, as long as he didn't unluckily encounter Aemon, there wouldn't be too much danger. The abandoned city-states and mutated monsters in the Forsaken Land of the Gods were excellent sources of Beyonder characteristics. After removing the pollution within them, they could be used directly. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron looked at Elvin Gallows, who had returned to his normal size and remained silent, and slowly spoke. I have already helped Cavendish Lancer advance to Scholar of Yore. I also know the potion formula for Miracle Invoker. The advancement ritual requires your cooperation. Additionally, I want to explore an elven ruin, and I need your help. It belongs to Queen Goshinam, the Elven Queen, of the Second Epoch. His scarlet eyes flickered, and the strange vine's entanglement his body subtly writhed, crushing the white feather that suddenly emerged from his chest. Only then did Elvin Gallows slowly speak. Yes, but if the ritual is completed as you say, the Door of Rebirth will only prevent further interaction with the outside world and influence on the return of history if I personally suppress it. I must warn you that this will, to some extent, affect my strength. Aaron smiled, his back straight, appearing incredibly confident. No matter, I have also found other angels to accompany me. After gazing at Aaron for a moment, lingering for a few seconds on the Scepter of the Sun, and the Ring of Concealment, in his hand, Elvin Gallows finally looked at the shimmering night and life imprints, and nodded in silence. Dash 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 dash. Deep blue waves surged forward one after another, occasionally with silvery white electric arcs appearing in the waves, briefly bringing light and dispelling the thick black mist, which seemed to permeate the entire world like liquid. Cavendish Lancer sat on the back of a hideous and strange avian devil, exuding a wicked and corrupted aura that, though not as strong as that of the Undying King, Agaratu back then, was not far off. Last time, due to the Hidden Sage's pollution, he had to split into many spirit-body threads and hide in the historical fog. Although the pollution was eliminated, he also benefited from it, accelerating the digestion of the Scholar of Yore potion. However, as a corresponding price, while Cavendish Lancer was hiding in the historical fog, preoccupied with himself, the death knell, lacking control, was completely corroded and corrupted in an area of the abyss extremely close to its inner layer. Ultimately, without that blatherer, it was just a dilapidated ghost ship with residual high-level devil aura. Lacking Cavendish Lancer's infusion of spirituality, its ability to resist the abyss's erosion was inferior to that of native devils. When Cavendish Lancer emerged from the historical fog and returned to the abyss, he found that his current mount was tearfully licking the bag, absorbing the last remaining high-level devil aura from the death knell. He used the parasitism charm Aaron had bestowed earlier, combined with spirit body threads, to control this mount, which had long been subjected to erosion and whose mind was no longer normal. Looking at the strange symbols covering the stone figure in his hand, which, orange light, Hilarion had given him to guide his direction in the abyss, Cavendish Lancer sighed. He didn't know if Hilarion's guidance was affected, or if it was a factor of the abyss itself, but he had been in this area for a long time. He could only confirm that the secret entrance to the forsaken land of the gods was near this abyss area, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Passing over a black mountain peak from which viscous liquid continuously flowed downwards, and using the occasionally brightening silvery white electric arcs, Cavendish Lancer looked beyond the peak, where there was still an endless, boundless black mist. Even though he was somewhat prepared, he was still a little disappointed, and he raised a hand to rub his slightly aching forehead. After receiving the symbolic diagrams and magical sigils for making the yesterday's recurrence charm from Aaron, Cavendish Lancer had been trying ever since he recovered. Each failure meant the loss of another spirit-body thread, and each time he separated a spirit-body thread, it was like a tearing of his spirit, requiring a period of recovery. The environment of the abyss dictated that he couldn't frequently be in a state of spiritual injury. Therefore, to leave a margin for unexpected situations, Cavendish Lancer never pushed himself to the limit each time. After separating 3 to 4 spirit-body threads, he would choose to rest and then try to engrave. He continued this on and off trial until now, when he finally mastered the method and produced the finished product. He glanced at the 2 rectangular, diamond-shaped charms placed nearby. Cavendish Lancer saw complex symbols, layered and extending into the void, in the constantly refracting light. Just by touching them, he saw the historical fog flash before his eyes. As a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, Cavendish Lancer, who could respond to his honorific name within a certain range, created yesterday's recurrence charms that even had some effect on angels. Because they borrowed power from his past self, there was no question of success probability. However, as the source of the charm, Cavendish Lancer's Beander rank was lower than an angel's, so the duration of the effect would be greatly shortened. After carefully putting these 2 charms back and divining to confirm their effects, Cavendish Lancer turned his gaze to the base of the craggy mountain. His observations during this period confirmed that there were no passages on those mountains that he wanted. Even though he was unwilling, he had to start exploring. There was no limit there either. The deeper he looked, the more profound it felt, as if once something fell, it would fall forever. Dark threads spread from his pupils to various parts of his body, and festering, pus-filled blisters, exuding a corrupted aura, quickly appeared on Cavendish Lancer's body. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Invisible pollution surged along the spirit-body threads controlling the devil mount towards Cavendish Lancer. Cavendish Lancer, who was gradually becoming a devil, flickered and instantly disappeared. A calm-faced Cavendish Lancer reappeared. When he decided to explore the bottom of the abyss, covered by black mist and deep blue waves, he had replaced himself with a historical void image. New spirit-body threads extended to the devil mount beneath the devil's crotch. After recontrolling it, Cavendish Lancer simultaneously felt the fear surging through the spirit-body threads. From the black mist, seemingly condensed with the endless sins and filth of the world, a bloody giant palm suddenly stretched out. As a bloodthirsty and murderous aura permeated, a giant abyss mouth cracked open in the center of the hand, covered with twisted, strange patterns, as if it wanted to swallow Cavendish Lancer and the mount beneath him whole. Suppressing the sudden fear in his heart and the constantly surging blood in his body, Cavendish Lancer decisively abandoned this not-so-smart mount. This familiar feeling also reminded him of the Sequence 2 inches bloody Archduke, from the abyss who appeared when they hunted the Blatherer on the death knell. He didn't know if this Archduke remembered his aura, or if he recognized the high-level devil aura his devil mount had absorbed from the death knell. With a silent sigh, Cavendish Lancer conjured the scepter of the sun in his hand, while silently chanting the honorific name of the Lord of Order. In a place like the Abyss, he had always avoided contact with high-level devils to prevent the aftermath of battle from attracting the attention of certain existences in the Abyss. But he didn't expect to finally encounter a bloody Archduke. Regardless of the outcome, he was very likely to be watched by the dark side of the cosmos next. Although it was a pity that his mission was only one step away from completion, this was not the time to be reckless. Only a god could face a god. Above the dark golden mist, Eren, who had already taken Elvin Gallows away from the battlefield ruins and returned to Loen, felt the prayer and immediately returned to the Nation of Disorder. Eren, who had been following Cavendish Lancer's journey into the Abyss, sighed. Looking at Cavendish Lancer, who was entangled with the bloody Archduke, he decided to rescue his subordinate first. If the forsaken land of the gods really couldn't be reached, it could be postponed. Just as Eren finished containing the Black Emperor card and was about to activate the Crown of Stars, borrowed from Valen, to take Cavendish Lancer out of the Abyss, an indescribable corrupt aura emerged, and the prayer light points were covered by a layer of viscous black mist. Eren's brows immediately furrowed. In the entire Abyss, only the dark side of the cosmos could cause such an impact on the Nation of Disorder. The first to notice this corrupt aura was the bloody Archduke. Sensing this aura, which was engraved deep in his soul, the foul words instantly turned into a wail, and twisted bloody patterns oozed black blood. As the bloody Archduke, a sequence 2 of the Abyss pathway, he escaped the core region of the Abyss more than 900 years ago when the dark side of the universe was severely wounded by Lord of Storms and several other deities working together, weakening his control over the Abyss. Although the overall environment of the Abyss was deteriorating, it still had no effect on him. Since then, the existence that originally dominated the Abyss had been silent for a long time, but the palpitations he felt whenever he approached the core region still dispelled some of his greedy and crazy thoughts. Some time ago, a creature carrying the aura of a high-level spirit world left the Abyss before he could lock onto its location and arrive. Therefore, when he sensed a similar aura, he directly descended, unexpectedly encountering that being. Scarlet flames rose from his body, and twisted, defiled patterns writhed. He struggled to suppress the torrent of corruption and desire that surged like a broken dam in his heart, decisively transforming into a sea of blood, attempting to drill into the viscous black mist that seemed to lead to another world. The entire world of black mist, however, suddenly solidified at this moment. A massive phantom, composed entirely of shadows, emerged from the bottomless rift, and the brown branches entwined around its body slowly writhed. Behind him was an indescribable, boundless shadow that seemed capable of enveloping the entire world, gathering all the defilement, corruption, and negative emotions of the world. The Scarlet Ocean was but a drop in the bucket before that world. Amidst an indescribable chewing sound, the bloody Archduke was instantly engulfed by the shadows, seemingly truly entering another world. Perhaps that was the more mystically significant Abyss. Although the dark side of the universe's primary target was not directly on him, the mere aftershocks caused Cavendish Lancer's condition to deteriorate to an extreme. The summoned past image had completely distorted into a devil, and the terrifying pollution even spread along the spirit-body threads towards his true body within the historical fog. The starlight portal, which had been gradually forming, collapsed after the appearance of that evil god, who seemed to carry the power of the entire world's corruption. Cavendish Lancer's heart sank slightly. Taking advantage of the time the bloody Archduke struggled for, he continued to call upon the honorific name of the Lord of Order in his heart, while manipulating the historical projection, which was gradually slipping from his control, to throw out yesterday's reappearance, talismans. At the same time, he struggled to chant in ancient Hermes. Leo, Dro. Before his voice had completely subsided, the originally stagnant black mist was suddenly dispersed by deep blue ocean waves, and streaks of silvery white, blazing lightning surged out, twisting and intertwining as if in response to a summons, instantly covering this area. The silvery white storm was blocked by the turbid shadows. As if stimulated by the corruption, darkness, impurity, and evil contained within, the Lord of Storms' residual divine power in the abyss region suddenly erupted. Streaks of silvery white lightning arcs penetrated the obstruction, and Cavendish Lancer, who had completely demonized, disintegrated and dispersed without even a grunt. Then, the silvery white, twisted, rampant, terrifying electric snakes engulfed the surrounding area. In the dull, echoing roar, the item gifted by orange light, Hilarion instantly turned into dim light particles. The black mountain peaks fractured, and the previously obscuring black mist was briefly purified. Light particles rapidly converged and merged, and a constantly shrinking vortex channel, seemingly existing only in concept, emerged. Under the eruption of the Lord of Storms' residual divine power, Aaron, above the dark gold mist, finally broke through the dark, sunken shadows covering the prayer light spot with the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter. However, his face was already very grim. After further mastering the Nation of Disorder, he had an instinctive repulsion and vigilance towards the auras of other Sephira. Whether it was during every Tarot Club meeting, or the aura that leaked when he dealt with the Weather Warlock in Banksea Harbor before, he had felt them up close. Therefore, he was extremely certain that another Sephira's aura was mixed in with the power that had just affected the Nation of Disorder's prayer light spots. Dark side of the universe. Tenebrous world. There was no more time for Aaron to think. He also saw the shrinking vortex channel. Without the need for a divination pendant, his strong spiritual intuition told him that was the only opportunity to enter the forsaken land of the gods. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the Lord of Storms' residual divine power attracting the dark side of the universe's attention, he used his spirituality to draw in the surrounding dark gold mist, and dazzling light once again emerged from the star crown. At the top of another mountain peak, Cavendish Lancer's historical projection rapidly blurred, while his true body quickly detached from the historical fog, as historical projections could not replace the true body in leaving the abyss. The seer's spiritual intuition also made him notice the suddenly appearing vortex channel. Before he could hesitate, a brilliant star gate reappeared beside him, and a faint dark gold mist immediately appeared before his eyes, as a majestic and ethereal voice echoed. The opportunity to obtain the miracle invoker Beander characteristic is in the forsaken land of the gods. With a slight sigh in his heart, Cavendish Lancer, knowing time was pressing, no longer hesitated. He put the only remaining, yesterday's reappearance, talisman, which had escaped the center of the storm and was not destroyed, into his arms and stepped into the star gate. The shadow curtain behind the dark side of the universe, which had been suppressing the bloody Archduke engulfed by the shadow curtain and annihilating the storm divine power, suddenly surged. The shadows, like a tide, submerged the silvery white storm, which only had residual ripples, sweeping towards Cavendish Lancer, who had appeared beside the vortex with the help of the star staff, carrying the power of defilement condensed from concept into reality. The deep shadows suddenly twisted, and the entire space seemed to become abnormal. Cavendish Lancer dared not look back, stepping into the vortex channel that was about to disappear. He believed that the Lord of Order would surely be able to save him. A talisman covered with strange patterns and shrouded in dark gold mist suddenly appeared behind Cavendish Lancer. It was entirely translucent, deep black, like a small card made of special crystal, and also like the eye of some existence, watching this world. This was the Fate Stealer talisman, made by Pale Soloyas with Amon's Worm of Time. Its rank and the power it contained would only be stronger than the one that Demon Hunter Colin used to influence the true creator in the original timeline. A majestic voice echoed, "Fate." As the Fate Stealer talisman blurred, the shadow curtain that had been spreading towards Cavendish Lancer stiffened for an instant, and a soul-piercing roar suddenly came from within the bloody tide, which was faintly visible in the shadows. Looking at Cavendish Lancer disappearing into the vortex, Aaron's tense body finally relaxed. The ability of the Fate Stealer talisman was very strange, stealing fate, or more accurately, grafting fate. Using the power of the Sephira, he grafted Cavendish Lancer's original fate, which was to be devoured by the defiled abyss, onto the bloody Archduke, who was still desperately resisting. Although it cost one of the most precious talismans in Aaron's hands, it was all worth it. At the last moment when the prayer light spot dissipated, Aaron saw a shadow curtain completely envelop that abyss region, dragging it into a more defiled and corrupted shadow abyss. Rubbing his brow, golden flames surged from the sun-chasing scepter, enveloped by the dark gold mist, and poured into Aaron's body. Streaks of black mist with a corrupting aura were gathered but could not be completely annihilated. After sealing it layer by layer and putting it into the clutter pile, Aaron recalled the previous feeling and frowned deeply. He suddenly had doubts about his previous conjecture. Was the formation of the abyss really only caused by the ritual of becoming a god? As the Sephira corresponding to the abyss pathway and the chained pathway, the tenebrous world's symbolic meaning, shadow of the universe, includes concepts like corruption and defilement. Perhaps this Sephira, at an earlier time, with the appearance of the abyss, had already begun to influence the outside world through it. As the pinnacle of the abyss pathway, the devil monarch Farbati might have been contaminated by the aura of the tenebrous world, which was eroding the abyss, very early on. This might be the deeper reason why, among the many ancient gods, the ancient sun god alone did not bother with the devil monarch Farbati. Even if the abyss was dangerous, it was nothing to the ancient sun god, who was already a quasi-outer deity at that time. Even if he had to divide his power to suppress the will of God Almighty, which was on the verge of resurrection within him, he wouldn't be unable to defeat a Farbati. It is highly likely that because of the omniscient and omnipotent authority, he realized the tenebrous world's erosion of the abyss. In order to prevent contact with another Sephira from interfering with his resurrection from Dark Angel Sosrir's body, he deliberately spared this seemingly only surviving ancient god for the time being. Because of Ro's redemption, after the ancient sun god was divided and devoured, no one was willing to deal with the devil monarch Farbati in the abyss. It wasn't until the primordial one's barrier was crumbling that the stronger mother tree of desire, sensing the aura of the tenebrous world, first fully eroded Farbati, forming the current dark side of the universe. Only then did it begin to erode the chained god, replacing the original, temperance, with the indulgence and desire derived from devils. Aaron, who had clarified his thoughts, rubbed his brow with a headache. This time, his actions were a bit too big. The abyss was completely off limits for him in the future, otherwise, he would truly be delivering a big gift package to that being. Tingnan, Lanris Steel Company Temporary Office. Lanris, with brown eyes and nearly round glasses, smiled as he looked at the man and woman opposite him. One of them had a bulging belly. With a slight curl of his lips, his calm voice seemed to carry a hint of magic. When I was exploring the Honiches Mountains in Siviras County, I discovered a large iron ore deposit with abundant reserves and excellent quality. I spent all my savings to buy that land and hired a professional company to conduct a survey, which yielded encouraging conclusions. Mr. Grasses, this is a sure-win business. The necessary investment is the capital to earn rewards. Grasses, wearing a monocle and holding a silk top hat, glanced at the photo of Lanris with Sir Deville and the mayor hanging on the office wall behind Lanris. He closed the property document and exploration report, which bore the seal of the Siviras County government. He glanced at Megos, who was looking at Lanris with adoration. After a few minutes, he said with a wry smile, "I will seriously consider it when I get home. I will give you an answer very soon. Also, as your future shareholder, I still hope you can complete the wedding as soon as possible." Lanris showed no discouragement. He stood up with a smile, kissed Megos' hand. His downward gaze made everyone miss the fleeting mockery in his eyes. After seeing off the two guests, a secret door opened, and the pale-faced Cyrus Orepus walked out, staring at Lanris and saying coldly, "When will this game with these foolish human authors end? When will the Lord's offspring be born?" Lanris didn't care about the Aurora Order member's tone. He leisurely poured himself a glass of Sunnia blood wine and replied casually, "These are all part of the plan. And as far as I know, the Aurora Orders, Saint of Secrets seems to have fallen in Tingen some time ago. It's not just the Church of the Evernight that's interested in this matter, or rather, in the Aurora Order. Are you sure you want to stick your neck out in this situation? A few bloodshot lines appeared in his pupils, and his face instantly darkened. Cyrus Orepus suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Are you deliberately provoking me?" Strolling to the window, Lanris carelessly exposed his back to Cyrus Orepus, watching Megos get into the carriage and drive away, and said mockingly, "Of course not, my friend. How could this be a provocation? I'm just giving a kind reminder. Have you forgotten Hood Eugene's fate?" Recalling the Psychology Alchemists member with whom he had previously cooperated, Cyrus Orepus's expression changed for a moment. He snorted, and his tone softened. Is he really crazy? Lanris stopped speaking, only nodding slightly, and the office fell into dead silence. In the carriage, Grassis chuckled and shook his head as he looked at the beaming Megos, then said in a softened tone, "You're pregnant now, so try not to go out. I'll take you home first. I'm going to the Seer Club later. Dash 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 dash." In the divination room, filled with various divination tools, Klein looked at the wanted poster and related information for instigator Triss on the table. He had gotten this for free from Blackthorn Security Company. Looking at the bounty written on the wanted poster, Klein took a deep breath, picked up the paper, memorized the face in the picture, leaned back against the chair, and began to attempt the dream divination method. In a blurry, distorted world, Klein saw a carriage and a young lady in a gray-white dress. This young woman had smooth black hair, a delicate round face, and a gentle and sweet demeanor, but her body was trembling abnormally. The scene flickered, and Klein saw this young and beautiful woman again. She was in an underground trading market, squatting crudely and talking to someone. The dream quickly faded, and Klein woke up, momentarily stunned. He quickly picked up the wanted poster and examined it for a while, and his expression immediately became a little strange. Is that Triss? Is he cross-dressing? No, from the contact in the dream, I confirmed she is female. No, was she cross-dressing as a man before? What kind of fetish is this? Unconsciously adopting the habitual thinking of his previous life, Klein immediately reacted. This was a world where Beander existed. Even if he had thought wrongly just now, Klein had, after all, seen many wild ideas and various incredible plots. After looking at the portrait again, he immediately had another guess. Did instigator Triss turn into a woman? Is this due to a curse or some other reason? But the cross-dressing big shot surprisingly didn't look bad. No, to be fair, he looked quite good. Klein's thoughts drifted a bit as he pondered. He lightly tapped his forehead, put away all the materials related to the wanted posters on the table, and decided to wait another 15 minutes. If no one came to him for a divination, he would first return to Blackthorn Security Company and inform the captain of the divination results and his conjectures about the instigator, Triss. To be honest, with the £500 he received from Mr. Emperor, Klein no longer cared as much about divination fees of just a few solely as he did before. However, this kind of salaried work, which allowed him to earn extra money and fulfill the acting requirements for digesting the potion, was very much to Klein's liking. Moreover, the spiritual materials purchased in the underground market were extremely expensive, forcing Klein, who wanted to make amulets for Benson and Melissa, to yield to reality. This idea was not groundless. Yesterday morning, he had seen the past hiding place of the Antigonus family's notebook based on a dream revelation. He then found the body of Katie Bieber and confirmed that the notebook was now in the possession of Rael Bieber, who was suspected to be a descendant of the Antigonus family, though his whereabouts were currently unknown. Furthermore, a strange power had interfered with his divination, and Rael Bieber's disappearance also made Klein worry about his family's safety, as he was considered an anomaly who had not died after coming into contact with that notebook. Before Klein could think further, the door of the divination room was suddenly knocked upon, and Angelica from the divination club walked in and said softly, "Mr. Moretti, someone is here to see you for a divination. At this point, she quietly added, "It's Mr. Grassus, who came to you for a divination last time." Klein was momentarily stunned, then, following his spiritual intuition, he looked at Grassus, who was wearing a monocle outside the door. He seemingly casually pinched his forehead and lightly tapped his glabella twice, noticing that Grassus's health aura had returned to normal. A clear look of joy suddenly appeared on Grassus's face. He rushed a few steps to Klein's front and said gratefully, "Good morning, Mr. Moretti. I was just thinking and worrying if you wouldn't be here today." Klein first nodded to Ms. Angelica, then looked at this gentleman, who could be considered his first repeat customer, and said with a smile, "This is also my job, but I must say, we truly have a connection, Mr. Grassus. You seem to have completely gotten rid of your illness." Grassus looked at the closed door, sat by the table with the compass, and exclaimed, "Yes, I really regretted not listening to your advice at the time. Thankfully, there's a very skilled apothecary near my home. He gave me a quite miraculous potion, which saved me from death." As a prospective member of the Nighthawks team, Klein, with his keen professional sensitivity, counter-questioned. "A very skilled apothecary. A quite miraculous potion. Miraculous? How miraculous? Does it fall within the Beander category?" He said it was a folk remedy from Ruenberg. "Anyway, it helped my condition a lot," Grassus replied, not sensing anything unusual. "Folk herbalist." Klein tapped his glabella as if in thought. "What's his name? Where does he live? You know, a diviner can't guarantee they won't get sick, and perhaps in the future, I'll need to buy potions from him." Klein, who had already read many ancient texts, knew that the modern medical system in this world was just beginning to take shape, and there was almost no cure for many diseases. Therefore, miraculous potions and skilled apothecaries had a large market, and even the church might need them. Thus, learning about them wouldn't be wrong, perhaps he would need them someday. Grassus replied frankly, "His name is Rosen Darkwill. He has a small shop at 18 Vlad Street in East Borough, called Rosen's Folk Herbal Medicine Shop." "Thank you," Klein said sincerely, making a mental note. He planned to go check it out in the afternoon if he had time. If it wasn't expensive, he could buy some for emergencies. Vlad Street, East Borough, Tingen, Rosen's Folk Herbal Medicine Shop. The plump apothecary, Darkwill, slumped in his recliner, suddenly sneezed. Looking at the bright sunlight outside, he rubbed his nose and muttered softly, "Why do I feel like my luck will be bad today? Sigh, neither Tingen nor Enmat Harbor has the medullary crystals of the elf spring. When can I advance to beast tamer? I haven't been able to contact my teacher recently, which really makes me feel insecure. Once I earn enough extra money, I'll go to Backland. I hope everything goes smoothly." At this moment, he was wearing attire similar to a rural witch doctor's, a deep black robe embroidered with various strange symbols, which complemented the peculiar herbs behind him. Darkwill shifted to a more comfortable position and lazily called out towards the back door where herbs were piled. "Sherman, don't go collecting herbs today. Just collect more mummy powder." "Huh, teacher, are you making those aphrodisiacs again?" A delicate young man with messy hair walked out, his tone somewhat helpless. Darkwill nearly fell off his chair, correcting his cheap apprentice's statement exasperatedly. "You unfilial disciple, what are you saying? Those are just potions that satisfy both men and women." Looking at Sherman, who smiled sheepishly and kept nodding, Darkwill closed his eyes with a sense of weariness. He finally understood how his teacher, Roy King, felt when he taught him. Dash 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 dash. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron sat expressionlessly on the throne, his spirituality extending to the flickering prayer light points. Although he had successfully found and entered the passage with the guidance of orange light, Hilarion, the sensation was mutual. He had sensed the aura of the tenebrous world, and the dark side of the universe must have eventually sensed the aura of the nation of disorder. It was hard to say what this master of the abyss would do. Although the passage had disappeared, this did not guarantee Cavendish Lancer's safety. Even without these, the Forsaken Land of the Gods itself had an extremely high danger level. That was the true creator's base camp, and furthermore, Amon's true body might be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Amon had exploited a loophole by wielding the uniqueness of a king of angels, using an incomplete error authority, to silently enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. And to what extent being chased into the Forsaken Land of the Gods by a sequence 0 contaminated by Saphira and an outer god would affect things, Aaron could not know. He could only remain in the nation of disorder and act according to circumstances. But from another perspective, if the abyss passage was truly sealed off by the dark side of the universe, Amon's subsequent actions would also be somewhat affected, which was a small comfort. Just as Aaron frowned in thought, the prayer light point seemed to break through some restriction. The light brightened, accompanied by illusory prayer sounds. Without hesitation, Aaron, who had recontained the Black Emperor card within him, extended his spirituality towards the prayer light point. The barren plain, riddled with ravines and swallowed by eternal night, suddenly split open with a fissure, from which Cavendish Lancer, with some black viscous liquid adhering to his body, leapt out. He unhesitatingly summoned the historical void image of the scepter of the sun, fully activating it to erode the corrupting power that clung to him like a maggot, while simultaneously chanting the honorific name of Lord of Order in his heart. Even though he was in an extremely poor state, looking at the pitch-black night sky and the occasional flashes of lightning that illuminated everything, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Within the nation of disorder, under various conditions, Aaron's Beander characteristic was infinitely close to that of an angel. Fully activating the scepter of the sun, brilliant light condensed into a blazing white angel with 12 pairs of wings on its back, flying into Cavendish Lancer's prayer light point. Cavendish Lancer felt every one of his spirit body threads bathed in pure light. The corrupting power, which had been like a maggot clinging to his bones, was rapidly expelled from his body, making him feel even more reverent in his heart. In stark contrast to Cavendish Lancer's feelings, Aaron frowned. Even though fate had been grafted and transferred by the fortune stealer charm, how could this level of contamination be so easily stripped away? One should know that the previous corrupting contamination that had infiltrated, even within the nation of disorder, had taken him some effort to strip and seal. Immediately, Aaron's expression changed as he helped with the purification. The terrifying corrupting contamination on Cavendish Lancer's body was not so much stripped away by the purifying power of the scepter of the sun, as it was actively detaching itself. A mass of shadowy, filthy liquid detached from Cavendish Lancer's body and instantly plunged into the fissure in the barren plain that was about to heal. Aaron realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. As if providing coordinates for some existence, the barren plain began to twist bizarrely. The fissure was forcibly widened by tentacles emanating infinite corrupting aura, and the foul aura began to erode the plain. Damn it, a persistent ghost. Aaron in the nation of disorder and Cavendish Lancer in the Forsaken Land of the Gods cursed almost simultaneously. The difference was that Aaron raised his hand, and his spirituality surged into the Evernight imprint. Although Aaron could also tell Cavendish Lancer the Evernight goddess's true name, that would only make him disappear silently into the darkness. If it were outside, Aaron might have found a way to retrieve Cavendish Lancer. But this was the Forsaken Land of the Gods, who knew where he would end up after being swallowed by darkness. Aaron had no choice but to intervene personally, using the power of the Evernight imprint as a medium to leverage the scattered Evernight divine power in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, secretly eliminating Cavendish Lancer's aura and traces. Aaron had no intention of continuing to contend with the dark side of the universe. Causing such a commotion in someone else's territory, the true creator might arrive immediately. If he got trapped, there would truly be nowhere to run. Cavendish Lancer was even more direct. After a familiar, Leodoro, a silver lightning storm descended, and Cavendish Lancer's historical void image instantly vanished. Cavendish Lancer, now free from contamination, appeared at the edge of the plain. A dark gold mist flashed and disappeared before his eyes, and the darkness, seemingly harboring unspeakable things, rapidly surged towards him. No need to be nervous, this will help you eliminate traces. A majestic voice appeared beside his ear. Cavendish Lancer, who had been poised to strike, suppressed the instinctive unease that surged in his heart, watching as the darkness enveloped him, leaving an unreal mark on his palm. Even in danger, Cavendish Lancer was stunned for a moment. Although there were slight differences, he could confirm that it was the holy emblem of the Evernight goddess. Could it be? Cavendish Lancer, who instantly made many connections, did not stop his hand movements and fled at the fastest speed towards the optimal direction indicated by his spiritual feedback. After concealing Cavendish Lancer's aura and traces, Aaron withdrew his spirituality. Looking at the silver storm that finally appeared in the prayer image, he finally relaxed his nerves. The infiltrating power of the dark side of the universe would naturally be dealt with by the true creator, it had nothing to do with him. However, Cavendish Lancer would need to be even more careful from now on. Less than 2 minutes after Cavendish Lancer was granted the hidden state, and while the lightning storm had not yet completely subsided, a cross-shaped phantom that filled the sky appeared. The hanged man figure on the giant cross then faded, spreading into a curtain of shadows that connected the sky above and the earth below. The entire forsaken land of the gods was plunged into darkness, and the occasional flashes of lightning that had crossed the sky also disappeared. Behind the curtain, a pair of indifferent eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. The corrupting aura, which had diminished considerably in the lightning storm, became full again, yet it was clearly distinct. As the true creator, who also wielded the authorities of contamination and corruption, the contamination from the abyss itself did not concern him. However, it was mixed with other auras that he found utterly detestable. The indifferent pupils behind the shadow curtain rotated slightly. The profound darkness, like a flood from an open sluice gate, spread and submerged the entire plane, and silver-white electric arcs reappeared. This was the herding authority of the hanged man pathway. As a true god, the true creator could herd beyonder characteristics and even uniquenesses from other pathways, thereby using corresponding beyonder abilities or divine authorities. Although the forsaken land of the gods did not have those beyonder characteristics or uniquenesses, he adopted a more direct method, which was to directly herd and control those residual divine powers. This was also due to the forsaken land of the gods' isolation. Although those divine powers retained their strength, they were in a state without a god to control them and could be herded for a short time. However, there were many restrictions. For example, when the Evernight goddess interfered with the forsaken land of the gods using the death uniqueness, she could no longer continue herding. The barren plain was covered by viscous shadows. The original fissure was completely submerged, and the furious roars carrying boundless foul aura were consequently isolated. The barren plain was enveloped by a layer of shadow curtain. Accompanied by the sound of tap, 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 footsteps, a figure slowly approached, stopping on a high mountain at the edge of the plain, quickly outlining a clear silhouette. That was an individual with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and scars around his mouth, dressed in a deep black clerical robe. Outwardly, he appeared to be a considerably aged priest or bishop. However, his deep brown eyes were profound and calm, unlike the mad, bloodthirsty, and soulless monsters in the depths of darkness. But in this environment, which had completely fallen into night, this clergyman neither carried a beast skin lantern nor lit a flame, simply walking quietly within the thin mist. As a waiter beside the true Creator's throne, this angel of holy word, stiff, whose status was second only to angel of fate, Ouroboros, slowly prostrated himself, seemingly listening to a divine revelation. A few seconds later, the shadow curtain that covered the entire forsaken land of the gods disappeared, and the lightning in the darkness reappeared. The clerical robe on the prostrate angel of holy word, stiff transformed into black liquid and vanished. His figure instantly expanded to 4 meters tall. Behind him, dark, illusory feathers emerged, interweaving light and shadow to form 4 pairs of profound yet sacred wings. A devout voice resonated, each word seemingly elevating in level and power. I will walk this land of corruption on your behalf, pursuing the blasphemers lurking in the darkness. The reappearing lightning brought a momentary light to the earth, illuminating another barren plain, but this one was filled with a thick, grayish-yellow mist. On the outskirts of the wasteland, a several dozen meter tall bluish-black cyclops wandered. Its body was covered in decaying, festering marks, its eyes sunken and lifeless, having long since lost its vitality. Yet, it continued to wander, and it was the source of the grayish-yellow mist that permeated the wasteland. Intense hatred and unwillingness transformed into a curse. All creatures tainted by the mist would eventually become cursed wanderers, part of the grayish-yellow mist. This was Bradel, the youngest son of giant King Ormir, the god of honor, who was punished for openly defying the ancient sun god, condemned to wander here forever. Even though he had died in the great cataclysm long ago, he still found no release. Where this ancient god's young son wandered, there was an extremely deep gully. At the bottom of the gully was a massive, wide building, constructed layer by layer with grayish-white material. Aemon, each wearing a pointed soft hat and a monocle, stood around the building, which was entirely different in style from the fourth epic, third epic, and even second epic. The Aemons all looked up in unison, gazing at the lightning streaking across the sky, gazing at a profound darkness that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. Then, they simultaneously pushed up their monocles, fell silent for a moment, and then chuckled. Hey, Abyss. Dash 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 dash. Far away from the barren wilderness where Chernobyl was hidden, outside a deserted city at the northeastern end of the forsaken land of the gods. Cavendish Lancer, holding a lantern, silently watched the silent city, not approaching or entering blindly. After truly entering the forsaken land of the gods, he had learned about the dangers of this abandoned land from the Lord of Order. He knew that even Qatar, the god of wishes, from the second epic, could only hide here, evading the true creator and Aemon the blasphemer, let alone himself, who had not yet become an angel. Gazing at the city's surface, he saw no spirit-body threads. At a glance, only people wearing linen-like robes or animal skin clothing lying in different parts of the ruined city. Cavendish Lancer frowned slightly, immediately realizing something was wrong. As a scholar of yore of Sequence 3, his control over spirit-body threads was no longer limited to living beings. Unless it was an inherently lifeless object that had no spirit-body threads, to begin with, even for a corpse, he could find corresponding spirit-body threads from past history. The fact that he couldn't even sense the existence of spirit-body threads could only mean that a higher-level seer pathway powerhouse had deliberately cleared this place, eliminating all traces. Qatar. Cavendish Lancer's eyes suddenly darkened. He stretched out his hand, grabbed forward, and pulled out his past self, while his true body quickly hid in the historical fog. After his true body was hidden, the projection in the real world then carried the lantern, stepping through the decayed and collapsed buildings, entering the ruins, while silently chanting the honorific name of the Lord of Order, to guard against possible attacks. Looking at the terrifying and bizarre city-state, entirely composed of marionettes, Cavendish Lancer followed his spiritual intuition and walked towards the city center, which was the only place he felt something amiss. Before he could reach the center of the ruined city, a blurry, transparent phantom suddenly leapt out of a collapsed castle, its body expanding, transforming into a dark shadow that fled rapidly. Above this shadow was a transparent single eye, faintly glowing with a faint blue light, surrounded by identical but smaller eyes. Bizarro evil spirit. Cavendish Lancer paused his steps, instantly recognizing the monster's identity, and without hesitation, raised his hand to restrict its movement. As the main ingredient for a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer, the Bizarro evil spirit possessed various wicked methods. If it could obtain the true soul body of a spirit world plunderer, it would become a complete Bizarro sorcerer, breaking free from its current limitations and achieving an essential elevation in life, truly becoming a demigod. But when facing a scholar of yore, all these methods were restrained. A moment later, Cavendish Lancer, looked at the blood-stained, faint blue transparent single eye in his hand and collected the blood on the ground. Besides tracking the God of Wishes, Qatar, to seek further opportunities, his main task was to collect Beyander characteristics and Beyander materials of various pathways in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After eliminating this bizarro evil spirit, which might have been attracted by the high-level aura of the Seer pathway, Cavendish Lancer searched the entire ruined city. Although he found no other Beyander characteristics, he confirmed the safety of the place. Above the dark golden mist, Aaron saw the extremely hidden but soon to dissipate grayish-white mist through the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder. Aaron speculated that this might have been the marionette city of the God of Wishes, before the anomaly of Saphira Castle, and after obtaining that large gift package of Attendant of Mysteries Beyander characteristics, the cautious Qatar had abandoned this place. Although it was a bit regrettable that he didn't intercept Qatar, at least it indicated that he was not far from Moon City. Using true vision to confirm again that there were no potential dangers in this city-state, Aaron's spirituality stirred in response to the prayer, opening the gate of sacrifice and bestowal. A rectangular, diamond-shaped charm, with some scorched marks, flew out from the gate of sacrifice. Aaron used this yesterday reappearance charm and saw layers of complex symbols extending into the void from the constantly refracting light. Casually placing the main eye and blood of the bizarro evil spirit, which had been sacrificed together, on the pile of sundries, Aaron's consciousness sank, returning to the Duke's mansion in Irusul. Looking at the yesterday reappearance charm in his hand, Aaron pondered for a moment, and his figure shimmered and disappeared. Tingen City, Leonard lay on a chair, comfortably enjoying this rare leisure time. After confirming the whereabouts of that notebook yesterday, now he only needed to wait for sealed artifact 2049 to arrive in Tingen to find Riel Bieber. Leonard, who had given himself a rare half-day off, suddenly heard an old sigh by his ear. Before he could react, a familiar sense of weightlessness swallowed his consciousness. "Old man, you." Leonard reopened his eyes and looked at the sofa in the living room. Only one figure sat there, and an old voice, not matching his appearance, echoed. "Duke Aaron, and this guest, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Sensing the hidden vigilance in the voice, Aaron nodded indifferently. Since he had sensed it, he signaled Elvin Gallo not to hide, and then chuckled in response. "It seems Mr. Paulez's condition has recovered beyond my imagination, to have detected us so quickly." Palaz Soroyas already couldn't bother with the teasing in Aaron's tone. He stared intently at Elvin Gallo, who had revealed his form. After a long while, he said with a wry smile, "So that's it. Some of my previous questions have been answered. I really didn't expect it. There aren't many things left in this world that can surprise me. Duke East Tacker, if you don't mind me still calling you that, such a grand display, are you here to settle scores with me?" Putting away his playful expression, Aaron shook his head noncommittally. As a great noble of the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epoch, Palaz must have known the angel belonging to the Truncest Empire, his old rival. Aaron also intended to make this old man, who had been hunted by Aemon for over 1,000 years, recognize the situation. However, since the goal of striking a warning had been achieved, he softened the atmosphere and said, "Old man, there's no need to be nervous. There's no talk of settling scores. At that time, we were merely serving our respective masters. There are no irreconcilable conflicts between us. If I wanted to settle scores, the Mobit you saw would only be a Beyander characteristic, and it wouldn't be us who came, but that blasphemer." Hearing Mobit's name, Palaz Soroyas fell silent. Aaron then took out the yesterday reappearance charm from his pregnant, hinting meaningfully, "I believe you should be familiar with this aura. Even if your condition has recovered significantly, this charm should still be what you need right now." Sensing the space sealed by that ancient bane, Palaz Soroyas looked at the charm, which was at least made by a scholar of yore, his eyes flickering. Finally, he said helplessly, "Sigh, tell me, what do you want?" Lamenting that time truly spares no one, Aaron believed that if it were Pallas from the fourth epoch, he would never have bowed so easily. It seemed that during the years he was hunted by Aemon, this old man's personality had become much more adaptable. Playing with the charm in his hand and the new paper cranes on the table, Aaron's eyes sparkled, and he emphasized with a heavier tone. I want to exchange for a stealer of fortune, charm, a stealer of fortune, charm made by your worm of time. Ever since witnessing the abilities of the stealer of fortune in the abyss, Aaron had been coveting it, but if he wanted to reach that level, he could only find Pallas. Compared to the suicidal act of trying to snatch offerings from Aemon, who was like the king of hell, the hiding Pallas was easier to bully, no, easier to negotiate with. Completely ignoring the previous excuse about affecting his condition, Pallas Soroyas readily agreed. But seeing Aaron staring at him with no intention of leaving, his face twitched slightly. A massive, ancient, mottled phantom of a clock appeared, and a worm of time with 12 segments emerged from Leonard's body. Accompanied by illusory murmurs, the clock phantom slowly merged into the worm of time, and a faint glow also emerged from Leonard's body. These powers finally condensed, forming a small, translucent, dark black card, like one made of special crystal. Taking the freshly made stealer of fortune charm, Aaron, true to his word, threw the yesterday reappearance charm over, adding, I also came this time to ask for a favor from old Mr. Pallas. Perhaps we can cooperate more deeply in the future. When Aaron revealed the secret to him just now, Pallas already knew he had no other choice. Knowing this secret meant either becoming a friend or a mortal enemy. It was just that this feeling of being forced into action still displeased him, even with the support of the Truncest Empire's remnants. But considering his current state in Mobit, he finally snorted and said somewhat helplessly. Although I'm not sure what the Truncest Empire's legacy truly is, but combined with the original East Tacker family, the angels and sealed artifacts of Sequence 0 you can mobilize should at least exceed a handful. If they can't solve the problem, what can I, a half-crippled old man, do to help you? And this will only make you noticed by Aemon. You should be very clear about what that means. Looking at the worried Pallas, Aaron glanced at Elvin Gallo, who had not said a word from beginning to end, restrained his smile, and said in a low voice. We are all intelligent people, and I don't want to beat around the bush with you anymore. The apocalypse is approaching, and whether the 7 deities are willing or not, they, as well as those so-called evil gods, will hope for the appearance of a Lord of the Mysteries. At least a considerable number of existences are optimistic about Aemon achieving error. Under the pressure of the apocalypse, do you really think you can continue to hide? Pallas Soroyas was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Is this the will of the night? Aaron smiled and did not respond directly. He took out another box from his pregnant, unsealed the spiritual wall on it, revealing a dark golden, intensely spiritual, binding contract inside. This was a contract Aaron made using the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, combined with the Sequence 1 Hand of Order Beander characteristic from the Crown of Chaos and the Fog of Order. Equal cooperation, not compulsion, this was the respect an angel should receive. If it were Nastor, the terms of the contract would naturally not be so gentle. Looking at the binding contract floating before him, Pallas, who was parasitic in Leonard's body, felt a tempest raging in his heart. Although his condition was extremely poor, he was a genuine Sequence 1 angel. Even though he was an angel of the Marauder pathway, he clearly felt how high the essence of the aura contained in this contract was, at such a close distance and without concealment. Sensing Pallas's emotional fluctuations, Aaron's lips curved slightly, and he finally said, Join us, and at least we can help you live openly as an angel. Of course, this will take some time. Therefore, the contract is the foundation of our cooperation. Also, if you consume yesterday reappearance charms to help us, I can reimburse you. Dash 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 dash. Klein, who still didn't know that Mr. Emperor had gone to his poet classmate's house, was seeing off his first returning customer, Mr. Gracies. Although he was not optimistic about the investment in Lanris Steel Company, he was, after all, only responsible for divination and interpretation. Feeling that there was probably nothing else to do, Klein planned to leave the Seer Club today, return to Blackthorn Security Company to report his divination interpretation of that instigator tryst to the captain, and then go see Roseanne's folk herb shop. As soon as Klein entered, Roseanne in the reception hall quickly stood up and lowered her voice. "The captain is at Channy's gate. He said if you came to work, you should go down and find him. I always feel like the captain is subtly reminding me not to skip work all the time." Klein nodded awkwardly, thanked Roseanne, and then walked towards the secret passage. Klein followed the stairs into the passage. When he reached the buffer zone, he saw Dunn talking to a slightly strange-looking Leonard, making some comical, arm extension movements with his hands. Although Klein noticed that the poet classmate's aura color was a bit off, he thought it was due to the sudden mission interrupting the other party's holiday, so he didn't think much of it and walked over with some curiosity. Looking at Klein approaching, Dunn nodded slightly, then said seriously, "Sealed artifact, 2049, has been escorted and delivered. The subsequent operation might require your sensing of that notebook. Also, follow me and do this movement, keep it going, never stop, remember, never stop, this is related to your safety." "Okay." Seeing his captain so serious, Klein quickly nodded, feeling a little surprised. The sealed artifact arrived so quickly, it seemed the church took this matter very seriously. Then his thoughts began to race, wondering what that sealed artifact looked like and if this operation would be dangerous. Considering that with his level of confidentiality, he probably wouldn't be able to know the details, Klein resisted the urge to ask, and the corner of his eye caught the poet classmate beside him, who seemed to be spacing out again. Dunn coughed lightly, then led Klein and the now attentive Leonard to push open the door of the duty room. Inside, they saw 2 escort personnel sitting there, as well as a dark iron box engraved with brilliant stars and a crimson full moon. "Is that the sealed artifact inside? I wonder what 2049 looks like." Klein curiously examined the box. Thump, thump. Just as Klein entered the room, violent knocking sounds suddenly came from inside the dark iron box, causing its surface to bulge repeatedly. It was as if something terrifying had awakened inside the box, violently knocking, each thud striking the hearts of everyone in the duty room. After calming this sealed artifact and personally experiencing this eerie feeling of sluggishness and stiffness, Klein dared not slack off in bending and extending his arms. He followed the Nighthawks out of Blackthorn's security company and boarded the carriage. After confirming his identity as a descendant of the Antigonus family at the Riel Bieber residence, Klein finally saw what sealed artifact, 2049, looked like. It was a strange-looking, palm-sized, brown puppet. It had distinct joints, its body was wrapped in brown oily rags, and its face was painted with red and yellow clown makeup. Although this strange puppet was pointing the way, it turned its head and looked at Klein with pure black, pupil-less eyes, slowly spreading its stiff lips into a clown-like smile. Looking at the dark and deep mouth, Klein, who met its gaze, felt all the hairs on his body stand on end, and a strong, unprovoked fear suddenly surged in his heart. Is it sensing the lingering aura of that notebook on me, or? While Klein's thoughts raced, the carriage stopped, and everyone got out while almost uniformly bending and extending their arms. But this comical and absurd scene did not bring a smile to Klein's face. His expression was incredibly grim at this moment, and the familiar surroundings made him instantly realize that this area was near his home. Benson, Melissa. Klein's unease grew stronger, not only because of his previous worries but also because no one knew what changes that notebook would bring to Riel Bieber. Sensing Klein's anxiety, Dunn stopped, following the guidance and halting not far from Daffodil Street No. 2. His gray eyes remained profound, and after a moment of contemplation, he said to Klein, "When facing a Beander incident, always remain calm. First, divine if there is danger inside. It would be even better if you can roughly determine the degree of danger. We will handle the rest." Klein nodded, feeling a bit unsettled, then heard Leonard, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly say. "You can also divine if there's danger around." Hermit Order. This name flashed through Klein's mind. He immediately took a breath and entered a state of ethereal calmness. A moment later, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the citrine pendant, which was rotating clockwise but with very little amplitude. He frowned slightly, feeling something was off, and said with an uncertain tone. "There is indeed danger, but the danger isn't great." Dunn then looked at Mr. Air Hassan, who came from Backland and was wearing a grey double-breasted trench coat. They were both nightmares, more adept at secretly influencing enemies. Although pedestrians on the street moved away after seeing their police uniforms, to avoid causing a greater impact, the two nightmares jointly guided the dream, which was enough to handle most situations. At Daffodil Street No. 2, a slightly bloated strange man sat in the living room. His limbs were somewhat withered, but his belly was distended, as if something was trembling within it. A faint crimson moonlight seemed to spill through the window, shining on the strange man's face. His rapid breathing gradually became steady, and his gasps were slowly covered by the sound of poetry coming from the door. Dunn and Air Hassan slowly walked towards Riel Bieber, whose identity was still vaguely discernible. Suddenly, his distended abdomen mysteriously became transparent, and a black-covered notebook vaguely appeared. Riel Bieber's gray-white pupils suddenly snapped open, and secret symbols intertwined on his abdomen, collectively forming a vertical eye. The chanting abruptly ceased. Dunn met the gaze of that eerie eye, and his ears were filled with illusory gasps. The entire dream then collapsed. Outside Daffodil Street No. 2, Air Hassan directly fainted. Dunn's gray eyes were tinged with a hint of gray-white, and he forced out a painful low growl. "The weakness is in the abdomen, be careful." His body began to tremble, and something beneath his clothes bulged in patches and writhed in place, as if hiding countless slippery, scaleless venomous snakes. Without time to check on the captain and his companion's condition, the remaining Nighthawks simultaneously looked at the suddenly collapsing house wall. A faint gray-white mist diffused, accompanied by hallucinated gasps and a strong sense of palpitations. After being stimulated and forcefully shattering the dream, Riel Bieber was enveloped in gray-white mist. His body, which was originally only slightly distorted, completely mutated in a short time. One after another, pale white broken bones protruded from beneath his skin. The overall gray-white surface was full of crevices, like a human brain that had been stripped of its outer shell. This monster was covered in flowing gray-white, rotten, viscous fluid, while its head was relatively normal, and its bloated abdomen constantly emitted gray-white mist. Looking at the gray-white mist, although worried about Benson and Melissa, Klein's heart pounded. This reminded him of that mysterious gray fog space. After an intense battle, Leonard dragged out a section of yellow-brown and blood-stained intestine from the monster Bieber's abdomen. Inside, an ancient, old notebook was vaguely visible. "Get down." The smile on his face hadn't even fully appeared before it abruptly changed. Leonard's urgent words had barely fallen when his body suddenly glowed. The monster Bieber, as if melting, instantly exploded. The shockwave of flesh and blood instantly sent several Nighthawks flying. Leonard and the others fell to the ground, either groaning in pain or struggling unsuccessfully to stand up. As a seer with little combat ability, Klein, who had been outputting demon-hunting bullets from a distance, was ironically the least injured. Klein, who was about to check on his teammates' injuries, paused. He saw a thin, brown arm extending from a cracked dark iron box 2 or 3 meters away from him. Sealed artifact, 2049, damn it. Klein's heart tightened, and he immediately prepared to dive backward a few meters away, to escape the effective range of sealed artifact, 2049. Just then, a playing card, like a sharp sword, pierced the ground in front of Klein, making his forward lunge pause. A slightly playful voice sounded. "As expected of a Nighthawk, splendid, truly a splendid performance." A person in a tailcoat with clown makeup on his face emerged from the shadows. His right hand, wearing gray-white gloves, carefully picked up the fallen Antigonus family notebook, while the unconscious Benson and Melissa were casually tossed to the ground by him. Just unconscious, no life-threatening danger. Klein, who had not closed his spirit vision, instantly made this judgment, and even in such a dire situation, he felt a slight relief in his heart. Calmly raising his gun, the silver demon hunting bullets were emptied in a few seconds. The tailcoat clown seemed to have predicted the trajectory of all the bullets, twisting his body incredibly, and not a single shot hit. Damn it! Klein was instantly dumbfounded, unable to tell if the opponent was too strong or if his marksmanship was too bad. After this mission, I must practice my marksmanship well, he self-critiqued in his mind, but Klein wasn't overly nervous. The sequence of this sudden appearance might only be mid to low. Otherwise, he could have acted earlier, no need to wait until the Nighthawks were injured before appearing. Klein, who was about to give this guy a surprise with the moonlight ring he got from Mr. Emperor, suddenly felt his head buzz, and his thoughts became sluggish. Sealed artifact, 2049, behind him had already climbed out of the box. Klein, whose thoughts were becoming increasingly sluggish, struggled to perform the transference ritual. When the boundless gray-white mist reappeared before his eyes, faintly, Klein seemed to hear Leonard's voice. Old man, old man. Looking at the majestic and grand temple, Klein, whose thoughts had returned to normal, divined and confirmed that he could break free from control after returning to the real world. Worried about his body outside, Klein quickly returned to the real world. You, a mere ordinary person, can survive the pollution of this notebook. I admire you greatly, and I am willing to accept you. I know you are a seer. What the Church of the Evernight cannot give you, our hermit order can. To show you my sincerity, I will tell you now that the sequence 8 corresponding to seer is clown, and sequence 7 is magician. Magician. Hermit order. Klein almost failed to maintain his puppetization state. He never expected his casual guess back then to actually be true. The initiation ceremony is also very simple. You just need to personally kill a Nighthawk. Alright, make your decision. Trust me, you don't have much time to waste. Klein, who originally wanted to feign ignorance and pry more information about the subsequent pathway of seer from this hermit order member, felt the increasingly strong killing intent in his eyes. He sighed inwardly with regret and immediately took action. The spirituality he had secretly accumulated for a long time surged into the moonlight ring. Shadows instantly converged, forming illusory shackles that tightly bound the tailcoat clown. Forcibly pushing this ability, comparable to a mid-sequence, with the sequence 9 position, Klein, who was under immense spiritual burden, dared not hesitate and immediately raised his reloaded revolver. After a series of bangs, the tailcoat clown, with a large hole blown through his chest, still had an expression of disbelief on his face. The Antigonus family notebook fell to the ground. Looking at the open notebook, Klein hesitated for a moment but still walked over. He did not see the fool with the brilliant headdress from his dream on the pages, but instead saw a vertical eye composed of numerous mysterious patterns and hidden symbols. A faint gray-white mist seemed to drift past his eyes, and that symbol then disappeared, replaced by new text. Sequence 8 feet clown. Main ingredients: 1 crystallized horn from an adult Hornassus gray mountain goat, 1 complete human-faced rose. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of mandrake juice, 7 grams of black-edged sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poisonous hemlock juice. Klein, who suddenly snapped back to reality, had a ghost-seeing expression and quickly moved away from this bizarre notebook, only to find that it seemed to be closed again by an invisible force. His expression was somewhat unpredictable. Although he had obtained the coveted Sequence 8 potion formula, the suddenly appearing bizarre symbol still made him uneasy. After checking on Benson and Melissa's condition, Klein looked with a slight headache at Leonard, the only other person at the scene who wasn't unconscious but had a strange expression. Staring at the moonlight ring on Klein's hand, Leonard forced himself to sit up and asked with a rather strange tone. "Is that a mystical item? Where did you get it?" Klein, who had already prepared a countermeasure, responded without batting an eye. "Mr. Chosen One gave it to me last time and told me not to spread it around. He said this with great righteousness. After all, it was indeed given to him by Mr. Emperor. Without waiting for Leonard to ask further, Klein added as if casually. Oh, by the way, during the fight just now, I seemed to hear you shouting, old man, old man. Did I mishear? Leonard's expression instantly stiffened, and he gave a dry laugh, no longer continuing the topic. Dash 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 dash. After reaching an agreement with Pales, Aaron left. Considering that some old entities in Backland might detect Elvin Garo's aura. Aaron came to Backland alone and skillfully summoned the magic mirror Rhodes in a room in the suburbs. Automatically ignoring the syrupy address, Aaron took out the sealed Book of Calamity from his pregnant and placed it on the mirror's surface, speaking calmly. There is an elven ruin of Goshenham on Sonia Island. I hope you can use this item to help me pinpoint the location of that ruin. Well, a rough location would also suffice. Sonia Island has been Fasak Empire territory since the 20 Years' War ended more than 700 years ago. As the mastermind who eliminated a god of combat church archbishop and a Fasak royal demigod, Aaron felt he had already maxed out his enmity. Moreover, Sonia Island is almost equivalent to a small continent. Instead of searching for a needle in a haystack at his own risk, it was better to let Rhodes help him find it. Specks of light emerged from the Book of Calamity, merging into the mirror surface. As the mirror surface fluctuated, the presented image was slightly blurry, with faint flashes of electricity passing through. In the depths of the primeval forest, withered yellow vines covered decaying wooden buildings, with steles exposed in some places, desolate and eerie. Pale golden text appeared on the right side of the screen. Great Duke, my scrying was interfered with by some power and can only be displayed up to this point. Are you satisfied with my answer? Aaron closed his eyes and sensed the approximate spirit world coordinates obtained from Rhodes. He nodded slightly. Well done. The image gradually dissipated, and the pale golden text reassembled. Thank you for your answer. In exchange, you may ask me one more question. Looking at the sunset outside the window, Aaron pondered for a moment and asked. Rhodes, do you know about Lost Ineus? Rhodes was silent for 2 seconds, then ripples spread across the mirror surface, and a deep, void-like darkness emerged. Faintly, even though it was just a displayed image, Aaron seemed to hear silent shouts, coming from the depths of the darkness, directly resounding in his mind. A faint dark gold mist appeared before his eyes, and Aaron easily broke free from this state, frowning as he looked at the constantly shaking mirror. The deep darkness lasted only a moment, and the image then pulled back. A faint glow emanated from the edge of the mirror, as Rhodes thoughtfully adjusted the angle. It was a submerged architectural complex, so corroded that its original appearance was indiscernible. The entire seabed seemed to be covered by a black, honeycomb-patterned, hard mud. Frowning at the honeycomb-shaped spots on the black mud, Aaron realized they weren't marks left by tiny objects penetrating it, but rather, patterns, remaining after something had corroded the surface. Each spot was shallow, with edges subtly and irregularly spreading outwards. A slightly distorted glimmer emanated from these patterns, bringing a faint light to the pitch-black seabed. The image froze on this faint light, and the fleeting glimpse of deep darkness from before never reappeared. Text interwoven with gold and stark white appeared at the very bottom of the image, as Rhodes carefully explained. The relevant spirit world information I can gather is very scarce. It only vaguely shows that, at the end of the second epoch and the end of the third epoch, a civilization of intelligent beings appeared in the fog sea's depths. Their origin is extremely mysterious, and they almost vanished as soon as they appeared, just like. The gradually stark white text twisted and reassembled. Rhodes seemed unsure how to describe it, finally using a somewhat inaccurate expression. Just like the fleeting appearance of an outer deity civilization. Also, I also felt a familiar aura there, one that made me feel warm, wanting to return, to show submission. Looking at Rhodes's description, Aaron's brows furrowed. When he felt that strange summons just now, he had already sensed something was amiss. Even when he previously scryed the hidden sage, the result was, at most, an inability to scry, and any negative effects were borne by Rhodes himself. This was the first time that the holder could be affected through the image. Aaron understood the so-called outer deity civilization and even Rhodes's true origin. Combining with the previous description, what could make it feel this way was likely only the Chaos Sea, one of the 9 Sephira. This was not to say that a Sephira was hidden there. A more accurate description might be similar to the ancient castle in Drier Forest, where the aura of underground pollution existed or had existed. The end of the second epic and the end of the third epic, Aaron pondered the times Rhodes mentioned. These 2 times corresponded to the ancient sun god awakening from the Chaos Sea, and the fall of that quasi-outer deity who controlled the Chaos Sea. Connecting some fragmented clues, Aaron's mood was not particularly good. If Lost Ineus had some connection with the Chaos Sea, then the risk factor of exploring that place later would be uncontrollable. The higher the sequence, the closer to the underground, the easier it is for the residual aura of the Chaos Sea to awaken the primordial one's mental imprint within the Beander characteristic, causing personality splitting. Although he was in a bad mood, Aaron's thoughts were unusually scattered, and he suddenly recalled another legend on the sea. The Naga tribe in the northern Sonia Sea had always been dedicated to finding a rumored underwater city that sealed powerful monsters, which was the object of their faith. Could that so-called underwater city sealing powerful monsters be an outer deity ruin that was once affected by underground pollution, and those monsters were merely mutated Beyonders who had been polluted? Compared to the Naga tribe's legend, Lost Ineus was incredibly low-key. Realizing this, Aaron quickly formed a conjecture. The Fog Sea has an entrance to the abyss, and the Tenebrous World, which is also secretly infiltrating the abyss, might have played a role in suppressing it. Therefore, only at the end of the second epic and the end of the third epic, when the Chaos Sea fluctuated the most, did Lost Ineus break free from suppression and appear briefly. If this was truly the case, the residual, underground pollution, there might not be entirely unacceptable, but its impact on high-sequence Beyonders would need to be determined by on-site observation. Recalling Elvin Garros, who had gone to the Sanguine alone after their separation, Aaron's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. The Beyonder characteristics possessed by high-sequence Beyonders of the Plantar and Moon pathways do not directly originate from the Primordial One, and thus do not have corresponding mental imprints. Although anyone who comes into contact with underground pollution will suffer contamination, with varying degrees and manifestations, the Sanguine Dukes would certainly be affected much less, as they do not need to expend a large portion of their energy to resist the awakening will of the Primordial One. With a plan in mind, Aaron looked up again at the mirror, which had returned to normal, and asked his final question. If in the future I might not be able to come to Backland for a period of time, how should I ask you questions? The text, now pale gold again, formed a long passage on the mirror. Oh, great Duke, although the humble Rhodes always awaits your summons, under the circumstances of being sealed by the Church of Steam, I can only respond to summons within the Backland area. However, if you can find another item with that great aura, like last time, and use it as a medium, I can respond even if you are not in Backland, though there will be certain time limitations. Although he already had the answer in his heart, Aaron was still somewhat disappointed after Rhodes's confirmation. While he also possessed a Sephira and could respond worldwide, it was the Sephira Castle's aura that truly served as the medium for connecting with Rhodes. Therefore, what Klein could do, he could not. For example, although Rhodes often flattered him, it never called him master. This mirror, despite its low moral standards and bottom line, was quite loyal. Having found no other method, Aaron watched Rhodes depart. After erasing the residual traces in the room, he activated a teleportation and left. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, at the Backland steam train station, a slightly taller Zeo looked helplessly at the languid furs, and whispered. Actually, you don't have to come with me to the southern continent. Staying in Backland to host the gatherings can also help you pay off your debts quickly. Furs patted her not-so-perky chest with great bravado, ruffled Zio's meticulously styled short hair, and said with a grin. What would you do without me, with your absent-minded and impetuous nature? Besides, how could I miss such a great opportunity to gather material in the southern continent? You rascal. Although Zio was a little touched, she still slapped away the mischievous paw on her head. Her trip to the southern continent this time was not just for those relatively harmless reconstruction efforts, she was also participating in certain actions of the East Tacker family in the southern continent. The danger level was far greater than in Backland. But similarly, danger and opportunity coexist. Zio, who wanted to investigate the truth of her father's death, still chose to embark on this path. She needed more merits to gain further strength. With a mischievous smile, Furs withdrew her hand and looked towards the front of the line, where the Church of the Evernights accompanying personnel were located. She lowered her voice. Zio, who is that? Zio looked up in surprise, following Furs's gaze, and saw a woman with blue eyeshadow and blush, possessing an enchanting and cold beauty. Pulling her curious friend, Zio also lowered her voice and said, That's a red glove who was recently transferred to Backland. I think her name is Daily Simone. Her strength is immense. Even if both of us went at her together, she'd take us down within 5 seconds. As a well-known bounty hunter in Backland, Zio was also an important member of the East Tacker family's intelligence network in Backland, and she had some knowledge of the Church of the Evernights' intelligence. Furs, who had been a Sequence 8 trickmaster for some time, cleared her throat awkwardly. Although she felt Zio was underestimating her a bit, she also gained a direct understanding of Ms. Daly's strength. Daly, dressed somewhat exotically, felt many curious and strange gazes, but she didn't care. The Church of the Evernight attached great importance to this operation to the southern continent. On one hand, it was because the city of Nikephoros, which needed rebuilding, was one of the Church of the Evernight's centers of faith in the southern continent. On the other hand, it was because a Grade 1 sealed artifact preserved by the local Church of the Evernight needed to be sent back to the cathedral for purification and resealing due to the continuous demigod battles that had loosened its seal. The Nighthawk's senior deacon and the direct person in charge of this operation, Crestet Sesima, known as the Sword of the Goddess, had already taken another replacement Grade 1 sealed artifact and gone ahead to Pritz Harbor to arrange the airship. Daly composed her somewhat playful expression, trying to look like a qualified cleric. Her gaze lingered on a luxurious carriage that had just stopped in front of the station, and she slowly walked towards it. As soon as the carriage door opened, a golden retriever darted out, stopping abruptly at Daly's feet, its tongue out, curiously examining her somewhat exotic eyeshadow and blush. Daly was momentarily stunned, feeling a hint of strangeness in her heart. She was actually made a little uncomfortable by a dog's gaze. Fortunately, this feeling was quickly dispelled, and Audrey, whose face was obscured by a thin veil, also stepped out of the carriage. Rubbing the golden retriever's head, Audrey performed an elegant noble's curtsy. Although she was also somewhat surprised by the Nighthawk's attire, as a spectator, she would not be so rude as to inquire. Returning a rather unconventional courtesy, Daly drew a crimson moon on her chest, made a gesture of invitation, and said with a smile, Miss Audrey, Mr. Crestet Sesima has already gone to Pritz Harbor, so I am here to await you. Please follow me, we can then take a special train directly to Pritz Harbor and transfer to an airship for the southern continent. Although she didn't like these elaborate rituals, after truly becoming a Red Glove member and learning many secrets, she felt an even stronger sense of awe towards that Beander, now the Duke. Facing this future Duchess, Daly reined in her previous nonchalance and explained the general arrangements for this operation in detail. Audrey nodded slightly, about to follow the Nighthawks into the steam train, when she noticed Susie turning her head to look in a certain direction. Not far away, it wasn't until Audrey entered the train that Furs and Zio peeked out from a carriage. Furs clicked her tongue. As expected of that person's fiancé, her temperament is truly enviable. Glancing at the sighing Furs, Zio scratched her slightly messy blonde hair and muttered softly. I just feel that Miss Audrey's golden retriever gives me a very strange feeling. Dash 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 dash. Tingen, Daffodil Street. Except for Fry, who accompanied old Neil to Backland, and Royo, who needed to guard Channy's gate, all other Nighthawks had arrived. Sika Tian frowned as he looked at the messy street. The Nighthawks had suffered heavy losses this time. All the Nighthawks involved in the operation, except for Klein and Leonard, were injured and unconscious. After arranging for personnel to send all the injured to the church, Sika Tian first resealed the sealed artifact, 2049, then examined the body of the tuxedo clown, and finally carefully put away and sealed the Antigonus family notebook. After listening to Klein and Leonard's cooperatively fabricated statement, the Midnight Poet rubbed his temples, somewhat troubled, and reminded them. I understand the general situation. The captain's condition isn't very good. Tomorrow, you two will write a written report of the operation and submit it to me. I will submit it to the church. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. In their fabricated statement, he and Leonard had used the sealed artifact, 2049, together to kill the tuxedo clown from the ascetic order who had suddenly appeared. Although Klein believed that even if the Moonlight Ring were truly exposed, that Beander would cover up this loophole for him if he knew. But that would be tantamount to openly admitting that he was a Beander of the mysterious fool. Although there was still the veil of being a Beander, Klein, who was uncertain about the true attitude of that emperor gentleman, still tried his best to avoid this matter. With a worry resolved, Klein looked up at the severely damaged house, feeling a pang of heartache. He had just moved in less than a month ago when disaster struck. Now, he was only thankful that Benson and Melissa were unharmed. The 500 gold pounds sacrificed by Emperor Mr. had always been kept above the gray fog, which was enough to compensate the landlord for the losses and find a new rental house. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.